This story begins with the main character being struck by lightning, which changes his life completely. However, just recently, he was an ordinary guy who was trying to get a job and going through an interview. The guy tried not to be nervous and said that he purifies drinking water with a special purifier developed by the government. The people who conducted this interview were not particularly enthusiastic and were simply doing their job. He was asked routine questions, and one of them was why he decided to choose their company. They looked at this guy's resume, but he didn't list any talents or anything else. Then the oldest man asked him to answer honestly whether he himself considered it a waste of time. This question caught the protagonist off guard, which is why he did not quite understand what they wanted to say with this question. But at that very second, they explained to him directly that he had come for an interview at a large company and that he didn't know how to do anything. They posted this vacancy because they were obliged to do so by the law against discrimination against the untalented. But the reality is different. After the world became weary of knowing about the dungeon, people discovered an unprecedented potential within themselves. Everyone called it talent. And this, in turn, led to a sharp leap in civilization. Someone said that the discovery of talent became a blessing for humanity. The main character himself believed in this, but only until he realized that he did not have this talent. This company is in the business of making a profit, so untalented people like him are useless to them. After listening to their blunt refusal, the guy also directly clarified that they were now engaging in real discrimination. One of the men visibly tensed, realizing he had said much more than he should have. However, the rest, on the contrary, continued to state that they themselves were tired of people like him who had no talent. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned, deciding to ask them if it was a crime to hope for human treatment. He then asked them to apologize. But the employers thought the opposite, because it was the guy who wasted their precious time. As he slowly rose from his seat, he realized that they weren't even thinking of apologizing for their words. At that very moment, he pulled a voice recorder out of his pocket, causing the three men to flinch from the realization of the situation. Now, obvious discrimination against the untalented and admission of non-existent vacancies have been recorded. They tried to stop the guy, wanting to do everything to prevent him from giving this recording to his superiors. However, the hero was already ready to give the recording to the Human Rights Commission, wanting to get justice from them. The guy left the building completely dissatisfied, because even though he didn't have talent, he did have pride. He received a notification on his phone that his human rights request had been processed. But that didn't make things any easier. His mood was further soured when he discovered that he had stepped on gum. That day was like a curse, because while the guy was trying to clean his shoes, a stream of water flew into his face. He was soaked from head to toe, and the man in front of him was watering the bushes and asked to turn off the water. Later in the evening, the hero returned home and noticed that someone had damaged his window again. Having finished cleaning, the boy called his mother, who was sure that it was her fault that he was in trouble. She again reminded him of her uncle, who was supposed to return the money to her. But the hero asked her not to mention this freak to him. If he were one of those who pays back debts, he would have already paid them back. But now, he has probably already fled abroad. At that very moment, the guy pulled himself together, apologizing to us that she had yelled, and that it was all because of a hard day. He has a higher education, or whatever is needed in winter, so everything will work out for him, and he will be able to pay his mother's bills. It ended with a call. He decided to go outside to have a smoke and calm down a bit. At the moment, this was his only joy in life. But before he could light a cigarette, it started to rain. Drops of water in the wind extinguished the lighter, and the cigarette immediately went soft, which angered the hero again. He angrily turned to the sky, declaring that she was living with her last strength, and that at least this could not be taken away from him. He doesn't care. Love exists. But the guy was firmly convinced that he was always against him. He doesn't want to live like this, but he's not to blame for his lack of talent. So at that moment, he took out his anger on God. At that very second, lightning flashed brightly in front of him, and the guy decided that this was a clear sign. By showing his middle finger to the sky, the hero tried to vent all his anger on someone who couldn't answer him. And it was at that moment that lightning struck him. And in the end, he only wondered what would happen to his mother. After some time, having barely opened his eyes, the hero realized that he was still alive, but now there was something strange in front of him. The guy stood up and noticed a system notification hanging in the air in front of him about a new vacancy. When the hero returned home and changed into dry clothes, he then began to think that God really does exist. He was struck by lightning for insulting God, even though he was not sure of his existence. Usually, people after being struck by lightning are either in serious condition or even die. but he doesn't have a scratch on him. And if anything had changed, it was this strange notification hovering in front of him. And it hadn't gone away. This is usually seen by people who have talent, but nothing like this has ever happened to them before. When the boy suddenly realized that lightning could have awakened talent in him, he decided to test it. The guy was trying to figure out why it looked like a notice for a part-time worker. As soon as he said this, the window began to enlarge and shine, and the hero could not believe that this was really a part-time job. It seemed very ironic, because both in real life and here, his lot was only a part-time job. But then the guy decided to think positively. He had nothing to lose, so he might as well grab this opportunity. Available vacancies offered him the opportunity to work for the gods, and it was surprising that there was even a sorting by world. When the hero selected the vacancy he was interested in, the system announced that he did not have enough divine power. Divine power is the common name for the power used by gods. But the guy doesn't even have the talent, let alone the power. But most importantly, now he had no bad feeling. And this could be his chance to change his life. The guy clicked on the job search button and then began to wait patiently, hoping that somewhere divine power was not needed. Suddenly, a vacancy appeared before him. The creation of a dungeon in Midgard, where divine power was not required. Here, you only need to create dungeons. It was also indicated that the work is not difficult. Suddenly, the hero became thoughtful, because they were probably talking about those very dungeons that were teeming with monsters. Until the very end, he could not believe that these dungeons were created by the gods, and at that moment, he visibly tensed up. Why did he notice that the daily payment was 12 tours, but he could not convert this into his own money? The currency of the gods must be worth its weight in gold. So the hero decided to apply for this vacancy. Meanwhile, in a completely different world, a lonely bird in a tree watched as a portal appeared from the sky. It wasn't a very soft landing for the hero, and now he was trying to figure out where he had ended up. As he surveyed the unfamiliar terrain, the boy realized he had never seen anything like it in his life, and decided he was dreaming. But before he could take a step, suddenly some small monster jumped out at him from behind the bushes. The hero was already preparing for death, when suddenly a huge man grabbed him by the neck, smiling at the same time. The guy was speechless because he had never seen such huge people, and he mistook him for a newcomer. The man then introduced himself as Thor, the god of thunder and lightning in Norse mythology. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Thor was sure that the guy didn't know who he was. But he only flinched in fear. The man also grabbed him abruptly with one hand and set off on his way, offering to talk on the go since there was a lot to do. The guy carefully examined the big guy, discovering that very same Mjolnir on his belt. Until the very end, the hero doubted that all this was actually happening. Events had taken a turn that was too abrupt. Thor himself suggested that the guy was one of the gods of the East, which stunned him. Looking around, the hero noticed other gods, because they did not look like people at all. He was the only person here, so he decided to lie and say that he was the guardian of one small mountain. However, Thor had heard of such a god, and knew that they usually helped people in trouble, which was to his liking. The man suddenly frowned, noticing that the hero was very imbued with human culture, pointing to his clothes. The guy quickly got his bearings, replying that he often descends into the human world to find out how he can help them. God suddenly asked if this was okay with him, because now his job was to create places where people suffered. Hearing the hesitant agreement, Thor also asked the boy if he had heard of the Minotaur's labyrinth. After all, it was precisely this that was taken as the basis for this dungeon. But the hero had even more questions. His eyes widened in shock when he saw that very dungeon, and Thor was clearly pleased with his reaction. While the hero was examining the surroundings, some creature called him over because they had a lot of work to do. After a few hours, the guy dug a huge hole, while the others were also busy working. He was pretty battered, but he ran at the first call to finish building the dungeon as quickly as possible. The guy's appearance was a little intimidating to the others, but everyone could see that he was working hard. When the day came to an end, everyone was told that work was finished for the day. It was just physical work, so the hero did not have any difficulties in completing it. The red-skinned orc suggested going to the cart to catch their breath, and then going to the next point. He thought that in the East, all the gods were as enthusiastic as the guy, but everything depended on character. He was already being praised to the fullest extent here, since no one else had worked as hard, which was very pleasing to the guy. Damdok was pleased with himself, and called it 200% communication skill. Now she put thoughts of talent aside, because communication with the gods would bring much more benefits. After some time, they decided to go on foot, since their mount could destroy all the mines along the way. The orc immediately asked to watch where you step, because the symbols on the floor meant that there was a mine there. He then began pointing to each symbol to make it easier for Damdok to navigate. He was surprised that the guy had never seen them before, but he thought it would teach him a lesson. Lately, the higher gods have been requiring people to pass some sort of entrance exam before being hired. But lower-level gods are not supposed to do this, so they do this kind of work because they are constantly building dungeons. The orc pointed to a small group of gods who had begun creating the room a couple of minutes ago and seemed to have finished. When I decided to take a look at Damdok, I couldn't believe that they had built all this in just a couple of minutes. It was unclear how they had built such a colossus with an incredibly high ceiling in such a short time. They placed their boxes on the floor, for they contained what would make this place a real test. The guy noticed a stone inside, but they immediately explained to him that spiders would appear from here. A lot of eggs were brought here, and when they all hatch, this place will become a real headache. Damdok looked into the long box and noticed a lizard man who was wrapped up like a mummy. The boy noticed a transparent part on his neck, but the orc asked him not to touch it as it was a vital point. They then went to the next room where the goblins were supposed to be hiding. Those who make it this far will essentially find themselves at the finish line and will soon reach the main room. But when they had taken a few more steps, Damdok noticed a strange creature in the shadows that did not take its eyes off him. At that very second, the same goblin jumped out at the guy, causing him to scream in fear. The orc and goblin were contorted with laughter, looking at how scared the guy was. But the goblin was just fooling around. But when the construction is finished, it will be a completely different matter. Goblins are very smart creatures, so it is difficult to deal with them. After a few more minutes, they reached the end of the labyrinth, after which they stopped in front of the main boss's door. As they looked at the huge door, Thor approached them from behind and addressed Damdok. God already knew that everyone here was praising the newcomer, so he came to praise him personally. After exchanging thanks, the Thunder God became curious if they had finished quartering the monsters. The orc clarified that only the very last one remained, which greatly pleased the huge man. At that very moment, he grabbed Mjolnir and declared that the workday was over for the day, and then swung it. Damdok was frightened, but he heard praise and wishes for a safe journey. The last thing he saw at that moment was a huge hammer coming down on his head. The guy continued to scream, but had already moved to another place, but he did not see this as he covered his head with his hands. When he realized the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief, because he had initially decided that Thor was going to punish him for lying that he was not human. Tears came to his eyes when he realized that all this was real. It was not a dream, but a true awakening. Damdok let out a joyful cry and was surprised to see the system announce that his salary had been credited to his account. With trembling hands, he decided to check his account, after which the god's store began loading. Among the assortment, he could see Odin's all-powerful spear, Gungnir, which never misses its target. There was also the Nemean lion armor, which neutralized all physical damage. Among the weapons and armor, there was also Freya's necklace, which allowed movement between dimensions. It was truly a store of the gods, where they also sold the power of Thor, the lightning strike, the power of Hephaestus, flame, and the power of Ares, destruction. If Damdok can really buy all of this, then he can become a god in a human body. Having imagined a picture of himself being praised, the boy realized that those very dreams of change had come true. However, all his good mood vanished when he was unable to buy anything due to his lack of divine power. The cheapest skill cost 70,000 Thors, which was very expensive since he only got 12 per day. But suddenly, Damdok shuddered, because he saw that the store also sold various talents. The joy of the untalented was that he could simply buy it and choose any one to his taste. But when the guy noticed that an SS-level talent cost 12 Tors, he was literally stunned because it was much cheaper than strength. Then he saw the comments that the gods wrote and realized that the price was so cheap because no one was buying talents. This outraged Damdok because this wasn't just talent, but SS-level talent, and it was practically free. Why did he remember that as a child he liked to play with a ball? So he chose the talent for fencing. The guy bought it almost without thinking, and this time, the purchase was a success. At that very moment, his body literally began to glow. But it was not entirely clear whether it had worked, since he did not feel anything. Damdok worked so hard to get at least an F-level talent, and now he got this one so easily. The system congratulated him on his first purchase, and also announced that today he would receive a gift of the same level as his purchase. The guy couldn't believe his luck, after which he additionally chose a talent for fighting. It was an incredible stroke of luck that he could now use both fencing and fighting. But suddenly, Damdok felt dizzy, and then he fell to the floor. His body began to strengthen to use talents. While he was unconscious, he dreamed of his mother, who was smiling and looking at him. She felt very sorry, because it was because of her that he had problems. But the guy tried to convince her otherwise. In his sleep, he thought that he couldn't have this, after which he slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up, Damdok remembered that he had dreamed about his mother, after which he decided that it had all been a dream. He hurried to open the window and noticed that his position was now that of a lower-level god. It became clear why he was able to work in the dungeons. Yesterday, he was untalented, but today, he is already a god. Suddenly, his mother called him, and he was about to tell her the good news, but he was asked not to come to the hospital today. At first, Damdok didn't understand what was going on, but then a doctor picked up the phone and decided to explain the situation. He couldn't give all the details, but he made it clear that a dungeon had appeared next to the hospital. Until the situation improves, they won't be able to receive visitors. But the guy wouldn't listen any further. Leaving his phone at home, he started running towards the hospital, thinking about his mother. The news reported that there were signs of a dungeon all around the scene. The soldiers who were the first to arrive on the scene immediately began to cordon off the civilian population. At this time, Damdok arrived by taxi and began to examine the area, observing a huge group of people and military personnel. His concentration skills suddenly activated, allowing him to take a closer look at the soldier. Then he heard that the government was calling all hunters, and this time, the dungeon was especially dangerous. Because of his new skill, he began to hear voices from all sides, which prevented him from thinking clearly. The guy clutched his head and tried to stop this skill, but he was unsuccessful. Then he firmly decided that there was no time to think, and he had to get to the hospital immediately. When he made his way through the crowd, the military man did not give him permission, as they were dealing with a maze. The guy remembered that he had recently been building that very labyrinth, when suddenly a bright lightning bolt appeared in the sky. She landed right on the ground. But Damdok knew that it was a portal that also transported him to another world. Then he noticed a strange device, inside of which he could see the very dungeon he was building. He remembered the joy he had experienced while working on the construction site, and marveled at the magnificent view from afar. Until that moment, Damdok hadn't realized that he would see this here so soon, putting his own world at risk. At that very second, the guy noticed the wounded man and grabbed him, wanting to take him away. Suddenly, some reflex kicked in, causing him to push the man away, saving him from danger. Not far from him, the guy noticed a sword that had stuck into a pole, almost finishing them off. Then he heard an unpleasant sound and turned his head, but saw a hunter who was pierced by a sword. Behind the man stood a huge lizard, which did not take its eyes off Damdok. At the same moment, he roared loudly, and several more monsters appeared from behind him and rushed forward. The military who noticed the lizardmen were immediately ordered to open fire. To avoid being shot, Damdok hid behind an overturned car and shouted loudly about his presence. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the lizards was running straight at him, swinging his sword. The boy became even more scared when the monster Mark took aim and threw a blade at him, increasing its speed. At that very moment, the concentration skill was activated, which helped Damdok catch the sword in flight. While he was surprised by what had happened, he suddenly noticed that another lizard was swinging a sword towards the man. Damdok ran forward without any hesitation to save him, and with a loud cry, threw the lizard to the ground. The military was immediately ordered to stop firing when they noticed civilians on the battlefield. They watched the guy who was surrounded by lizards, but even if he was a hunter, he was unarmored. Damdok himself was trembling with fear, because he had initially acted on emotions, but now he didn't know what to do. One of the monsters rushed at him, swinging his sword, and the guy immediately began to cry and apologize. But suddenly, his concentration was activated again, allowing him to easily dodge the blade. Dodging the swords, Damdok compared this skill to drinking 100 cups of coffee. He saw their movements very clearly, and therefore decided that he could try to fight them back without exposing himself to attack. At that moment, his fighting talent was activated, allowing him to strike the lizard in its most vulnerable spots. The guy was stunned that he had succeeded, but there were still 2 monsters left. He was completely focused on the battle and no longer saw these monsters as any kind of threat. Having dealt with another lizard, Damdok soared into the air, forcing the monster to raise its head. He then landed hard, kicking straight into the skull, crushing it into the ground. The soldiers watched in shock as the unarmored guy just took out the lizardman with his bare hands. A second later, a man appeared behind one of the soldiers, surprised by what was happening. He was interested in which guild Damdok was from, since his face was unfamiliar to him. But he fought well. Without waiting for an answer, the man introduced himself as Namgung Duk, the head of the Sangung Guild. After shaking hands, Namgung guessed that it was unlikely that a hunter from the guild would have come here alone. As it turned out, they came to clear out these dungeons, and therefore invited Damdok to join them. Looking at the huge gate, the guy began to think, because he was no longer an ordinary person. If the monsters weren't stopped now, they would continue to appear. So he decided to move forward. The dungeon itself was very confusing, but Damdok confidently moved forward as he knew the way. He is lucky that he remembers all the moves, all thanks to the fact that he has walked them hundreds of times. Suddenly, the guy asked everyone to stop, which surprised the entire group, who stared at him. He announced that he would lead them from here himself. But one of the hunters angrily asked him to know his place. Damdok tried to explain that there would be traps further on, so it was better to trust him. Namgung thanked him for his concern, but he knew that the group had already taken care of everything. At first, the guy agreed, after which he picked up a stone and threw it around the nearest corner. Having reached a certain point, several spikes jumped out of the floor, which crushed that very stone. By showing them the traps, Damdok proved that the advance party had not yet been here. Everything is activated under pressure, and the swords are cast from a special alloy that will pierce any armor. Namgung became curious about how he knew all this, and the guy immediately tensed up because he didn't want to tell them the truth. Damdok cleared his throat nervously and replied that it was his personal secret, hoping that they wouldn't ask any more questions. Then they moved on, moving slowly and carefully forward, bypassing all the traps. Suddenly, Damdok announced that things would get even more dangerous, after which they stopped in front of a huge door. Meanwhile, Namgun's subordinates trampled small spiders that posed no threat. They only complained that their boots were dirty, and that at this rate, they would all get marinated. However, everyone knew that the web was not only their connection, but also a trap, so it was easier to burn everything. They were also suspicious of Damdok, as he could be a spy from another guild trying to disrupt their operation. Noticing the room in front of him, the guy remembered that here he had unloaded a bunch of spider eggs. He also knows where they are hiding, but there is no point in making it all so complicated, and you can just burn everything to hell. The others noticed with displeasure that everything here was covered in cobwebs, so they were happy to burn everything in front of them. Suddenly, the concentration skill was activated, causing Damdok to hear a faint cry for help. He abruptly stopped his comrade, who wanted to go forward, and warned him not to burn anything. Frowning, the boy made it clear to everyone that there was a living person somewhere nearby. Namgung realized that their priority was to rescue the surviving people who were found in the stone chamber. They must form a defensive position, as they do not know the condition of the survivors, so they must refrain from ranged attacks. He didn't understand how, but Damdok knew where the survivors were, so the support group would act under his command. The guy didn't expect to be appointed commander so suddenly, since he had never done anything like this before. He wanted to object, but a girl who was in the support group stopped him. She extended her hand to him, thanking him for getting them this far without hitting a single mine. Damdok hesitantly promised that they would do their best, while he was asked not to worry. As for the orders, he can just tell them where the survivors are, and they'll figure out the rest themselves. The girl was surprised that he did not use a weapon, after which she advised him to buy himself a sword. Damdok was surprised that they simply shook hands, after which she said what she wanted and left. He was also surprised to notice that she called him by name, but when he decided to find her, she suddenly disappeared. When the group entered the next room, they began to look around for danger. It was too quiet here, but Namgung ordered everyone to remain vigilant. Breaking the silence, Damdok let everyone know that danger was coming from above, after which everyone looked up. The whole group noticed a huge spider, which was already heading towards the uninvited guests. The monster landed next to Namgung's subordinate, but the man was already rushing to his aid, cutting off the spider's claw. He brandished 2 axes, and the leader immediately ordered everyone not to get lost and to follow the plan. They needed to form a defensive position and avoid contact with the poison at all costs. Using his concentration skill, Damdok called for a support group to follow him, then found the room with the survivors. The poor people were wrapped in cobwebs, but they could still breathe. but their condition left much to be desired. When they freed everyone, they noticed a horde of spiders behind them. But Damdok knew a safe place. Hearing these words, Namgung frowned, because all this time he had been tormented by doubts about this guy. He knows the passages and structure of the dungeon, and even where to look for survivors, which raises suspicions. It was a talent he had never heard of, but now it was the most useful of them all. Finding other victims, the support group continued to evacuate people from the dungeon. It was a good start, so they will continue in the same spirit. But now they need to take a little break. Namgung then turned to Damdok, wanting to talk to him face to face, which made the boy nervous. The others watching them were not very happy that all the laurels would go to this guy. Taking into account the 2 police officers and the hunters, there were a total of 10 people trapped, including members of their advance group. But suddenly, the man laughed, praising the guy, because if it weren't for him, they would have burned everyone here. He also praised his talent, because one would think that he built this dungeon with his own hands. The guy laughed nervously in response, trying to convince his friend that such a thing was simply impossible. Then he suggested that they quickly gather everyone and continue, so as not to fall under another tricky question. Sometime later, they again found themselves in front of the huge door, and Damdok announced that there were goblins there. Everyone was surprised, as they expected it to be the boss's room, which caused their mood to drop a little. The guy couldn't figure out how to deal with the huge number of goblins, but decided to rely on concentration. But then he surprised everyone by asking them to go there alone. But no one liked the idea. They thought that he believed in himself because the leader praised him and that he would kill him at that very second, or that they would easily deal with the goblins. Namgung also didn't really like sending the guy there alone, so he was against it. Damdok stated that they would have to listen to him once they got inside, as he had a plan. One of the subordinates wanted to use the opportunity to impress the boss, but because of some idiot, he won't be able to stand out. Well, when they entered the huge hall, who noticed that there was no one inside, and it was just an empty corridor. Damdok immediately asked everyone to speak more quietly, because he felt something inside. The hunters immediately began to joke, not intending to listen to his instructions, being confident in themselves. At the same moment, the torches simultaneously went out, but the guy ordered not to turn on the light. The others thought it was nonsense, because they needed to see something to fight. They decided that the guy was just a coward, so without any hesitation, they turned on their flashlights. Without hesitation, Damdok ordered everyone to fall to the floor, but not everyone had time to react. One of the subordinates laughed at first, and then saw his comrade, whose chest was pierced by arrows. The one who had initially laughed now screamed in fear as he looked at his fallen comrade. Everyone immediately began to panic and run away, but Namgung ordered everyone to stay put. The man realized that Damdok had been right from the start, and the goblins were attacking in the direction of the light. They should have heard them enter, but they didn't attack right away, because they play with their prey. They want to enjoy their fear of the darkness, but they also cannot fight without seeing their opponent. Even if they suffered losses, they would have to turn on the flashlights. But the guy suggested an alternative method. They just had to rely on him. So everyone remained sitting on the floor and not making any noise. At this time, Damdok slowly moved forward as his concentration skill was still active. The guy knows that they can't see anything and are nervous, so he ordered everyone not to move or make any sounds. He then activated his concentration skill, sensing several monsters near him. Reacting instantly, he began to attack them, after which he ordered his comrades to turn on the light, while simultaneously holding the goblin by the throat. No one could understand what kind of talent the guy had, and what other trump cards he had hidden. One of the hunters was literally bursting with anger because this guy was constantly standing in his way. Namgung had been doing this all his life, but this was the first time he had seen a hunter like Damdok. The guy himself didn't know how he managed it, but he decided to joke that he was just lucky. Sometime later, they reached the end of the labyrinth and now stood in front of the boss room. Upon entering the boss's room, they were enveloped in darkness again, and Namgung decided that another ambush awaited them ahead. But at that very second, torches on the walls in the hall lit up, and at the end, a throne awaited them, on which sat a monster. As expected, he looks imposing and looked like an enraged minotaur, but it doesn't look like he's going to attack first. They have time to work out a strategy and study this room. Suddenly, Damdok noticed a notification that requested a 5-person sacrifice. While Namgung was giving instructions to his subordinates, the boy realized that no one but him could see. Perhaps there should be some clue here on how to get out of here safely. so he decided to share this information. The guy distracted the leader to tell him important news, but the man initially wanted to postpone this conversation. Damdok stated with all seriousness that this could be related to the passage of the dungeon. Meanwhile, one of his subordinates was unhappy that this guy was taking his laurels for himself again. This time, he can't just stand there with his arms hanging loose. So this time, he's not going to dance to anyone's tune. Aiming his crossbow at the boss, the hunter decided to show everyone his shooting talent, but the distance was too great. He needed to take a couple more steps, but because of his desire, he did not notice the line under his feet. Damdok immediately sensed something was wrong and turned around, noticing a lone hunter who had gone further than necessary. The guy tried to stop him, but all he saw in response was the hunter's displeased look. He knew that Damdok wanted to take all the credit for himself, but for now, the boss was idle, and he would finish him off. As soon as his foot crossed the line, a notification announced that 5 victims would be selected at random. At that very moment, the bodies of all the people began to glow, and some loudly asked for help. Namgung quickly stood in front of the disobedient subordinate and began to scold him for his senseless act. However, now was not the best time to discuss the correctness of the decisions, as they disturbed the boss's peace. The monster was already towering before them, raising a huge axe, while choosing its first target. But suddenly he roared loudly, deafening everyone present and causing the floor to shake. The hunter, who wanted to deal with him first, now tried to escape, but was stopped by the barrier. Namgung barely managed to save him from the enraged bull, which was running towards the boy at full speed. Without wasting any time, the leader ordered everyone to take up positions and act without panic, remaining calm. They needed to continue attacking with their current numbers, and he would buy some time for the rest. The man tried to take the monster with speed, and he even managed to attack it in the chest. The subordinates began to praise the commander, deciding that they would not be of use to him for victory. Damdok also noticed that Namgung was on a completely different level. But that wasn't enough. The man's axes couldn't even pierce the boss's skin, and he didn't even make a sound. He barely managed to dodge the blow. And this only happened thanks to Damdok's warning. It's not that the monster can't dodge, it just doesn't need to, and it left a scratch on Namgung's shoulder. The man will have to pick up the pieces if they don't find a way to defeat the bull. Now they needed to avoid direct confrontation and try to find weak spots. The guy was surprised that the leader instantly got his bearings and gave the command. A true dungeon veteran. This is the best they can afford, but the boss doesn't even want to go to them, as if the distance doesn't mean anything. But when the boy noticed that the bull's axe began to sparkle, he immediately recognized the power of Thor in it. Namgung also noticed that the monster was up to something, so he had to do everything he could to stop him. Damdok wanted to warn him of the danger, but it was too late, and the man was already close. When Namgung realized it was a mistake, he was surprised to see Damdok kick the monster in the face. However, this was not enough. Everyone present was still illuminated by a bright light. With just one ability, the monster threw back all the hunters, and itself remained unharmed. Those behind the barrier couldn't believe that the monster had defeated the commander. The rest had no way of getting there, and no one could have foreseen such an outcome, although they really wanted to help. Damdok, who was still conscious, knew that he had hit with all his might, but he didn't care. After so many years at the bottom, he received talent, saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and will die ingloriously like this. But suddenly the guy remembered that there was something else they hadn't tried, and he wasn't going to die that easily. The monster also noticed the guy who was slowly getting to his feet, holding an axe in front of him. Damdok didn't try so hard to die in a place like this. Taking the sword in his hands, the fencing talent was activated. After which, the guy asked the monster to get ready. Namgung couldn't even scratch him with his axes, and a man who had never held a sword in his hands certainly couldn't put him down. He had to tell Damdok to run away, but he couldn't utter a word. The man mentally apologized to the guy towards whom the monster was already reaching out its paw. But at that very moment, shock appeared on the faces of everyone present when they noticed a severed horn on the ground. At first, it was just excitement. But the moment Damdok picked up the sword, confidence came. The boy saw a real sword for the first time, let alone fought, but he immediately felt as if it was part of his body. A smile appeared on his face as he realized how strong his talent for fencing was. However, this was far from the end. The monster only became more angry and rushed at the guy. Damdok reacted instantly and dodged the attack, simultaneously striking the monster's arm. Namgung couldn't believe his eyes when the boy performed 6 attacks in an instant. The man thought that this guy was more into martial arts, but all this time, he was a swordsman. Damdok was completely focused on the fight and underestimated his opponent, who had very thick skin. The hunter who was the most frightened of all realized that he could not be defeated with such a level of ability. However, Namgung considered this nonsense because his level of ball control is comparable to the best swordsman of the East. The only problem was that the sword was about to break, even though he had only swung it a couple of times. At this rate, he will soon be left empty-handed, and all that remains is to hit the vital organ on the first try. Then the guy decided not to waste time and rush forward. But on the way, he already met the monster's fist. Deftly dodging the blow, he activated his combat talent and kicked the boss. However, he didn't even flinch. Then the guy threw a sword in his direction, distracting his attention, and then kicked him in the chin. While the boss was disoriented, Damdok managed to catch the sword in the air and swung it with all his might, plunging it into the monster's head. Just a little more and the sword will be finished. There is no point in fighting with bare hands, so the next blow is his last chance. If only such an opportunity arose, he would finish everything as quickly as possible. Well, as soon as the monster began to use Thor's power again, the guy realized that this was the very opportunity. Namgung was fully aware of the danger of this attack, but he was shocked to see that Damdok was about to go ahead. Now, a clash of two incredible forces was about to take place, and it was not entirely clear who would emerge victorious. The man decided that he had to help somehow, and then remembered that they could fight, even blindly. Then the leader turned to the frightened hunter, who had seemed too self-confident until then. He knew this guy wanted to show off, so he decided this was his chance, since he had a good thing up his sleeve. At the same time, Damdok ran forward, and the monster did the same, swinging her axe. The guy had only one chance to hit a vital organ. Otherwise, nothing would work. His speed was much higher than the monster's, so he caught up with it first, striking it right in the heart. From such a blow, the sword finally broke, and Damdok realized that he had failed to achieve his goal. Raising his head, he saw only an axe, shrouded in lightning, descending on him. But suddenly, everything changed when the guy got his hands on a new sword, and he firmly decided that this was the end for the boss. Dodging the monster's weapon, Damdok returned to its heart to deliver the finishing blow. 5 hours had passed since the last monster emerged from the dungeon, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the gates. Suddenly, one of the reporters pointed his finger at the gate, noticing that someone was approaching the exit. Damdok and the rest of the group came out, glad to have escaped. The guy was surprised how Namgung knew that he would catch the sword, but he wasn't sure. He just remembered his words earlier. He also remembered when he caught the lizard man's sword in mid-flight, which gave him an idea. But if he hadn't caught the blade, he would have let everyone down. In any case, they survived thanks to Namgung. However, the man had a different opinion, after which he concluded that it was Damdok who saved them all. Then he sent the guy ahead because he had made the biggest contribution to this cleanup, so it was up to him to tell the people. It was the first time he heard such words, which caused his face to take on a surprised expression. After all, he had been looked down upon his whole life because of his lack of talent, but now he is no longer the same as before. Then Damdok stepped forward and raised his hand up, and the people standing in front of him did the same. After the incident, Damdok immediately ran to the hospital to check on his mother's condition. Then he noticed how they were talking about him on TV, because he made the biggest contribution to clearing the dungeon. This was the guy's first interview, which is why he started getting bombarded with a lot of questions. This made him noticeably nervous, which is why he asked to speak more slowly, because he did not have time to answer. But then he gathered his strength and declared that where he was from did not matter, because he was fighting to protect someone dear to him. The reporters continued asking questions, but Damdok was ashamed to look at himself from the outside. Then he took out his phone and noticed that journalists had managed to film his battle with the lizards. At that very moment, the system notified him that he had gained popularity, causing his divine power to be increased to 1,000. Damdok thought for a moment and remembered that this was the very power that was written about in the job postings when he was looking for a part-time job. Since he has gained 1,000 power points, he can post new job ads. He was offered a job as a security manager, where the employer was Hephaestus. At first glance, there was nothing complicated about it, so he decided to stop there. However, Damdok was so busy today that he decided to take a rest at home and then return to work. However, the system announced that 3 gods had already submitted their resumes for this vacancy, so it would soon be closed. Without wasting any time, the guy decided to respond. Wanting to be the first to seize such a great opportunity, he was teleported to another world straight from the hospital, and the landing, like the first time, was not soft. Rising up, Damdok noticed the forge of Hephaestus and decided that he had come to the right place. He was dissatisfied with the heat and didn't notice how a man approached him from behind, interested in the newcomer. He introduced himself as Hephaestus, the owner of this forge, while Damdok did not react immediately. The guy immediately began to bow and greet him politely, and the god laughed at the guy for acting like a human. At that moment, Damdok froze in fear, because of such a blunder, he could not be allowed to work. Looking at the guy's reaction, Hephaestus grinned and realized that all the rumors about the mountain god were true. After all, it was he, out of love for mere mortals, who so terribly fought the monsters in Thor's dungeon together with people. It's no wonder that the hot-tempered Thor took a liking to him, because the guy turned out to be far from a loser. He also heard his recommendation to install an air conditioner in the forge, to which he immediately began to hear apologies. Hephaestus decided to end with greetings, after which he offered to tell more about the work. But it is better to convince once than to hear 100 times, after which the man took out a horn. He warned beforehand that it might be a bit loud, and then began blowing into it, deafening Damdok. At that very moment, 3 dwarves ran up to them, knelt down in front of Hephaestus, and greeted him. God announced that Damdok was their manager for the day, and then asked them to say hello. The guy laughed awkwardly, since he had never worked in a forge, but he decided to try. Hephaestus asked him not to be modest, because beginners can also achieve a lot. Then the man leaned over and whispered that although the gnomes were hard workers, they had playful hands. There are problems with them, like with small dogs. They seem small, but are much more angry than big dogs. Whenever he gets distracted, something will disappear. Like last week, for example, the pendant he wanted to give to Freya. Damdok was shocked that the dwarves could even steal the goddess's things, which was a big problem. Today, Hephaestus needs to go to Olympus, but he decided that nothing terrible would happen here without him. But just in case, he handed Damdok an unusual club, which surprised the guy. It was the Club of Hercules, made of olive wood, a replica of the club with which Hercules defeated the Nemean lion. The guy was shocked by such an unusual gift, and only thought that it was a little too much. But before he could figure out what he needed the club for, Hephaestus opened a portal and headed inside. Damdok wanted to ask him what he should do, since he still hadn't described the essence of his work. God smiled and declared that as long as he was stronger than them, everything would be fine. But they were much weaker than he thought. When the portal closed, the guy nervously turned his head and saw only the angry face of the dwarf. Then he suggested that the dwarves relax, because he had just been given a cool weapon that could cause them great pain. However, they in turn aimed real machine guns and pistols at him. Sometime later, Damdok regained consciousness and heard the voices of the dwarves next to him. They found the necklace that Hephaestus was going to give to Freya, but they were going to sell it. When the guy wanted to stop them, he noticed that he was tightly tied to a column. The dwarves were surprised to notice that he woke up earlier than they thought, even though they had injected him with a lot of sleeping pills. Then the guy asked them about the consequences of what they did to one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. He gave them one last chance to untie him, to which he received only surprised looks. But the next second, the dwarves burst into wild laughter, mocking Damdok's words. He thought to scare them with Hephaestus, but if they were afraid of him, they would not do anything. They took everything valuable and were about to leave. But as a last resort, they decided to drug the guy with more sleeping pills. At this time, Damdok tried to cut the bonds unnoticed while the dwarves chatted among themselves. They already expected that she would come to work part-time, such a weakling. So everything worked out easily for them. When Damdok said that they would regret it, the dwarves again began to laugh and mimic the guy. At that very second, he freed his hands and pulled out a club, sending 2 of them flying at once. Without thinking twice, he tied them up tightly while they were still unconscious and began to wait for the others. They themselves forced him to resort to violence. He would have been in deep trouble if he hadn't asked Namgun for it. He often recalled the words of the girl who advised him to get a sword. At this time, the rest of the dwarves had already finished their work and loaded all the remaining ingots. They also dealt with the weapons, so they were ready to leave, which they reported to the boss. The first subordinate immediately drew the attention of the others to himself, distracting them from the ingots. Their boss, Firefist, didn't want to tell them something, so he stepped forward, and everyone immediately focused. The man began by declaring his brothers to be a people endowed with the spirit of the flaming mountains. While he was saying that they were the best miners and brave warriors, Damdok snuck up behind them. They didn't notice him because they were listening attentively to the boss, who was convincing everyone that they had pride. They were never treated the way they deserved, and the owner of this place, Hephaestus, humiliated them. So he was determined that today they would repay the disrespect they had received. The other dwarves immediately screamed and were also ready to take revenge on Hephaestus for his injustice. Damdok, who was watching them, was trying to figure out what to do when he suddenly accidentally hit the iron. The gnomes immediately turned their heads in his direction and armed themselves with machine guns, frightening the guy. Without thinking twice, Damdok hid behind the nearest column as they began firing at him from all sides. Firefist, who stepped forward, was surprised that the boy was able to get out of it. Taking a drag on his cigar, the dwarf announced to the lower-level god that they would now clean out the place. They don't care about you because they only hate Hephaestus. It would be a shame to die like this. So they will give him a choice. Either he helps them clean out the forge and becomes their accomplice, or he leaves and keeps his mouth shut. They gave him time to think, because he wouldn't make the wrong choice for the sake of a few pennies. Damdok immediately imagined how disappointed Thor and Hephaestus would be in him if they found out about something like this. His reputation would definitely be ruined if he simply ran away. So something had to be done quickly. He went through so much to get these abilities, but if Hephaestus sees a plundered forge, he will definitely kill him. Now there are two chairs in front of him, either on the part of the mug theme or to be killed by Hephaestus. Damdok was upset. He thought that the job would be easy, but everything was quite the opposite. After thinking for a bit, the guy stepped out from behind the column, raising his hands up, still holding Hercules' club. Suddenly, the guy decided to ask Firefist if he and Hephaestus weren't partners. He was interested in the reason for their feud, because if Hephaestus found out about it, he would not leave it like that. After all, he is one of the 12 gods of Olympus, and no one knows what will happen if you anger him. He will definitely send their lives to be melted down, and send their ashes to hell, straight to Cerberus. The guy skidded a little, causing him to feel a bullet fly past his head. The dwarf who was shooting at him decided to have a little more fun and started shooting at his feet. But suddenly he was stopped by the boss, who was very unhappy with the words of the lower god. He realized that the guy didn't know anything, and decided to do something before he made mincemeat out of him. The dwarf loudly declared that Hephaestus was not a great man or a master, but simply a piece of trash, which stunned Damdok. The dwarves were too harsh in their words, but they clarified that it would be more accurate to call him a thief. One day he came to them on the mountain where they lived and praised one of the swords they were forging. Then he offered to work with him. He would provide everything necessary. But after that, they became real slaves. Damdok couldn't believe that such an honest-looking god actually made gnomes. He didn't pay a penny, although he promised 5 days of tastes, a 6-hour workday, and free time to boot. If it weren't for all the wasted years, both wealth and glory would have belonged to the dwarves. But Hephaestus arranged everything. When they realized it all, there was no longer a dwarf in this place in whom the spirit of the master remained, and all that is left for them now is desperate revenge, which they are ready to carry out. Damdok understood what they were talking about, and then agreed with their words about real trash. But then he added that this is envious trash that wants to destroy those who are better than him. These words angered Firefist even more, and he immediately gave orders to his subordinates. When we immediately pointed our guns at him, the guy stretched his hand forward and ordered us to stop. If they run away like this, they will become thieves to the people. So they, great craftsmen and proud warriors, must simply humble themselves. At that very moment, Firefist's eyes lit up when he heard the praise for the dwarves. They have another option to take revenge on Hephaestus, and Damdok himself is a warrior, and in his hands is a weapon made by Hephaestus. Since they call themselves warriors and craftsmen, they should abandon these games and instead fight him with real weapons. Defeating a warrior who fights with the weapons of Hephaestus would be the perfect revenge for the dwarves. But if this is not the case, they should simply admit that Hephaestus is better than them and run away. One of the subordinates also became very angry at the guy, who was already with one foot in the grave. He wasn't going to listen to this anymore, so he pointed the gun at the frightened Damdok. But the most evil one now was Firefist, because he had never run away from anything before. The dwarf noticed that this low-level god had the gift of the gab, and the boy was pleased that he had been caught. Then the boss himself decided to fight him, but he must prepare to take responsibility for calling himself a warrior. The guy must hold out until they prove that their weapons are superior to his, and also for suggesting that the dwarves run away. He will beat him until his bones are ground to powder. At that very moment, Fire Fist grabbed his huge two-handed hammer. His weight was incredibly enormous as the ground beneath the dwarf sank, and he actually rushed into the attack. Damdok reacted instantly and dodged the first blow that landed on the ground. The guy was surprised by such force, but then he turned his head and noticed that the column behind him had broken. Throwing away his cigar, the dwarves noticed that the guy was surprised because he clearly thought that without guns, they were within his power. Fire Fist was prepared to fight at full strength and therefore doubted that such a god could defeat him. Grabbing the club tighter, Damdok was confident that he had something in his arsenal to surprise the dwarves with. Then he suddenly rushed forward, quickly closing the distance with his opponent. Fire Fist barely managed to return before he struck again with his hammer, wanting to close the distance. But the guy was already behind, happily declaring that it was just his illusion. The dwarf had already pointed the hammer in his direction, but Damdok was faster and was already standing close. The boss praised him, but it was too early to be surprised, and the guy tried to strike the dwarf in the chest. But to everyone's surprise, Fire Fist pushed off with his foot, moving further away. Damdok was the first one to get kicked in the leg, which seemed a bit painful to him, but he found the strength to praise the gnomes. The dwarf again praised his speech, although he immediately noticed the guy's stance, which was strange. But it's even good that he immediately demonstrated his limit, and the guy was surprised that he determined this just from his stance. This was clear to the idiot, because the dwarf had never seen a person who would hold a blunt weapon the way he did. In fact, those precise strikes even sent shivers down Fire Fist's spine. His heart hadn't beaten like that for a long time, and now it was one of two things. Either this guy was his equal, or even higher. The subordinates who heard these words couldn't believe that this puppy could be on par with the boss. Suddenly, the dwarf apologized for calling him a low-level god, and for underestimating him. And now he decided to prove his sincerity to him. Otherwise, he would fight at full strength. At that very second, they rushed at each other, and the huge hammer immediately fell on the club. They exchanged a few more blows and then crossed their weapons, glaring at each other. The other dwarves, who were watching what was happening, loudly supported their leader. They compared this battle to a clash of titans, and their hearts beat wildly. It's like the sound of a forge, the vibrating air, the rumble of metal, the familiar sounds of a forge. This guy's passion seems to knock on their souls, and his strength does not repel, but, on the contrary, inspires. Fire Fist had nothing to say in response, since it was easier to blame the capable than to admit one's own incompetence. On the day they received Hephaestus's offer, the dwarves were happy and very naive. Like frogs emerging from a well for the first time, they were faced with a storm of emotions and inflated dreams. But they only reminded them that they weren't good enough, which made the story pathetic. Everything that happened after they came out of the well turned out to be a waste of time. With a deft and powerful movement, Damdok managed to knock the hammer out of his opponent's hands, and all that was left was to do. And now Fire Fist was completely ready to admit his defeat to the guy. But just as the guy was about to deliver the finishing blow, he was stopped by Hephaestus, who appeared out of nowhere. As soon as he moved away, real chaos ensued. And at first, he even thought that he had gone to the wrong place. And now he would really like to know what happened here, in the smallest details. He, of course, suspected that there would be a fight, but this was just some kind of a spectacle. However, what most concerned Hephaestus were the ingots, neatly stacked and ready for removal. Then God looked menacingly at Fire Fist and asked him to explain what had happened here. Seeing no other way out, the dwarf dropped to one knee and admitted his guilt, but tried to protect his comrades. The others immediately tried to stand up for him, but they knew that it would not change anything. He could be punished for making the wrong decision, but his guys just trusted their commander. When the boss wanted to confess, Damdok came forward and said that he had forced him to do it. Fire Fist was stunned by the boy's actions, who continued to claim that they were acting on his orders. Hephaestus frowned, having entrusted him with guarding the forge. But now, everything looked completely different. Damdok was a little nervous, but then he pulled out a necklace for Freya from his pocket and handed it to God. Hephaestus was surprised that it was found, and the guy supposedly managed to find it by making a mess. And the dwarf was stunned, because this was the very necklace that he gave to those who were watching Damdok. If he says that he found it with him, the matter will not end with him, and Hephaestus will punish absolutely everyone. But suddenly, Damdok announced that Firefist had found him. There was enough time, so he told him to turn the entire warehouse upside down. He is not tall, so after he searched every corner, the necklace was found. At that very moment, Hephaestus burst out laughing and praised the boy for taking excellent care of the forge. Then God put his hand on his shoulder and gave him a smile. Realizing that he was a nice guy, he was once again convinced why Damdok was so to Thor's liking. Hephaestus picked up the Firefist hammer from the floor, which made its owner tense for a moment. God was worried that they were losing motivation and slacking off from work. But his worries were unfounded. Even from Olympus, one could hear the clash of Hercules' club and hammer, but there was not a scratch on it. He then handed the hammer to the dwarf, stating that it was even better than before, and he looked forward to their next work. When he asked them to continue in the same spirit, all the dwarves immediately burst into tears. Suddenly, Hephaestus began to create another portal, turning to the surprised Damdok. God was glad that he entrusted him with this work, because he coped with the main tasks and also found the necklace. So he offered him a small reward for exceeding his expectations. The guy was thrilled that he would receive a special prize, because I thought he would only receive a club as a reward. It would have been impolite to refuse, so he thanked the man and opened the box. But the next second, his face frowned when he discovered some kind of creature inside. Hephaestus, on the contrary, smiled and asked him to take a closer look. It was a fox cub that looked very cute, but the guy had doubts about taking the monster as a pet. God was a little upset that he didn't need her. But then he leaned over and began to whisper a spell. Hearing his call, the fox cub suddenly began to transform and turn into an incredibly beautiful sword. Damdok was stunned by what he saw, while Hephaestus was upset that such a gift did not suit the guy. The guy's face immediately changed when he realized that she could turn into a sword. But that wasn't all. Sword, scythe, spear, it doesn't matter. This little one can become any weapon in the world, as long as it's about her size. Everything is limited only by the owner's imagination, and this fox cub can become a faithful companion. In other words, she is a real treasure that Hephaestus is ready to pass on to an excellent worker. But since nothing could be done, he decided to give her to the dwarves, and Damdok began to regret his hasty conclusion. Then he declared that he could not refuse the gift of Hephaestus himself, although he thought that he did not like the fox. The guy laughed nervously and quickly came up with an excuse and refused only out of politeness. Then he gently stroked the contented fox and agreed to court her under the approving gaze of Hephaestus. Taking her in his arms, the boy felt the soft fur and decided that from that moment on, her name would be Snow White. Then Hephaestus extended his hand and entrusted him with the moon fox, the treasure of Selene, the goddess of the moon. Damdok was surprised that these words were enough to make him the owner of this fox. Hephaestus announced that he now had a child on his neck, and he would also give him all sorts of things from the warehouse. After some time, when God gave him a reward, he had some more things to do, so they decided to go their separate ways. With a huge bag on his back and a fox on his shoulder, Damdok thanked him and wished him a safe journey. But just as he was about to leave, Firefist stopped him. Thank God. Why did he lie to help them? They were going to get rid of him. I think he interfered and was literally trash to them. The guy replied that this was familiar to him. They reminded him of his past and what he had to go through. The dwarf decided to offer him his help, but Damdok decided that he would not ask for anything. They should help each other. So it is not surprising that he saved them from the wrath of Hephaestus. Besides, he thinks that Mr. Hephaestus knew everything from the very beginning, but simply did not interfere. When the boy disappeared into the portal, the dwarf bowed and expressed gratitude to him on behalf of their entire tribe. Although they cannot wash away this shame, he hopes that one day they will be able to do so by repaying him. Seeing the mood of the dwarves, Hephaestus smiled and set to work with his comrades. At this time, Damdok returned to his homeworld and went to the hunter shop to get money. The story takes us to Jipeen, who started from the bottom, working as a hunting manager from his youth. A week ago, he became the director of the largest hunting store in the country. Now that he is at the top, he must renounce his past and associate only with noble people. He looked haughty and couldn't believe that his tie was askew, because he couldn't make such a mistake. They say that the place makes the man, so the place where he is should always be filled with dignity and culture. But his face immediately twisted when his great thought was interrupted by another visitor. Looking at the boy, the man discovered that his sacred brainchild was some kind of ragamuffin. It was hard to believe that he was really a hunter. His assistant was tiny, and he actually had no armor or weapons. He is often visited by those who consider themselves hunters, but in reality, they are picking up trash from already cleared dungeons. Ji-Peng greeted the guy with a dissatisfied look and decided to personally escort him. He took Damdok to an elderly appraiser where he could hand over all the items he had collected from the dungeons. The first thing the old man did was take Hercules' club in his hands and look at it carefully with a surprised look. But he couldn't help but wonder where he got all this from. But they gave it to the guy, calling it all sorts of things. Ji-Peng couldn't stand it any longer and said that he knew the guy would bring all sorts of cheap stuff into their store. The man then turned directly to the appraiser, wanting to know what strange things Damdok brought. But in 40 years of work, this is the first time the old man has seen a person who would call these things all sorts of things. All of these items were of the highest quality, weapons of the 4th level and above, which was simply incredible. Ji-Peng couldn't understand how the guy could get such high-quality items on his own. At first, he thought the guy was a big shot, because he had heard that many incredibly rich people were quite modest. At that very second, the man's expression changed, and he happily decided to take the guy to the VIP room. While in the VIP room, the appraiser concluded that if he sold all of this, he would receive about 3 billion won. At first, Damdok didn't pay any attention to this and simply laughed. But then it began to dawn on him when he realized these huge figures who could not believe that this whole pile, which Hephaestus called marriage, was worth 3 billion. This is just a preliminary estimate. Depending on the number of buyers and sellers, he could earn even twice as much. The highest quality weapons, which could be sold at any price because they were very rare, were now under Ji-Peng's nose. Even if he has to kiss someone's ass, he should get the rights to sell them. The man decided that he couldn't miss such a chance, and so he politely addressed the guy again. But he wanted to convince him to sell these things. But Damdok himself was already firmly determined to get 3 billion. Ji-Peng was initially happy that this guy was sent from heaven, because at this rate, he could be promoted faster. But in reality, everything was quite the opposite, and he became the first person to lose a high position in just a week. When all the calculations were completed, Damdok was paid the required amount and thanked for his cooperation. Looking at his account, he couldn't believe that there was money in his account now, especially with so many zeros. Then the guy thought that everyone was surprised by his appearance, although he worked like crazy all day. And since he earned money, he can treat himself to a gift for his hard work. And tomorrow, go to his mother. The next day, his mother was very surprised because Damdok had not visited her for a long time. But what surprised her most were the gifts that littered her table. Her roommate just smiled and advised her to at least turn on the TV sometimes. I turned on the news and there was a report about Damdok, who had become a real celebrity. My journalists say that Damdok cleared the dungeon with the help of his talent, although he did not do it alone. His mother couldn't believe that he had a talent that had just been revealed the other day. As he tried to tell his story, the woman suddenly dropped her head and began to cry. She thanked God that her son had discovered his talent, even if it was so late. Damdok knew that his mother always blamed herself for the fact that he was born without talent. And now all the news was talking only about him. And even Namgung was interviewed to find out details about the guy. The man praised his talents and intelligence, because if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have managed. Damdok was embarrassed, deciding that this was too much, and his mother was shocked that this man was talking about her son. Then he realized that this could be his chance, because the more popular he was, the more divine power he would have. This means more job offers, as divine power grows with the level of fame. He took a liking to a job that rewarded him with a golden apple, which could possibly cure his mother of cancer. But suddenly, the news reported that a gate had been discovered in Yongin City, Gyeonggi Province. At that very second, Snow White suddenly hid under Damdok's jacket, surprising him. But when the boy touched her, he had a vision of a huge eye watching their planet. While he was trying to figure out what it was, the news reported that the association had immediately requested a meeting of the guilds. Moreover, these gates are different from ordinary dungeons. Humans cannot enter them, but monsters can easily exit. Damdok headed for the exit, although his mother asked him to stay there a little longer. But she was convinced that her son was now busy. At this time, a horde of goblins began to emerge from the gates, intending to destroy everything in their path. Hunters from the guilds who were supposed to protect this sector had already arrived at the scene. Damdok ran here as fast as he could. I made it just in time and stopped on the cliff in front of the road. A couple of minutes later, the hunters successfully dealt with another wave, after which they decided to take a rest. However, journalists had already gathered around them, so they could not rest too openly. Suddenly, one of the hunters raised his head and noticed a man standing on the edge of the cliff. Without wasting any time, he decided to report this to the commander, who was very unhappy with his appearance. It was a soldier who allowed himself to leave the line when journalists were hanging around everywhere. However, the hunter convinced him to look up, and then he realized that a civilian had passed by. The commander's anger immediately turned to surprise as he looked closely at Damdok. But then the anger returned to him again, and he grabbed his subordinate by the cheeks, not understanding why he was still there. He had to go and take him away while the journalists noticed something was wrong. I haven't heard that the commander this time is a real professional, even though he couldn't even control access for civilians. Perhaps someone helped him get this position, and it could make a great story. The commander is already on edge because his comrades went underground, and he is the only one here cleaning up the mess. Activating the wind racing skill, the man rushed up the mountain to reach the boy. Finding himself opposite Damdok, he couldn't believe that he was the one doing such things. He then pointed to the cordon and told the guy to leave so as not to interfere with the hunter's work. Damdok smiled when he heard that he could film his YouTube videos somewhere else. The commander decided that this brat was puffed up because he saw a real rank 3 hunter for the first time. He understood his nervousness, so he decided to let him get an autograph or an interview. However, Damdok ignored him, not recognizing him as any famous person. This seriously angered the commander, who grabbed the guy by the shoulder and looked at him angrily. Damdok looked at him with surprise, and the man realized that this guy didn't care at all about what was happening. Then he smiled, realizing that some left-wing half-poker was looking down on him, and with some small animal on his shoulder. Yes, he seems to be some unknown hunter who is trying to achieve popularity. But when he didn't hear an answer once again, he decided to hit the guy once so that he would understand his place. The commander tried to hit him, but Damdok only needed to tilt his head slightly for the fist to miss. The guy tripped the man and made him fall off the cliff, but grabbed his hand in time. Damdok apologized, but clarified that it was not proper for a rank 3 hunter to wave his fists at everyone he met. In response, the man grabbed his hand tightly and declared that he was just lucky. Returning to the ground, he again tried to attack Damdok, but he again dodged effortlessly. Then he waved his hands and smiled. He didn't care. But the commander had to tense up because there were a lot of spectators. Meanwhile, the journalists standing below noticed their skirmish and pointed their cameras upward. The man's face contorted with anger when he realized that the guy had done this on purpose, right in front of the cameras. Taking a closer look, one of the journalists recognized the guy as that very Damdok, the one who cleared the dungeon with the Sangan Guild. A new hunter who came out of nowhere. Hearing their conversation, the commander realized that before him stood that first-class hunter whom even Namnug respected. Suddenly, the guy raised his hand and asked to find a better angle because a special report was about to begin. Then he turned to the commander and reminded him of his own words about the half-poker who looks down on him. The man immediately tensed up when Damdok stood up and asked him to keep his eyes open. But instead of rushing into a fight, the guy unexpectedly jumped off the cliff towards the gate. Everyone was shocked as they watched him because they knew that no one could get inside. This is a phenomenon that only appeared 10 years ago. Unlike dungeons, only weak monsters emerge from the gates, and the gates themselves disappear after a while. So they are treated the same as an ordinary accident. But they always attracted attention because humans had no access there. But Damdok was a god of a lower level, and therefore had such access. He was able to pass into the reverse world, and the Eye of the Abyss is watching him. It was the place he saw in Snow White's memories. If this place was created by the gods, and people cannot get here, then only the gods can get here. Damdok wondered why people were not allowed into the gates, like into dungeons. He remembered the words of Thor, who said that dungeons were created to test people. Then Damdok decided to look around a bit, and suddenly came across a barrier. He tried to break it, but he didn't have enough divine power to go any further. The guy can't even get out of here without divine power, which is needed literally everywhere. Then he rose to his feet, realizing that he had only one goal left, after which he looked towards the cave. He saw the place as soon as he got there, but he can't say he wanted to go there. Then he suggested that Snow White at least take a look at what the owner of these gates looked like. After a while, he removed a huge number of goblins and complained that there were too many of them. Damdok thought it was like with dungeons. He took out the boss and that was it. But the boss still wouldn't show his face. And here, everything goes somehow wrong. like in the dungeon, where the monsters behaved as if they were programmed. But these were more lively and did not go straight ahead. They even ran away if they realized that they could not cope. Just entering the gate gives enough divine power. But if he clears them out, he will earn much more. And with these thoughts, a huge monster appeared from the depths of the cave. Damdok reacted instantly and dodged the huge sword that hit the ground. The guy began to carefully examine the monster, which did not look too smart. He immediately tensed up and stood up when he noticed that the boss was going to attack him. But he immediately relaxed when he noticed how slow he was and began to easily dodge the attacks. Damdok was genuinely disappointed. So he stepped on the back of the boss's sword with one foot. With a light push, he snapped the monster's sword in half, leaving it weaponless. While the boss looked at his weapon with a stupid expression, Snow White immediately transformed into a sword. Without wasting any time, the boy delivered a wide blow to the monster, cutting through its chest. This battle ended faster than the guy expected, which greatly upset him. But the message about the cleansing didn't come. And if you tell anyone, they won't believe that he cleaned the gates so easily. Unable to find a better solution, Damdok decided to cut out the monster's core as proof of his murder. A couple of minutes later, he found the coveted core, although he himself had managed to get completely covered in blood. To his surprise, the core was black, although they are usually gem-like and sparkling. Bringing it closer to his face, the guy noticed that it was also moving. And at the same second, this something made a sound. Damdok was seriously scared and threw it away, and his premonition immediately sounded the alarm. Suddenly, the system made it clear to him that the core of the gate was in front of him, and if it was destroyed, the gate would also be destroyed. Meanwhile, a crowd of journalists had gathered near the gates, interested in the man who had entered the gates. Meanwhile, scientific researchers wanted to stop people who wanted to know more information. The scientific community will face a barrage of criticism for spreading false information, starting with dungeon explorers, who will definitely want to visit the gates themselves, ending with high-ranking hunters who will not miss the opportunity to get prey from there. The woman wanted to add something else, but at that moment, Damdok's face appeared from the gate. Returning to his world, he smiled to find the crowd of people he expected to see there. Journalists immediately ran up to him, asking how he managed to get through, before he even had time to get out. The woman from the research circle was amazed that the guy just jumped out of there as if from some kind of hoop. As soon as Damdok was completely outside, he immediately felt that the air here was completely different. But then thousands of questions from curious journalists immediately flew his way. The guy raised his index finger and loudly declared that this was not important now. What is important now is that people can now destroy the gates themselves, and this could be a new discovery for humanity. When they started bombarding him with questions again, Damdok realized that their reaction was more than excellent. He then showed everyone the core he had extracted from the gate boss, and then asked them to watch carefully. Tossing it into the air, he decided to show everyone something incredible, after which he swung his sword. With a deft movement of his hand, he destroyed the core, after which he began to observe the reaction of the others. The portal behind him immediately began to collapse and then completely crumbled into pieces. The doctor thought she had seen it all in her life while she was experimenting with the gate, but this sight radically changed her opinion. And to be honest, she wondered what kind of person he was. However, the guy was just waiting for this question, after which he loudly and proudly introduced himself to everyone. Since then, the news has been full of stories about the mysterious hunter who passed through the gate, and his name has spread throughout the country. Thanks to his fame, he was able to obtain 10,000 points of divine power and reach the top of the lower-level god rank. Damdok began to carefully study all the notifications that appeared one after another. But suddenly, a microphone appeared through the invisible screen, and one of the journalists asked for a comment. The rest of the journalists approached him and began to bombard him with more questions. Not far from the crowd, a car arrived, from which a girl slowly began to get out. The security guards immediately started pushing people aside, and one of the journalists looked at the girl in shock. Then, she suddenly grabbed her cameraman and dragged him towards her to film the report first. The girl herself approached the guy with a haughty look and announced that the head of the guild wanted to see him. It was the future head of the Sangan Guild, Ju Soyul, a level 7 hunter, who asked Damdok to follow them. Arriving at the second guild building in Korea, Damdok was stunned by the sheer size of the headquarters. However, although the leader called him, he himself went to the dungeon, which was recently discovered. But most likely, on the way there, he saw the news and urgently sent people for him. He didn't expect that Ju Soyul herself would come for him, because she would become the youngest head of the guild, and she paved the way to this position herself. There are only 3 7th-rank hunters in the country, including her. And in their time, when there were too many hunters, she gained recognition from the whole world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get him out of that chaos. People moved aside in front of her, as if they were guilty of something. Although this is on the contrary good, because Damdok wanted to calmly check something. Opening the status window, the system offered him newly unlocked abilities. He was offered a choice of titles that he could choose, which made the guy very happy. Damdok wanted to choose some cool title, but his dreams were immediately dashed. The selection was rather meager, and included various items such as the God of Fans, or the God of Decanters. He began scrolling down furiously to find some decent title. After an hour of searching, he was able to find the title of Sword God, which suited him perfectly. Once he confirmed his choice, the system awarded Damdok the title of God of Swords. At that very second, an unusual shining sphere appeared in front of him, hovering over his face. Then it slowly passed through his chest, and the boy was suddenly paralyzed. When it was all over, Damdok breathed a sigh of relief, because he had finally managed to find a normal title. Then he remembered the last time he lost consciousness, when he received his first talent. Suddenly, he received a notification that the power system had been unlocked, and he could choose the power of the Sword God. Damdok would finally be able to use the powers of the gods. And now he had a huge choice before him. However, even here, for some forces, there was not enough divine power. So the guy decided not to rush. Then he noticed that it was not the most effective and had the best starting abilities, and decided to choose it to start with. As his first force, he chose Intuition, which only at first glance seemed useless. His profile has been updated to reflect his new skills, and Intuition has been added to his abilities. Now his profile was like that of a real god, which noticeably pleased Damdok. He also developed new skills, which he decided to test later, because now he heard a knock on the door. At first he thought that Namgung had come, but he couldn't have returned from the underwater dungeon so quickly. He wondered who else might come for him, so he pulled the door handle towards himself. Damdok froze in surprise when he noticed Ju Soyul in front of him, her face completely devoid of emotion. She bowed her head and beckoned him over for a moment to tell him something. She then put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a red card, which the chief handed to Damdok. This is a pass to the guild. Now he can use all the amenities and training facilities. The guy was surprised that Namgung actually decided to take him in, after which he thanked the girl. He decided that Ju hadn't heard him, so he thanked her again, but again heard nothing in response. Now he felt very awkward, because he didn't know that she was so taciturn, and there was also something strange emanating from her. Just as he was about to say goodbye to her, Snow White suddenly jumped onto Ju's chest. Damdok was stunned, and immediately began to apologize, because she usually doesn't behave like this. The girl smiled faintly and assured him that everything was fine, starting to pet the cute little animal. The boy was surprised when Snow White began to eat from Ju's hands with pleasure, although she didn't even bat an eye at the hospital food. Suddenly, the question occurred to him as to what Ju had started feeding Snow White, and he immediately asked the question. The girl explained that this was a food supplement, because nuts are very beneficial for health. When the fox returned to Damdok's shoulder, Ju suddenly declared that she was glad to meet him. Returning to the sofa, the guy sighed tiredly and realized that it was strangely difficult to talk to her. However, Snow White liked her, because she even began to eat what Ju Soyul gave her without thinking. Suddenly, he remembered that Ju had said goodbye to Snow White, although he had not mentioned her name in front of her. Now this girl was even more of a mystery to him, which raised even more questions. Without thinking twice, he decided to search the internet for what to do if there was a stalker nearby. Damdok didn't know what to do with Ju, because no one would have thought that with her appearance, she could be a stalker. While he was thinking about this, the system began to bombard him with a bunch of notifications. The guy started to get annoyed by this, but then he noticed that new vacancies became available to him. As soon as he saw that all he had to do was take care of Cerberus and the payment would be double, Damdok immediately forgot about Ju. Without wasting any time, he quickly responded, even though no one else wanted to do the job. At that very second, he was transported to another world. But the guy had already begun to get used to such sudden teleportations. Suddenly, someone blinded him with a lamp, but when the guy saw the creature in front of him, he screamed in fear. Jumping to his feet, he began to look around and noticed that he was in a boat. The creature gave a voice and announced that he was not dead, but that it was the river Styx and that the dead moved along it. There is no way for the living to get here, But this guy somehow managed to get here. Damdok knew this river, and therefore concluded that the creature standing before him was the ferryman Karen. The guy smiled and explained that he had business there, after which he asked for help crossing the river. He needed to see Hades, when suddenly Karen got angry because the guy dared to pronounce his name. Damdok waved his hands and didn't know what else to call him, since he was the god of the underworld. Karen decided that the guy was tired of living, but he began to provoke him first. The carrier took the scythe in his hands and again asked the boy to leave, because many like him had died here. He wasn't the first hot-blooded low-level god, so this was his last chance to step back where he came from. But despite his warning, Damdok only grinned and showed him the middle finger. This angered Karen, who decided to kill him since the guy himself wanted it. However, these movements seemed slow to Damdok, which allowed him to easily dodge them. Karen decided to give him a beautiful death, and then the guy would take a ride on this boat to its destination. At this time, Snow White had already turned into a sword, and with a light movement of his hand, Damdok broke the blade of his scythe. Karen didn't understand where he got it from, but after that, the guy also took out Hercules' club. The ferryman immediately recognized the weapon in the human hands, who raised his hand against him and was crossing the river. His complaints were interrupted by a blow to the head with a club, and Damdok asked him to move faster. Karen decided to demand payment, but seeing the angry expression on the guy's face, he decided not to argue with him. After some time, when they reached the shore, Damdok thanked him with a smile. But as soon as the guy turned his back to him, Karen swung his scythe at him again, deciding to finish what he started. At that very moment, the intuition skill was activated, which helped Damdok dodge with ease. While the carrier was in shock, the boy was amazed at his new strength, as if his body had become faster than his thoughts. But returning to the situation, he decided that this would not do, and he should give Karen a thrashing. A few minutes later, Damdok stood on the shore, while Karen was in a deplorable state. Suddenly, a pleasant voice was heard from behind the trees, asking the guy if he had come, or if he was there to look after Cerberus. The smiling goddess of fertility and the kingdom of the dead, Persephone, addressed him. Her husband was so angry that no one responded. If it weren't for Damdok, she would have had to do it herself. The guy couldn't take his eyes off her beauty, but he politely introduced himself, remembering the goddess's name. The friendly girl decided to personally take him to his place of work so that he would not get lost. Cerberus is very far away, although they used to call him here, but Hades asked them not to do that anymore. Half of the contenders immediately ran away. It was worth seeing. So those who could cope with Karen can also overcome Cerberus. This was the first test, because in myths, Cerberus is a terrifying monster and is called the Turner of the Underworld. At first, Damdok started to get nervous, but then he remembered that he was the god of swords and Cerberus was just a dog. When they reached the place, a huge sleeping three-headed dog was before their eyes. Sensing a new scent, Cerberus woke up and headed towards Damdok, baring his teeth along the way. The boy felt his spirit leaving his body, and he remembered his employer's words that his dog didn't bite. Persephone became worried at the look on his face, but the boy assured her that everything was fine. Her husband wrote a list of safety precautions for him to read before starting work. Hades couldn't just send him straight to that monster without saying anything. Cerberus is usually affectionate, but during feeding, there is a high risk of injury. There were also many moments that required special attention, which stunned Damdok. Throwing away the sheet of paper, the boy realized that it clearly stated that he had to die. However, on the back there is also a daily schedule written, which must be accurate. The order only included breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a walk, but only in the underground kingdom. Unable to bear it any longer, the boy tore up the piece of paper, not understanding how he was supposed to walk it. Persephone herself was calm and fully understood that Damdok could refuse. But it is a little worried because the previous candidate escaped and Hades caught him. Now he is miserable in hell. He tore off his limbs, and you're so terrible that she can't even tell you anymore. Hearing this, Damdok quickly glued the piece of paper together, explaining that he was just trying to cheer himself up. First, he needed to feed Cerberus, but Persephone pointed to the cart where the nymphs were transporting meat. Having placed several huge pieces on his shoulders, the guy was ready to go to Cerberus. Now he had to throw these pieces to the dog one by one, but very carefully. He was just growling like that. But when he sees food, he seems to become an ordinary dog. The boy tried to tell him to sit, but he only covered him with sand, which made Persephone laugh. The girl laughed sincerely and remarked that this time they had an interesting worker. It was useless to give him commands because Cerberus only obeyed his husband, and it became clear why no one responded. Then Damdok decided to simplify things and grabbed a piece of meat, which he threw right in the dog's face. The first piece landed squarely in the middle head's face, causing the others to immediately start laughing. But at the same second, 2 other pieces flew into the rest of the heads, because it's not nice to laugh at your comrades. This visibly angered Cerberus, who rushed straight at the guy, who remained standing calmly in place. The dog couldn't do anything to him while on a leash, and he had calculated the length of the chain perfectly to keep a safe distance. But his confidence immediately vanished when the chain began to break and the Cerberus began to approach closer. Damdok realized he was in deep trouble when the angry dog loomed over him. Cerberus was about to literally devour him, but the boy deftly dodged the fanged mouth. Meanwhile, Persephone looked at the chain in surprise, because she didn't think that they could be broken. However, now was not the time for delight, so the guy grabbed her hand and ran quickly. This crazy dog is trying to bite him because of some innocent joke, and even managed to scratch him. Then he began to complain that they had strange chains that were so easy to break, although the girl herself had never seen anything like this before. Cerberus was quickly catching up with them, so Damdok suggested speeding up a bit. Persephone suggested that he stick with her, because she was the wife of the god of the kingdom of the dead, and as long as she was nearby, Cerberus would not touch him. But when the dog caught up with them, the girl was no longer so sure of this, and therefore became noticeably frightened. Damdok reacted instantly, after which he pushed Persephone away. He then pushed off the ground and flew into the air, transforming Snow White into a club. He tried to hit one of the heads, but immediately noticed a paw quickly approaching. The blow was so strong that it threw him several meters away, causing noticeable injuries. Damdok looked up and noticed Cerberus slowly approaching, who was beside himself with anger. Meanwhile, Persephone asked him to stay away from there, because if he fell into the river, they would catch him and eat him. However, after the blow, Damdok's head was all in a fog, and he couldn't hear what she was saying. The worried girl realized that he couldn't hear her and tried to figure out what to do. The goddess couldn't think of anything better to do than try to order Cerberus to sit. However, he completely ignored her, and the guy realized that he himself ended up becoming food for the dog he came to feed. He wasn't going to die so easily, so he pushed off the ground and flew backwards into the river. Damdok didn't expect the water to be so cold, and he couldn't even move a finger. He decided that he was dying, and everything that had happened to him, his whole life and work, was just a dream. There are still so many things he wants to buy from the god's shop, even though he hasn't bought anything yet. It felt like all his memories were fading away, like his life was flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, Damdok noticed Snow White and asked her not to follow him, because at least she had to survive. But the fox decided to wake up its owner by any means possible, and then bit him painfully on the nose. And when he came to, he noticed a huge number of hands behind him, which were about to drag him to the bottom. He had already begun to lose consciousness, but at that very second, Snow White began to transform into a hammer. The guy quickly came to his senses, after which he began waving the weapon, pushing the hands away from himself. Rising a little higher, he activated the dwarven hammer skill and struck at them. Pushing his hands away from himself, Damdok suddenly realized he couldn't breathe. He began to wave his arms furiously, and after a few seconds, he was able to get to the surface. Having managed to crawl out of the other world and reaching the shore, Damdok noticed the huge mouth of Cerberus in front of him. Before he could even think of anything, the boy felt that half of his body was already in the mouth. However, he did not feel any pain. It was the effect of the river Styx, which gave many immunities. For a full hour, Damdok was unable to be poisoned, stunned, or otherwise physically damaged. Then he remembered the legend that whoever plunges into the river Styx will become an invincible warrior. The goddess Thetis lowered her son into it, and only the child's heels, by which she held him, did not get wet. This is how the tale of Achilles' heel, which was known to absolutely every person on Earth, began. While Damdok was thinking that he was invincible, outside, Persephone looked in shock at the Cerberus with the guy in its mouth. She grabbed his leg and tried to pull him out, but the dog was not going to give her the toy. Realizing that the guy was impossible to live with, Cerberus spat him out onto the floor in displeasure. Persephone ran up to him worriedly, not noticing that he was still alive, but completely covered in drool. The girl couldn't understand how he survived after falling into the Styx, but he just climbed out. Damdok briefly explained that he simply swung his hammer, although the goddess had never heard of anything like that. While they were talking, the guy didn't notice how Cerberus came up behind him and grabbed his hand. Then the angry dog began to play with him, hitting him on the ground, under the dumbfounded gaze of Persephone. However, the guy didn't even pay attention to this because he didn't feel any pain at all. It was the first time Persephone had seen a lower-level god survive Cerberus's bite. She guessed that this was a blessing of immortality, and Damdok decided to take the puppy for a walk since he hadn't eaten lunch. Cerberus knew that everything was useless, but he still continued to growl, but this time out of despair. Then Damdok announced that if he continued, there would be no walk, and the dog simply turned away from him. It worked at the dog cafe where the guy used to work. But Cerberus is still different from ordinary dogs. But everything changed when he noticed that the three-headed dog presented him with his chain. While the boy was testing the strength of the chain, Persephone addressed him politely. Cerberus hadn't been walked for a long time, so she asked them to walk as slowly as possible. Damdok remembered that at the dog cafe, they nicknamed him the Puppy President. So it was nothing. But, contrary to his expectations, Cerberus took off on its own and ran forward. Right on the move, the system gave him the wind speed skill, as he ran for 3 minutes at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. At that very second, a surprised Persephone caught up with him, not understanding what the guy was doing. Running alongside him, she advised him to use divine power to strengthen his body. Damdok ignored her words at first, trying to figure out how she kept up with them. Until the very end, she didn't understand why the guy didn't use divine power. In fact, Damdok didn't know that it could be used because he initially considered it just statistics. He risked asking her how to do it, and Persephone was surprised that he didn't even know. She was so shocked that she even stopped while the guy was trying to figure out how to use it. But when she caught up with him again, she asked him to remember what he felt when he used power. During the battle with Karen, it activated on its own, and Damdok didn't even notice. He needed to remember the image, imagine that she was spreading over his body like water, and control it. When the guy began to feel something like this, he grabbed the chain tightly and pulled it towards himself. Persephone praised him, adding that he should focus his strength on the part of his body he wanted to strengthen. Damdok felt Cerberus begin to pull harder on the chain, so he decided to strengthen his hands. Then he pulled too hard, causing the three-headed dog to fly into the air. The goddess watched in shock as the huge dog fell on its back from such a great height. Damdok announced that they had had enough walking for today and were heading back. Seeing Cerberus's grin, the boy smiled and decided that he would do the wrong thing if he continued to resist. He then grabbed the chain tightly and began to drag the dog back while it continued to lie on the ground. Persephone was surprised to see that it was his first time using divine power, but he did it so well. However, the guy knew that the goddess was quite strong, but for some reason, she did not interfere. After all, even he, a god of a lower level, has the power to stop him, let alone a goddess. Then he decided to ask her about it directly, because he was sure that she could easily deal with him. As it turned out, the issue was about restrictions, and judging by the girl's face, this was a sore subject for her. Cerberus guards the underworld, preventing countless lost souls from returning to the mortal world. He also stops those who try to look in on them out of curiosity. It so happens that Persephone is one of those who wants to return to the world of the living. Persephone is limited in her actions here and can do nothing about Cerberus. All she can come into contact with are a couple of lesser gods that Hades allows into his abode. According to mythology, Hades kidnapped Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld because he was enchanted by her beauty. It's hard to imagine how much time she spent here in complete solitude and how unhappy she was. Damdok decided to put aside her heightened sense of justice because her husband is Hades, the brother of the greatest god Zeus. At that very moment, Snow White, who had been walking on her own all this time, spoke up. When she jumped on his shoulder, the guy immediately began to apologize for leaving. Sometime later, they reached the gate where their original journey began. Suddenly, Cerberus growled, and Damdok couldn't understand what had come over him. He follows the trail of the dead, and despite his appearance, he does his job well. And as soon as the guy puts the chain back on, his tasks for the morning will be completed. This Hades is a real stubborn guy, since he trained the dog to follow the gods. Damdok didn't understand why he needed to hold on to a dog that only obeyed him. Suddenly, the power of intuition was activated, and he noticed that there was something inside. Persephone announced that the morning's chores were over and suggested getting ready for the day, but then her face twisted in shock when she noticed the guy breaking the rock. Damdok smiled guiltily because it seemed to him that there was something valuable inside. Eventually, he found Cerberus's collar, which would now make the dog obey his commands. The goddess frowned, trying to understand why her husband had hidden it here. She searched everywhere, but couldn't find him. so she wondered how Damdok managed to do it. He blamed everything on intuition, after which he began asking with interest about the collar. Cerberus is a symbol of the underworld, and to rule him is to rule the whole place. Although at first glance it looks like a very ordinary collar, the guy felt that he couldn't use it because it belonged to Hades, although thanks to him, the work would be easier. Persephone, lost in thought, suggested that it didn't matter, which pleased Damdok. Hades said he would let her try training Cerberus if she could actually find it. It was clear that she had a lot of pent-up feelings towards Hades, but the guy couldn't pass up the opportunity to make his life easier. He then turned to the dog, offering to put a collar on him, for which he received a displeased look. Cerberus should have realized by now that he couldn't compete with Damdok, so it was better to listen. After a while, he finally managed to put the collar on. But it would have been wonderful if the dog had been so docile from the very beginning. Deciding to have a little fun, the guy began giving the dog various commands, which he followed faithfully. When he realized that the collar really worked, he saw that there was something cute about Cerberus too. This was for him because he bit and dragged him along the ground, and now he will sit in the corner and think about his behavior. At this rate, this job would really be very easy, which made the guy laugh contentedly. Suddenly, Persephone addressed him, and Damdok joyfully declared that the dog was now listening to them. However, he did not have time to finish, as the goddess whispered a spell, touching his cheek. The guy immediately began to feel sleepy, causing him to slowly drop to his knees. Hades gave Cerberus 2 orders. The first was to watch for the dead who were trying to escape from the underworld, and the second is to watch over her. The goddess granted him sweet dreams and promised to return before her husband arrived. Slowly falling asleep, Damdok realized that for Hades, the most important thing was not the underworld. Sometime later, Damdok opened his eyes and noticed Snow White next to it. Then he suddenly jumped up from his place and began to look around, not finding Persephone nearby. He realized that he was finished, but decided to check how long he had been sleeping and noticed that there were 5 minutes left until the end of the River Styx effect. It wasn't that long, so he ordered Cerberus to guard the gates while he ran off to find Persephone. Previously, the goddess could not leave the underworld because of Cerberus, but now everything has changed. If it becomes known that she ran away because of Damdok, Hades will personally beat the nonsense out of him. The guy tried to figure out how far she had gone because he had to find her and take her back as quickly as possible. He suddenly remembered that he had recently obtained a new wind speed skill and immediately activated it. His speed increased many times over, allowing him to cover a great distance in a few seconds. He then decided to try activating the skill while using divine power. A little later, stopping near the cliff, he noticed Persephone standing in the boat. Suddenly, the girl heard some sound nearby and began to look around. At first, she assumed that she had run over a rock, but at that very second, Damdok emerged from under the water, greatly frightening her. His whole appearance indicated that he was dissatisfied. It is known that even a dead man is not allowed to cross a river. He sternly demanded an explanation, and Persephone replied that she simply really wanted to see her mother. At that very second, Damdok remembered his mother, after which he calmed down a little. The goddess asked him not to worry, because her husband would only return in 2 days, and added that he was the first one to catch her. While they were talking, they didn't notice that the boat hit a rock and a crack appeared along it. It was doubtful that the boat would withstand them, and the river effect at Damdok ended after 15 seconds. Deciding they had no choice, the boy dove into the river and grabbed the boat, asking Persephone to hold on tight. Sometime later, they successfully reached the shore and stood at the entrance to the cave. Feeling freedom, the goddess immediately broke into a smile, which cannot be said about Damdok. The guy then asked her to promise him that they would return immediately after she saw her mother. In response to this, the goddess smiled, because, as she had already said, she had never been caught before. However, Damdok would definitely be dead if she was caught, so Persephone suggested that he go with her. She led him to the entrance of the cave, and the guy wondered why all the Greek gods lived in places like this. Meanwhile, Demeter, who was sitting alone on a chair, turned her head in surprise upon hearing her daughter's voice. The goddess of fertility could not understand what was happening when she saw Persephone and the young man next to her. Then she ran up to the girl, whom she recognized as her daughter, since they had not seen each other for a very long time. Looking at the reunion scene, Damdok felt like he was here, like a fifth leg to a dog. Suddenly, he noticed a flower under his feet. Although in myths, the earth saw it from Demeter's grief for her daughter. If we talk about their world, we can say that winter began, and Damdok decided to leave them alone. Persephone was surprised that he wouldn't follow her, and the guy suggested that they meet by the river at 8. The goddess smiled and thanked him, after which she sank back into her mother's arms. When the time came to sail, Damdok stood near the boat and heard quiet footsteps next to him. At first, he assumed that Persephone had returned, but suddenly froze when he noticed the man. Hades came out to him, noticed the impudent man who had come to him for a part-time job, and then began asking about his wife. At that very second, the intuition skill was activated, which began to warn of danger and death. Damdok began to tremble from just their words, but most importantly, he could not understand why Hades was already here. God didn't expect that someone like him would be able to find Cerberus's collar and help Persephone escape, but now it didn't matter, because Hades was already ready to touch the guy and kill him. At that very moment, Persephone came to his aid and hastened to stop her husband. He himself constantly told the workers to try to find the collar, which the guy successfully accomplished. And now she couldn't understand his anger, since his demands had been met. Hades cleared his throat, agreeing with that, but running off without saying a word was a bit much. However, the goddess did not run away. She simply stepped away for a while, saw her mother, and returned. Persephone's displeasure upset Hades because she did not want to tell him every little thing. Looking at this picture, Damdok could not believe that this girl was able to pin down Hades. She still had something to tell him, but she decided to continue in the underworld. She then pulled a box out of the portal and handed it to the guy, stating that it was his bonus. He did an excellent job, so she decided to give him a gift. She will take care of the payment, so she asked not to send a complaint to the system, and also asked not to hang around here anymore. With a wave of her hand, she teleported Damdok to the world of the living, leaving her alone with Hades. Returning to his world, Damdok was shocked to try to count how many times he had already almost died at his part-time job. Then a box caught his attention. Persephone said it was a prize, and he took it without thinking. Looking inside, he was surprised to find the forbidden fruit and the golden apple. The first granted the ability to distinguish good from evil, and the second granted eternal youth. It's impossible. With its help, Mom can be healed, but it is unknown whether people can eat the fruits of the gods. Carefully taking the forbidden fruit in his hand, Damdok doubted whether he should eat it. A little later at the hospital, the doctor couldn't believe that all of the woman's cancer cells had simply disappeared. He could not find an explanation for this in modern medicine, since such a thing had never happened before. Damdok's mother started to cry, and the boy said with a smile that there was only happiness ahead. The golden apple worked, but he decided not to peel it. Otherwise, the whole effect would suddenly disappear. The doctors say she's ready to be discharged, so they can go home now. After leaving the hospital, they immediately caught a taxi, after which Damdok gave the address of the house. The taxi driver clarified that to get there, you would have to make a big circle, so it would look strange since there is a shortcut. It was clear that they hadn't heard yet, but there was complete chaos going on there now. The news was all about it, so the taxi driver turned up the radio. The news reported that a dungeon had formed, and the evacuation of citizens is currently ongoing. Guilds and individual hunters were called to the scene, but traffic jams are making their journey difficult. At that very second, Mom announced that she would get there alone, and he could go and help them. They need him there, and she can't wait for him to be shown on TV again. She would keep an eye on him from the other side of the screen, but still asked him to be careful. Damdok noticed a tall tower not far from him and decided that there would be a lot of work today. First, he looked into the god's shop, but noticed that his salary had not yet arrived. Suddenly, the guy noticed that his title had changed to Cerberus Tamer, and now he could command dogs. Damdok was surprised at first, imagining himself as an ordinary dog handler who did not inspire fear. Suddenly, one of the journalists asked for a comment, and the guy tried to brush it off. But then he noticed that all the cameras were focused on Ju Soyul, who had also arrived at the scene. Damdok immediately felt awkward because they were not addressing him, but as a girl. She briefly stated that their guild, Sangun, would, as usual, give it their all. The guy watched in surprise as she simply began to ignore everyone, not wanting to give an interview. Pulling his cap over his head, he decided that he didn't have time for this and needed to catch up with her. Inside the dungeon, a group of hunters noticed that the monsters were hiding quite deep. However, what a sudden attack could come from a hound? It's just a bunch of overgrown dogs. Some hunters began to argue among themselves, because last time they brought them a lot of problems. Ju Soil suddenly interrupted their discussion as she felt something. The others immediately switched to whispers, realizing that shouting at first was too loud. The red-haired guy watched the commander with surprise, because she usually behaves differently. She's not much of a talker, but she doesn't usually get angry over such nonsense, so she must have seen something. Peering into the depths of the dark corridor, the girl announced that they were coming, ordering everyone to get ready. A few seconds later, a huge pack of angry dogs came out to meet them. All the hunters literally froze. This did not mean that something like this would happen here. In front of them stood deadly hounds. The slightest bite of their poisonous fangs, and in 10 minutes, you are a corpse. While the others were trembling in fear, Ju confidently took out her dagger, noticing what kind of troublesome guys had come to see them. Anyone who was not strong in close combat had to retreat back and cover everyone from the rear. Suddenly, they heard mockery directed at her, and one of the subordinates decided that it was one of the hunters. However, the guy pointed out that the sound was coming from the hounds, so everyone turned their attention to the dogs. They were surprised to discover the silhouette of a man, and the dogs seemed to be protecting him. The hunters were stunned that the boy was able to tame the deadly hounds, and they did not know who their opponent was. The red-haired boy stood in front of Ju and pointed his sword at Damdok, wanting to know who he was. Stepping forward, the guy asked with a smile to lower the sword, as the dog was scared. Suddenly, he activated wind speed and rushed straight at the girl. Everyone thought he wanted to attack her, but Damdok hit the dog behind her and began scolding her. Thanks to his title of Cerberus Tamer, he had 32 dogs under his command that followed him. Damdok noticed an unusual bracelet on Ju's arm, and then announced that they had met again. Taking a closer look at the bracelet, the guy remembered that Persephone had exactly the same one. When he wanted to ask where she got the bracelet, Ju said that it was too much trouble and there were too many spectators. At first, the guy didn't understand what they were talking about, but then he realized that he was standing on one knee and holding her hand. Damdok began to make excuses, but the girls under his command had already started taking photos of them. Suddenly, sensing something, the boy gave the order to 10 dogs to search the area, and the rest would help. Just a couple of seconds later, one of the dogs found a red crystal, and Damdok immediately praised it. The hunters were literally in shock watching this picture, and it all seemed like a dream. Noticing the hound's extraordinary obedience, Ju approached the boy and asked where he got this ability. Damdok was surprised, because it is believed that abilities are inherited from birth, but she found out that he got it somewhere. So he tried to convince her that he was born with her, after which he decided to ask the question about the bracelet again. Ju didn't understand the point of the question, because it was her bracelet, and why would she wear it if it was someone else's thing? But Damdok was not satisfied with this answer, and he began to ask where she bought it. This unique antique design is the same as the friendship bracelet Persephone told him about. However, the question remained as to why he was with Ju Soyul, since he thought she was just a creepy stalker. Damdok should have known who or what she was, but the girl simply bought it online. Having used the forbidden fruit that distinguished truth from lies, it was clear that she was not lying. Then Ju offered to send him the link if he liked it so much, and that was also true. Damdok became noticeably nervous, after which he justified himself by saying that he had just wanted one like that for himself. The female subordinates introduced the guy with a woman's bracelet, after which they immediately grimaced. They started loudly discussing that this guy was into girls' bracelets, and he approached the commander about it. Damdok realized that he had completely lost his mind with these trips, and now everyone would think he was a pervert. His image was slowly coming to an end, but then he decided to turn their attention to something else. He then decided to find out how she knew Snow White's name, assuming that she had pierced it. Ju recalled the incident with an indifferent expression, but it turned out that she had simply heard it from others. Near the gate, someone called her name, and the forbidden fruit confirmed her words were true. It turns out that all this time, he behaved like a madman, because he himself understood everything incorrectly. While he was thinking about this, an explosion was heard next to them, and a huge, red-skinned monster came out to them. He declared that the weaklings who had set foot here had brought themselves to certain death, which would atone for their crime. But before he could come to an agreement, at that very second, the fist of an angry Damdok flew into his face. The hunters couldn't believe their eyes that the guy had beaten the boss so easily and dealt with him single-handedly. Then he approached the red-haired guy and asked him to keep the fact that he was in this dungeon a secret. And also, everything he said earlier is also a secret. The frightened hunter immediately agreed. Watching Damdok's strange behavior, Ju Soyul slowly turned her gaze to her bracelet. Sometime later, a girl emerged from the dungeon along with her subordinates. While journalists were trying to interview her, Damdok tried to slip past unnoticed from behind. Ju, as the person in charge, was glad that no one in the squad was harmed during the execution of the plan. The guy himself didn't know, but if he wanted to work as a hunter, he had to pass an official test. Since hunters are people who possess many abilities and great power, guilds must manage them. Since he is not an official hunter, it cannot be denied that he invaded the dungeon and the gate. If public opinion were to deteriorate again because of something like this, his divine powers might indeed be diminished. So he decided to leave it to Ms. Ju and quickly get out of there. But he suddenly ran into a man. To his surprise, the guy recognized him, not smiling, and asked why such a talentless little bug was crawling around here. When the people standing nearby heard Damdok's name, they immediately turned their gaze to him. They were surprised that the man called him untalented, because everything was completely the opposite. The guy looked at his interlocutor with displeasure, deciding to find out who had said his name. And at that very moment, he recognized Chun, with whom he was not on the best of terms. This man ruined his school years and was himself a scoundrel from a rich family. Damdok always believed that the world was not ruled by gods, but by these people with full pockets. But now, everything has changed. And this time, the guy is going to surpass them. Smiling, he noticed that Chun had not changed, as before allowing himself to say all sorts of rude things. The interlocutor was surprised, because he was sure that Damdok had gained confidence only because he had become a little famous. From what he saw on the news, he had cleared out some kind of dungeon with a labyrinth and destroyed the gate. However, something didn't add up. He had absolutely no talent. So Chan suggested that he come up with something more interesting. People watched in amazement as the smug guy insulted Damdok in front of everyone. But at that very second, they realized that this was really a lie, and they couldn't find it on the hunter's website. But suddenly, Ju decided to resolve the situation, standing between them and snatching the cap from Chan's hands. After returning the cap to Damdok, the girl heard a surprised question about her defending a talentless piece of trash. However, just because someone has no talent doesn't make them trash. So she suggested that he take responsibility for his words. Pointing his finger at Damdok, Chun loudly declared that he knew him very well, and that he was simply an idiot and a good-for-nothing. He noticed that Ju was staring at him. The guy was trying to understand what she wanted from him, perhaps for him to prove himself. At that very second, Damdok did a high backflip and landed on the car, stunning his old acquaintance. However, he still did not believe that he could have talent, continuing to insult him. Realizing that chatting with him was a waste of time, the guy decided to simply leave silently. After the incident with Chun, Damdok realized that he needed to become a hunter as soon as possible. Luckily, he heard that the inspection would be held on Dokdo Island, so he decided to go there. Going outside, he noticed a car in front of him. Although he thought he could get there quietly and calmly on his own. Ju was driving, and having learned that he was going to check on the hunters, offered to give him a ride. When they got there, the guy thanked her with a smile, because he had arrived in comfort. Damdok noticed the vast lands for testing hunters, but then noticed that the girl had come all the way here with him. He didn't understand how the successor of the guild could be so careless. But Ju explained that she was free today. She communicated with him informally, because he was the same age as Chan. So she offered to be friends. The forbidden fruit confirmed her words, so the guy agreed with surprise. At that very moment, his number and the location of the physical fitness exam were announced over the loudspeaker. Damdok decided to leave Snow White with Ju, since she was not doing anything suspicious, but only feeding seeds in the forest. After some time, he was asked to note that only the equipment provided could be used for the test. Once under the bar, he decided to start by strengthening his lower body. But suddenly, he was told that his number had increased difficulty and maximum settings. He couldn't believe that this was called a simple physical fitness test. But suddenly, he heard Chun's familiar voice. He advised the guy to hurry, otherwise he would be automatically disqualified if he performed the exercises even once. Initially, Damdok wanted to calmly get his license and get out of there, but it looks like he'll have to work harder. After activating the divine power, he began to do exercises, and the strength of his lower body reached level 6. The same thing happened with the upper, core strength and speed, and Chan couldn't believe his eyes. Then he grabbed the examiner by the lapels and asked him to stop it. But this could only happen in the event of a mistake. Damdok took the basic aptitude test and scored quite high. When this was finished, he was asked to proceed to the next room for testing. The man, standing on the platform, sincerely congratulated all future hunters on successfully completing their first test. This time, the quality needed to become a hunter will be tested. Team Spirit. They are only allowed to use the equipment provided, and killing monsters from other groups will not affect the results. The platform they were standing on suddenly began to move, and they noticed monsters below. These were amphibian-like monsters that immediately took off and began to attack the hunters. One of the amphibians knocked the hunter to the ground, but Damdok immediately came to his aid. Having decided to take this side, he threw the enemy's sword aside, after which he decided to counterattack. Having struck the monster in the chest, the guy threw it back several meters, making sure that it was dead. Suddenly, he heard cries for help. I noticed how two hunters could not cope with the amphibian. Damdok ran there at full speed, destroying other monsters along the way. The others couldn't believe that number 1117 had killed them all single-handedly, and thanks to him, they were able to pass the test with ease. Watching his failure, Chan poured some strange liquid into the fallen monster's mouth. The system reported that murderous intent had been detected, and the monster immediately attacked the guy from behind. He barely managed to raise his sword to defend himself from the attack, but managed to avoid taking any damage. The frightened huntress reported that one of the amphibians was still alive and looked much more dangerous than the others. With a sharp leap, the amphibian quickly reached the huntress and grabbed her by the face, trampling her into the ground. The next second, the monster managed to deal with the rest of the hunters. Damdok was stunned by this turn of events because all the participants except him failed the test. He couldn't score any points without his teammates, but he had to keep going. The guy immediately realized that this was all the work of Chongchun, who advised him to play at his level. This man did this only to set him up, without sparing the others. Chon watched in surprise as the boy walked forward, surprised that he wasn't going to give up. Damdok asked him to shut up, after which he began to concentrate his divine power. Even alone, he decided to go through and become a great hunter, no matter what. He cut off the head of the dangerous monster, and then easily dealt with the monsters of the other groups. Even if he can't get points for teamwork, he can still get individual points. So the guy should have definitely earned about 200 of the 100 required points. But just as they were about to announce the results of the second test, the loudspeaker asked everyone to take refuge in the nearest shelter. A huge tsunami was spotted near Dokdo Island and is moving in that direction. Looking up, Damdok decided to see for himself what was going on there, and perhaps help with it. Jumping onto the platform next to Chan, he pushed off from it and climbed up, although even Chan warned that it was dangerous. The guy was shocked to discover that a huge wave had punched a hole in the wall, and at this rate, everyone here could die. Meanwhile, the hunters began to come to their senses and run away, seeing the dangerous elements. Suddenly, Damdok's salary was credited, and Persephone apologized for the delay. The guy immediately started looking for something useful in the store, and suddenly came across a wave splitter. At that very moment, Snow White ran up to him, dragging his cloak back to him in her teeth. At first, he wondered where Ju had gone, but when the wave began to break through, he decided to think about it later. Snow White quickly transformed into a sword, and Damdok activated the wave divider skill. With one strong and sharp movement, the guy swung his sword, cutting the wave in half. At first, he was glad that everything had worked out, but then it was announced that a second wave would hit soon. All test participants were required to immediately go to the nearest shelter. But Damdok was in no hurry. He just wondered if he had enough strength to stop another tsunami, since he had already spent too much strength. Suddenly, an urgent notice arrived, asking for a team to repair the underwater palace. This is why tsunamis have occurred in the human world, and they will only stop if repairs are made. Picking up his cloak from the floor, the boy began to remember that the dwarves had stolen his things, and Persephone had run away at the first opportunity. This was already starting to bother him a little, because the gods turned out to be much more problematic than he thought. However, if he wanted to live, he had to go. So he accepted the job offer. A few seconds later, the guy teleported to the underwater city, stopping in front of the statue. Suddenly, Damdok heard a familiar voice behind him, and turning around, saw Hephaestus. God patted him on the head with a smile, because he knew that they would soon meet again. Then he noticed that the moon fox had grown noticeably, but he liked Hephaestus's touches. The man was upset that the fox did not like him, but Damdok explained that Snow White was very shy. It was a little strange, because he had always been affectionate with Jusoyul, but now the boys were interested in what brought Hephaestus here. As it turned out, the repairman could not stand aside under any circumstances, and they needed help. However, before they began, the man decided to explain how things were. He pointed to the broken wall, which was causing the water to leak into the human world. For them, it's a small hole in the pool, but for people, it becomes a powerful tsunami. And the barricade was destroyed by the gates that Hephaestus pointed to. And it was from them that all the headache came. No matter how many times they get rid of them, the gates still appear again. Damdok was stunned that it was not the gods who created the gates, although they were the same as the dungeons. Snow White also began to act strangely, pressing her paw on Damdok's cheek. She tried to point to the area around the gate, from which a huge tornado immediately appeared. The guy still couldn't get used to the fact that the world of gods didn't give him any rest. Hephaestus asked him to hold on to something, because if he was sucked into the gate, that would be the end. However, Snow White was unable to stay on the boy's shoulder, causing her to be lifted into the air. At that very moment, Hephaestus began to concentrate divine power, creating a huge hand from the portal. He managed to stop the tornado, but monsters immediately began to emerge from the gate. Damdok continued to be amazed that even in the world of the gods, waves of monsters were breaking through the gates. Hephaestus created a portal and gave the boy a sword to deal with the enemies while he blocked the gate. He thought it would be just regular renovation work, but at least it would be interesting. While dealing with the monsters, the guy declared that he definitely needed a bonus for this. But at that very second, the intuition skill was activated, which allowed Damdok to dodge the sudden attack. It was surprising because he dealt damage with divine power, but the monster survived it calmly. Moreover, this creature was talking, and he was going to tear the spawn of Olympus to pieces. He was used to the fact that the monsters from the gates were supposed to be weak, but now it could be dangerous for him. Suddenly, he turned his head and discovered exactly the same monsters, who began to attack those who came out of the gate. It was hard to believe that they were fighting each other. It must be a reinforcement group from Poseidon. Damdok was afraid, thinking that he would have to fight them alone, and they all seemed to be quite strong. At that very moment, he repelled the attack from behind, realizing that if he did not fight alone, then everything would become feasible. Why did he start fighting one specific opponent, inflicting vertical and horizontal cuts on him? It was no coincidence that he didn't hit him the first time. Even using divine power, he caused a few scratches. The monster was already tired of having fun with him, so he swung his fists and told him to die. Grabbing the sword tighter, Damdok leaned down and prepared to attack him with his strongest attack. Using the wave splitter, the guy swung his blade, hitting a bunch of other monsters along the way. He was pleased with what he had done, as he was able to kill several monsters at once with one blow. Another wave of monsters immediately headed towards him, but he was unable to use the wave attack again. He started to yell at the sword with displeasure, although the problem was that he didn't have enough talent points. One of the monsters was about to strike, and the frightened Damdok decided to surrender. But at that very second, bullets began flying towards the monsters, which they unsuccessfully dodged. The guy immediately heard a familiar voice, and Fire Fist announced that the fish would be better fried. He then threw a grenade towards them, creating an epic explosion for his appearance. Seeing the gnomes, one of the sponsors rushed forward to attack him, insulting him along the way. He, in turn, held a pistol in front of him, ordering the enemy to attack. However, the monster turned out to be smarter and threw a stone towards the pistol and attacked in a jump. The blow was so strong that it threw the gnome several meters away and slammed him into the wall. Then Fire Fist couldn't take it anymore, so he grabbed his hammer, deciding to deal with him himself. One blow was enough to slam the monster into the ground and interrupt its chatter. Damdok immediately remembered how he fell into the sticks and accidentally used this very hammer. He then opened the status window and looked up the Dwarven Hammer skill to learn more about it. It didn't require a lot of skill points, so it could be used quite often. While the guy was figuring out the skill, the monster behind him grabbed one of the dwarves by the throat. Without wasting any time, Damdok rushed at him with his sword in hand, deciding to use the dwarf's hammer. However, the skill was cancelled because it could only be used with top-tier weapons. This second was enough for the monster to wave his hand and throw the guy away. The skill didn't work because he didn't have a blunt weapon, and Snow White wasn't at hand right now. Suddenly, he looked at his fist and guessed that it might be a blunt weapon. If he has SS-level combat skill, then he can use the dwarf hammer bare-handed. At this time, the monster was beating the dwarf with all his might, who could do nothing to resist him. Damdok had no time to doubt, so he decided to trust his fighting skill. He then rushed forward to save his comrade from certain death. He swung his fist and tried to hit the monster in the chest, but it quickly intercepted his hand. However, the guy didn't lose his head and used the dwarf's hammer, slamming the monster into the ground. The system announced that Dwarven Hammer had been converted to Dwarven Hammer Strike, and its level had increased. At that very second, Snow White ran up to him and joyfully jumped into his arms. Now Damdok was counting on her a lot, and the fox quickly transformed into fighting gloves. Rushing from the spot, the guy began to quickly and confidently attack the remaining monsters. Having caught his wounded comrade, the monster watched the unfolding events in shock. However, Damdok had already managed to reach them, swinging his fists to attack. After a couple of minutes, Damdok thought that all the problems were solved. But the gate began to emit a sudden surge of power. When asked what was happening, Hephaestus explained that he could no longer control the gates. A tornado emerged from the gate again and began to suck in all the fallen monsters. There will be a breakthrough and an energy storm now. At this rate, they will all be sucked in. Looking up, the guy noticed that even the exhausted Hephaestus had managed to be sucked into the gate. Suddenly, the system announced that an extremely powerful aura had been detected. The system literally screamed about danger, while a rather powerful creature appeared from the gate. Damdok was overcome with fear when the monster noticed how much fun they were having with his subordinates. The remaining monsters began to shout with delight that Lord Poseidon had stopped the whirlpool. However, Damdok couldn't believe that this chilling aura directly belonged to Poseidon. The others noticed it too, because if you look closely, he looks a little different. It's an unsettling feeling, and this threatening pattern is the same as on the water gates. But what's more important now is that the guy's gut instinct tells him he's damn dangerous. Then Poseidon raised his trident above himself, and a purple sphere appeared at its tip. At that very second, rays began to appear from this sphere, destroying the monsters one after another. When the water began to change color to red, the monster burst into hysterical laughter. Looking at him, the boy realized that he was a monster that he would never be able to defeat. At that very moment, Poseidon noticed that someone had managed to survive his attack. He then pointed the trident at the guy, firing another beam, but Damdok successfully dodged it. He almost caught him, but the guy was already ready to use the speed of the wind to become as fast as possible. But to his surprise, Poseidon was much faster and was already in front of his face. Pointing the trident at his forehead, the monster commanded the Olympian scum to die quickly. When Damdok thought he was finished, someone suddenly came to his aid and deflected the blow. Then he noticed another being standing right in front of him and called Neptune a mere fake. After all, he thought that he could just lock him, Poseidon, away forever. Neptune tried to claim that he was also a god, but at that very moment, he received a punch in the face. The name Neptune, which he now bears, originally belonged to Poseidon. He swung again, but it was because Neptune dared to impersonate him. Then the brother decided to play dirty, grabbing Poseidon by the hair and pulling it. It never occurred to Damdok that one day he would witness a battle between gods of the highest level. However, all his expectations were dashed when he noticed that they were fighting like children, which did not look majestic. The brothers continued to quarrel and insult each other, intending to destroy each other. Neptune knew that this was empty talk, because this was already Poseidon's 78th attempt. But today, he hired a stunning god to put an end to this once and for all. Damdok became curious about what kind of god Poseidon himself could personally hire, and how cool he was. At that very moment, Hephaestus began to appear from the gates, and it was obvious that the battle would take a different turn. However, he was completely exhausted, even though he had dealt with all of Neptune's subordinates, and his body ached after the long battle. Damdok looked at him in bewilderment, trying to figure out if he could handle it. But suddenly, Hephaestus smiled and said that he was counting on them, and 3 people came out of the portal. Among them was a huge monster, a short wizard, and someone Damdok had never expected to see. Ju Soyul. With a light swing of her dagger, the girl destroyed the core that held the gate open. Neptune became visibly angry when they destroyed not only his servants, but also his home. Damdok immediately warned Ju that this attack from God was very dangerous. However, the girl remained standing in place and only bowed her head, thereby avoiding the attack. At that very second, she soared into the air and began to unleash a series of attacks with incredible speed. This had no effect on Neptune, who wanted to grab her, but Damdok immediately came to her aid. His intuition wavers, so his body acts on its own, but he was able to save her in time. However, this did not weaken the anger of Neptune, who pointed his trident in his direction, wanting to kill him. Ju deftly grabbed him by the collar and pulled him towards herself, saving him from death. At that very second, the girl's comrades, who had been standing aside until then, went on the attack. The huge monster merely distracted with his fists, while the wizard began to cast a spell. While the battle was going on, Ju suddenly asked the guy why he was interfering unnecessarily. Damdok just wanted to help, but the girl said that something like that wouldn't bother her. The guy was genuinely irritated that this was true, but he couldn't fully admit it. Ju noticed that he had become faster than before, but Neptune was already in an unstable state. Hearing her comments about speed, Damdok again wondered who she was. The girl saw from his face that he had a lot of questions and decided to tell him everything as soon as it was over. Then she threw a bottle of potion into his hand, which the guy did not drop. Ju asked him to drink it, and keep in mind that he was the one who had to interrupt Neptune's last breath. He expected to hear a more detailed explanation, but the girl had already rushed into the attack. To Damdok, it all seemed like madness, and he didn't understand what it all meant. At this time, Ju Soyul began waving the dagger in front of Neptune again, trying to damage him. It was obvious that it was useless, but her comrades immediately came to her aid. The huge monster was able to land a blow on him that pinned the god to the ground, temporarily knocking him out. The wizard who approached him wanted to cast a spell, but did not have time. Neptune quickly came to his senses, after which he grabbed the poor fellow by the face and trampled him into the ground. The monster wanted to help him. However, the god's anger helped push the opponent away. Damdok watched in shock as Neptune single-handedly scattered the gods in an instant. Moreover, Ju wants him to deal with this monster, which is clearly out of control. Just a few days ago, he was a nobody, even though he was a low-level god now. But how could he defeat someone like him? At that very moment, Neptune's anger shifted to Damdok, who had previously dared to interfere with him. As he watched the huge sphere fly towards him, he suddenly felt a push from Ju Soyul. Instead, a girl was hit and received multiple wounds and injuries. Forgetting about the guy, he then walked up to Ju and brazenly stepped on her until she was unable to move. She could have easily escaped and stayed alive, but she thought that something would work if it saved Damdok. However, the girl was sure that the guy was much more incredible than he seemed at first glance. Ultimately, Neptune will die at the hands of the low-ranking god he so underestimates and despises. Damdok himself could not believe her words, because he knew that he could do nothing against this monster. Suddenly, Ju smiled tenderly and said that he could do anything because she believed in him. People born with worthy talent live in the same place as others, but their world is completely different. But there was one person, his mother. She thought that talent was not so important and believed that he would succeed. Damdok tried his best to keep up with those with talent. But then something happened. On the day they found themselves in debt because of his uncles, the only person who believed in him was his mother. Then he realized that this man's trust was only a consolation to remove the guilt from himself and his child. What he felt then was not anger or sadness. The first thing he felt then was relief. He has no one to disappoint because no one believes in him, which is why the guy has developed self-loathing. This feeling haunted him for the rest of his life, and he managed to forget what it was like when someone believed in you. He had already run away once, but then he had nothing. But now, everything is different. Now he has people who believe in him, and thanks to this, the blessing spreads throughout his body. After drinking the potion given to him by Ju, Damdok realized that it was not without reason that he felt that this girl was strange. This time, he decided not to run away at any cost. Instead, he picked up Ju and carried her to a safe distance. The guy asked her to rest while he quickly finished. But at that moment, Neptune decided to attack him from behind. Snow White quickly transformed into a sword, the sharpest of which immediately appeared in front of the god's eye. Damdok is literally overflowing with strength, and now everything could very well work out. However, Neptune asked him not to be arrogant because he only became a little stronger, but this would not help him. The guy was sure that he had become stronger, but there was still a huge difference between them. But even if this is so, he can no longer retreat, and therefore decided to fight to the last. He managed to damage Neptune, after which he began to move even faster, continuing to beat the god. He hit him without stopping, not giving him time to breathe, and his body accelerated more and more. Neptune started bleeding, so he suddenly grabbed the guy and pulled him towards himself, starting to create a sphere. Damdok reacted instantly and pressed on his stomach, disrupting the trajectory of the attack, and pushed himself away from him. However, this did not stop the monster, who decided to put an end to everything this time. The guy visibly tensed up, but Snow White came to his aid, transforming into a shield. Realizing that the attack had failed, Neptune grabbed the trident, confident that his attempts would not change anything. But, to everyone's surprise, Poseidon entered the battle, creating a water dragon and strengthening it along the way. The huge snake immediately rushed at Neptune, trapping him in its mouth, causing a huge explosion. This attack caused quite serious damage to the god, but he was still alive. He decided that he had had enough and that they would all die together, and then began to create a new sphere. Meanwhile, Damdok decided to put all his divine power into strengthening the wave cut. Faith does not prove truth, but a guy who has received sincere trust for the first time cannot trample all the expectations of this person. Having dealt the decisive blow, the system congratulated him on his victory over the forgotten god, and the unknown goddess was very pleased with his fight. The conditions for the final blow progression were also met, allowing him to absorb the power of the forgotten god Neptune. Snow White was also able to increase her level, but Damdok didn't care about that now because he had spent a lot of energy. When the guy realized that he had succeeded, he immediately collapsed, losing consciousness. Sometime later, the boy woke up and was surprised to notice that he was in front of Poseidon's throne. His wounds were healed, his clothes were returned to their original state, but his hands were bound with a chain. First of all, the god thanked him for his victory over Neptune, but decided to ask him one question. Thanks to the fact that he dealt with Neptune, most of the powers returned to the god. However, because he dealt the final blow, some of the power transferred directly to him. Thanks to this power, one can establish order in the world, but also create chaos. The guy's intuition told him that the target was emitting malice. The question was what he was going to do with this power. Poseidon's eye saw right through him. He was testing him now, so clumsy lies wouldn't work. More likely, he's going to kill him if he answers incorrectly. Damdok didn't kill Neptune for power, but he uses it to become stronger and become a god recognized by everyone. Poseidon repeated his words and suddenly noticed that he was looking at his former self. These were quite sincere words, as if he were looking into the soul of a newborn god. Having destroyed the cursed gates and met such a smart god, there is no reason not to celebrate today. So Poseidon stood up from his seat and loudly announced to everyone that they were going to throw a huge party. Sometime later, Damdok was released and walked around the hall where he noticed a lonely Ju Soyul. He quickly approached her because he wanted to talk and find out everything that she was hiding from him. But as soon as the guy wanted to ask a question, Snow White immediately jumped into the girl's arms, stopping him. After leveling up, she began to act more independently, although she doesn't even glance at others. But to her even greater surprise, Ju was suddenly surrounded by other girls, wondering what she was doing there. He tried to push through the crowd, but it was all in vain, and he was pushed back. Suddenly, he felt someone's hand on his shoulder, and turning around, he saw Poseidon. Grabbing the guy tightly, he offered to rub him down a bit before finishing the job. Ju watched closely as the god offered to work with him because he liked Damdok's courage. They met quite early, but the girl suggested that they achieve success in this life together. As it turned out, Ju was a mid-ranking god whose power was incredibly high. When Damdok returned to his world, he was told that he had done a great job and had successfully passed all the tests. A little later, he finally received his long-awaited hunting license. The hunter rating system around the world is based on stars. There are hunters with no stars and hunters with up to 9 stars. Korea has never had a 9-star hunter, and there are currently only 13 hunters rated above 5 stars. However, Chun still could not calm down and tried to prevent Damdok from being issued a license. His screams were a pleasant delight to the boy's ears because he could do nothing else. Suddenly, he felt that Snow White seemed to have become heavier, as if she had grown due to the increase in level. Then he thought that she would continue to grow and eventually become independent, and then completely go to Ju Soyul. However, this could not be, because the fox is too pure and kind a cutie, who loves daddy more than Ju. When he reached the exit, he was met by a girl who invited him to follow her. She was ready to tell him, as she promised, everything he needed to know and what would happen in the future about Ragnarok and the end of the world. While in the car, it became clear to him why there had been such a strange feeling from the very beginning. Damdok asked again who she was, and Ju was surprised that he was curious about that. A year ago, a window with a part-time job from the gods appeared before her eyes. Using the reward, she gained power and became a mid-ranking god. And then she gained the ability of foresight, which genuinely stunned Damdok. She didn't know everything, but she was able to learn about the future, which didn't seem so rosy to her. The most important thing they showed her was that the War of the Gods was about to begin, which not everyone could survive. Sometimes it is the gods that differ from myth to myth. like Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid. People know it as the same poem, but these are different gods with different names. Unlike the gods who survived to this day through faith, the ancient gods, forgotten from the past, accumulate their power through the gates. They do this only to get their names back and remind people of themselves. However, in this way, they take the wrong path and commit terrible acts. The gate is a refuge that contains the concentrated power of the ancient gods. Once the ancient gods have gathered all their power into the gate, they will come face to face with the existing gods. They will do this in order to restore their forgotten names, and eventually, the sixth Ragnarok will happen. Hearing this, Damdok jumped up from his seat. Let me remind you that there are also gates in the human world. To ensure that even humans could withstand the gates, the gods created the dungeon, making it look like a gate. It is a kind of training ground for people where they can hone their strength. The guy couldn't believe it because so many people had died from the moment the dungeons were created until now. However, the gods called this just a training ground, although the gods could intervene and stop all this. However, he himself saw Neptune, who appeared before his strength was restored. But he was already at such a high level. Even the gods are puzzled by the existence of the gate, so this problem cannot be solved so easily. The more the forgotten gods gain power, the more difficult it will be to block the gates, and the gods are already trying to protect their world. When Ragnarok comes, there will be no god to protect the human world. People who are unaware of this fact consider the danger of the gate to be analogous to a car accident. If someone like Neptune ever showed up in the city, everything around would be destroyed in an instant. Now everything began to fit together as a puzzle. Talents and skills akin to the power of the gods, created along with the dungeons. Everything is just like in the game. Magic stones and items dropped by monsters that strengthen the hero. This is the last gift that the gods give to people so that they have a chance to survive. People must survive on their own and must block the gates that even the gods cannot overcome. Ju stated that he could do it because she saw him protect the world from countless gate armies in the future, and she will do everything possible to help him with this. And at this time, they came back. Trying to make sense of all the new information, Damdok didn't even notice how they got there. The guy thanked the girl with a smile, but then his face turned to deep surprise. As it turned out, Yu brought him to an urgent presentation of the new 6-star hunter, Damdok. He was immediately met by a crowd of journalists who wanted to interview him, and the guy doubted that he had been brought to the right place. But then it dawned on him that by help, this was exactly what Ju So-yul meant, as his words began to rise. A month later, the news reported that Damdok had completed 3 dungeons in 1 month, and all of them were successfully cleared without losses. Having cleared the most dungeons this month, he earned hundreds of billions in profit just from the resources he mined from them. Great popularity does not bring anything good, and it is only necessary to increase divine power. But what worried the guy most were the reporters, who always behaved too intrusively. Then he turned his gaze to Snow White, who had also managed to form a fan club. But, unlike Damdok, she didn't have to do anything to become popular. Ju added that he just needs to try harder, because this fame will soon become his strength. The upcoming battle will be much more difficult, because it is a kind of intended end. He must be crushed and disappointed with the hopeless future that is coming to an end. However, he must be prepared to face a harsh fate, and in the meantime, continue to do various jobs. Damdok thought that it would be better if he didn't know the end, because there had to be some kind of limit. But now that he knows this, he's not going to just sit back and wait. Ju already knew that he would react this way, so they went together to work for the gods. When they arrived at the place, they were met by Apollo himself, his blonde hair shining. He announced with a smile that they were honored to work for him part-time. But Damdok was stunned by the fact that he was seeing the sun up close for the first time, amazed at its brightness. Then he realized that Apollo was quite the proud man when he compared the sun to himself. And even the solar carriage is beautiful because it reflects his greatness. It is flawless, like his body. Damdok was in shock, and Ju only sighed sadly as they both listened to the god's speech. Sitting in the carriage, the boy was surprised at how he managed to praise himself non-stop and not get tired. Ju immediately grimaced as she was barely holding herself back from hitting him. Before this, Damdok was busy building dungeons or training dogs, but now he can feel like a god. It is unlikely that he will ever again have the chance to control the sun, doing the work of a god. But this was only a fake created by the hands of Apollo, and they fly across the sky and try to keep up with the time of the real sun's rise. Somewhere deep down, the boy guessed about it, but his childhood was completely destroyed. However, the question arose as to why he was doing this then, to which Ju merely pointed down. There were people on the ground who watched with delight as the carriage carried the sun behind it. Seeing this illusion, people began to believe in the sun god, respect him, and worship him. Thus, this increases his divine power, and this is how Apollo became the sun god. It looked like a scam, and he was just a crook who took advantage of people's gullibility. However, they have nothing to worry about, and just need to focus on their work. After that, a generous reward awaits them, and then they need to sort everything out as quickly as possible. As Damdok cut through the sky, he was surprised that Ju was so good at it, and assumed that she had already driven a carriage. She has done this work countless times, and can do it even with her eyes closed. Damdok was surprised by this fact, because he was absolutely sure that Apollo did not recognize her. He's slow most of the time, but in moments like now, he's quite sharp. Then the girl decided to cheat, explaining that he didn't remember her because he only thought about himself. So even though she often works here, he doesn't remember her. But while they were chatting, the carriage was suddenly attacked by flying fire dogs. Damdok's intuition kicked in at this point, and he abruptly snatched the reins from the girl. Ju Soyul frowned, as she had never encountered sun wolves on this route before. At first, she decided to deal with them personally, but the guy's dog master skill activated. The girl was sure that this task was beyond his capabilities, because if he touched the wolf's fur, he would burn. Hearing her, the guy did not retreat, but only smiled, holding in his hands the sword that Snow White had transformed into. To become as strong as the prophecy says, he must be able to handle such challenges. Moreover, he had thought everything through, and therefore pushed off from the roof of the carriage and soared into the air. Damdok asked Ju to watch carefully as he achieved victory, and then began to swing his blade. He used a gust of wind to try to extinguish the flames around the wolves, after which he directly touched one of them. However, his hand began to burn, but at that very second, the power of Neptune was activated, which protected his body. After that, he began to touch wolves without any problems, adding them to his pack. Ju watched this with her mouth open, because she had never seen anything like this before. A smile suddenly appeared on her face as she realized how funny this fool was. When she first met him, he was a common idiot who couldn't do anything, no matter how hard or painful it was. I still moved forward. To achieve such success after returning to 1860 9 times is no small feat, and Damdok is the only one capable of killing it. Ju Soyul has gone through countless reincarnations just for this purpose. Meanwhile, the boy returned to the carriage, ordering the first and second wolves to help him drive away the rest. Pointing forward, the boy sent his fiery and angry puppies forward. The wolves that remained conscious were surprised that their ranks suddenly turned against them. Then Damdok himself attacked one of them, promising that they would soon become friends again. He began jumping from one wolf to another, knocking the flames off their bodies. By touching them, he used the abilities of the dog master, of which there were already 40. When he decided to tame the remaining ones, the system congratulated him on reaching 40 tamed dogs. After this, the dog lord's additional skill ability was unlocked. Now he can call upon all the dogs he once tamed, and no matter what he said, they will carry out his orders. Of the domesticated dogs, hellhounds weren't the most useful at the moment, but he could have summoned Cerberus. While the guy was thinking about this, Ju decided to hurry him up and tame the rest. Their current form is not so dangerous, but the moment the wolves sense a threat, they unite into one. At that very second, several wolves became one huge dog, which launched a fireball at the guy. The shell hit its target and caused a loud explosion that could destroy the carriage. Having mounted the horse, Ju Soyul grabbed Damdok in midair, who braked at the most crucial moment. He really needs to be kept under close watch. Otherwise, the guy might not live to see the prophecy. She asked him to act faster because they didn't have much time. But Damdok was interested in the carriage and the sun. As it turned out, the giant solar wolf and the destroyed cart, all of this fell on the village. At the moment the giant solar wolf appeared, the nearby villages were already in danger. Therefore, saving people is now the top priority, and they really should hurry. The frightened people ran as fast as they could, trying to avoid being shot at by the sun wolf. Suddenly, one of the columns began to crack and fall right on the running girl. Damdok, who came to her aid, cut a piece of stone and asked her to run away quickly. The guy himself ran forward and rushed to attack the huge wolf, who had already swung his paw. He took the blow, but managed to avoid injury. But at that very moment, the wolf's mouth appeared in front of him. Even though the solar wolves have become one, he is confident that they will not be able to resist Cerberus. Damdok summoned the three-headed dog just in time, which immediately grabbed the firewolf by the neck. The boy asked him to hold the prey tighter, after which he swung his sword, deciding to finish him off. The old man who was watching all this began to wonder who this man was who had fallen from the sky and defeated such a beast so easily. Ju approached him and introduced the boy, calling him a god who had come to save them. Watching him, the girl smiled, thinking how Damdok loved to be the center of attention. A few minutes later, the guy ordered his new tamed friends to clean up all the mess. He then looked at the others, stating that just because he wasn't looking at them didn't mean they could ignore his words. At that very moment, an old man approached him and addressed the boy as if he were a saint. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and began to thank him on behalf of the entire village, since he was its representative. Damdok did not expect such honors, and tried to explain that all this happened because of their carelessness. However, the man was sure that it was thanks to the gods who took care of them, and they were grateful to them for all the kindness. That is why, from now on, they will bring him offerings every month, giving him their wealth. He began to shout words of praise, but when he raised his head, he noticed that the guy had disappeared somewhere. Having run to a safe distance, Damdok tried to understand what Ju Soyul had told them. Then he remembered the trouble he was in. The carriage was smashed to pieces, and the son was eaten by the sun wolf. But the worst thing is that they have to work his Apollo part-time for another week. Ju, who approached him, looked at ease, because they could simply make a new son. Damdok didn't understand how something like that could be done, but the girl clarified that they were talking about someone the guy knew well. Arriving at the forge, Damdok decided to ask how much Ju earned, since she offered to create the sun. However, she didn't have a penny. But no matter how close she was with Hephaestus, he wouldn't make the sun for them for kind eyes. The girl asked him to stop chatting and follow her, but he continued to insist on his own. The guy was ready to bet that he wouldn't agree. But you lose, and had to fulfill the wish. However, the god happily agreed, because he was in debt to Ju for the rest of his life, and for him, it was a trifle. He laughed loudly and asked her to give him 3 days, and he would make her 2 sons. A little later, they went outside, where it was already quite dark, and Ju wanted to talk to Damdok. After adjusting his hair, she reminded him that he owed her 1 wish. But before that, she needed to tell him something. The guy didn't like her tone right away, as he felt that it wouldn't end well for him. As it turns out, in order to prevent the war of the gods and the end of the world, he must acquire priests. When a lower-tier god's divine power exceeds 50,000, the God Call ability will be unlocked. Thanks to her, he will be able to enlist the support of the priests and call upon them for help during the battle. But Damdok decided that he couldn't just grab the priest and ask him for support, since he didn't even consider himself a god. However, he will still have to do it, because he cannot prevent the war alone. He needs to gather 12 priests from the prophecy, who are in different dimensions, and not only with them will he be able to save the world. The guy quickly stopped her and tried to digest the huge amount of information. He decided to leave out the fact that there should be 12 priests, not 1 or 2. He was more confused by the different dimensions. Now he can only earn extra money on the continents, but this is only in the initial stages. By increasing his divine power, he will be able to earn extra money in every dimension. There is nothing to worry about, because in their world lives the first priest, who will become a combat-ready assistant in the future. Damdok had said something about making her wish come true earlier, so Ju had already thought of something. When morning came, people living in the villages began to watch the sunrise. Kneeling down, they raised their heads and began to discuss Damdok with surprise, who had recently saved a neighboring village. They decided that Apollo really valued the guy, since he even attached a banner with his name to the map. Damdok was very ashamed and embarrassed. Although she wanted to increase her divine power, this was already a disgrace on a universal scale. Ju Soyul looked at him calmly, because he himself agreed to do everything she wanted. Now his goal is to unlock the power of a god, and he must do everything he can to make sure as many people as possible know about him. A little later, while inside the premises, the guy decided to look around the store's selection. He has acquired a talent for shooting, which will improve his long-range combat to some extent. He then decided to look at the status window to check how much his divine power had risen. Carrying around a banner every day was simply disgraceful. The guy couldn't sleep properly because of it. His eyes widened as his divine power had already reached 50,000 and the God Call ability was unlocked. But then he got even more scared when someone snuck up on him and looked into his status window. It was Apollo, who knew that the mother system was not visible to others, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Having given him his hand, Damdok realized that the god was talking about the system window, calling it the mother system. The guy decided to tell Apollo that they were attacked by solar wolves, but they dealt with them. Suddenly, the man thanked him for his work, promising to give him a small bonus in addition to his salary. He gave the boy the ability to self-heal, which Damdok could now use. Apollo laughed loudly, because this ability can only be obtained from his part-time job. People were lining up to get this ability, and it sounded like another boast. The boy noticed that Snow White had woken up and asked her to help him a little. Apollo watched in amazement as the moon fox transformed into a small knife. Damdok decided to test this ability in advance, so he slightly cut the pad of his finger. Having activated the ability, he began to watch as the early one began to slowly tighten. Snow White, who had returned to her previous form, began to lick his wound. At the same time, Apollo began to ask about a spiritual being that could transform into a weapon, which was a great rarity. Then he asked if the boy could tame animals, to which he agreed, remembering his dogs. Apollo has been bothered by some things lately, and his soul is not in place because he does not know how to deal with them. He was getting tired of his son being eaten all the time, so he thought about taming the sun wolves. God had heard that no one had ever been able to tame them, but at that very moment, Damdok proved the opposite by calling them. Apollo could not believe his eyes, because a god of a lower level had done what none of the gods could do. He immediately asked to tell how the guy tamed the sun wolves, and he agreed, but on one condition. Damdok asked to teach him how to shoot a bow, because Apollo is also the god of medicine, arts, muses, and archery. They went outside, after which the man began to describe in detail what needed to be done to shoot accurately. To create an arrow, you need to concentrate your spiritual power on your fingertips, hold your breath, and pull the bowstring. His actions were quite primitive, but his god-level shooting ability looked quite impressive. The shot that God fired reached the apple that served as a target and flew quite far away from them. Apollo was quite a strict teacher, and a month had passed since he had started practicing the basics of shooting. Now Damdok knew exactly what archery was, because she had mastered this skill well enough. He still honed his skills through YouTube videos or by copying the movements of gnomes or monsters. But, as expected, studying the techniques of the gods themselves is a different matter entirely. If a guy combines his talents with the study of gods, he will reach a completely different level. Ju, who approached him, announced that it was time for them to return to the human world and meet with the first priest. However, before leaving, Damdok wanted to say goodbye to Apollo and thank him. As it turns out, he's now playing the solar wolf like crazy and couldn't be happier. When the guy worked part-time at a dog cafe, he learned something. Any dog can be trained with treats. They were lucky it worked, otherwise things could have turned out badly. But Damdok just waved his hand. Ju Soyul again asked him to think before he acted, because someday it would end badly. She was worried too much because Damdok had improved his divine powers, gained abilities, and learned techniques. At the same time, in the afterlife, Hades learned from his subordinate that this was true. He checked several times. Apparently, Cerberus was summoned into this world without permission a month ago. It was very brave because someone dared to touch Cerberus, the symbol of the underworld. Whoever it is will get him out from under the ground, and he will find out what the price is for daring to insult him. When they arrived in their world, they immediately went to the headquarters of the Sangoon Guild. Damdok immediately began to hone his swordsmanship, which he quickly increased. He was glad to train here, but he doubted that the Reaper should come to them himself. Ju Soyul suggested waiting a little longer, even though it had already been a week since he had swung the sword all alone. And the longer he trains alone, the slower his skill and divine powers grow. He decided that it would be better to finish the job at a part-time job. But at that very second, the girl found something. Damdok thought they were talking about the Reaper, but Ju had only found a part-time job for herself and asked the guy to stay here. He did not want to accept this outcome of events and wanted to go with her, but she stopped him. This made the guy even more angry, but the girl had no intention of telling him about her affairs. No one had shown up for a whole week, and he would be better off working than sitting here. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice mocking him for having a part-time job in his blood. Turning his head, he noticed Chun, who was joking that Damdok was acting like a starving animal. In this world, those who have no talent are forced to take on part-time jobs. However, the guy was interested in what he was doing here, since he himself was a member of another guild. Suddenly, he realized with horror that this guy would be his mentor. Something he really didn't want. But Chan only laughed again, explaining that a dog trainer's competition would soon be held there. Then he turned his gaze to Snow White, not understanding what he was going to do with this useless cat. He kept a dog next to him that he got from a German dungeon, and the blood of hellhounds flows in his veins. Chun asked Damdok to go to his part-time job and stay out of the way, as today was a pretty important day. Sometime later, when the competition began, the host announced that Chan had set a historical record by scoring 39 points. The boy was glad that the dog was good for something, and this was a great chance to show his father what he was worth. Among the spectators was Gun Ak, the leader of Korea's leading guild Iris, who was watching his son. The host announced that it was time for the last participant. He was talking about Damdok, who was the main topic of discussion in Korea. When the guy came on stage, everyone was shocked to see a solar wolf next to him. The people who were on the jury had been judging dogs for 10 years. But this was the first time they had seen a fire-breathing hound. They made it clear that the other members had no chance, which made Chun angry. Damdok put his hand on his shoulder and said with a grin that there was a first time for everything. He was good, but that was not enough, because he could not win with such a pathetic little beast. Unable to bear it, Chan grabbed the guy by the chest, being unhappy that he was constantly standing in his way. At that moment, Gun Ak approached them and began loudly scolding his son, advising him to learn to lose. Chan immediately tried to justify himself, but the man asked him to shut up before he could push him away somewhere far away in exchange. Then he turned his gaze to Damdok, apologizing for his son's behavior because he couldn't control himself. The guy greeted him politely, not expecting to meet the head of the best guild in Korea here. Gun Ak immediately recognized Damdok, noticing that he had matured greatly since their last meeting. Pointing to his son, he asked not to worry about him, because he was wrong and realized it. While backstage, Chun grabbed the nearest vase and threw it on the floor with all his might. His father, as always, chose someone who did not have a drop of his blood, which was unfair. The guy sitting next to him, playing a console, asked who had gotten him into trouble this time. Chan looked at him in surprise, because he had traded everything for games, which is why he had disappeared for a long time. Damdok probably thinks that if he is his father's favorite, he can do whatever he wants. In Chon's opinion, they are all the same, but such idiots will tear each other to pieces anyway. Later in the evening, Damdok wanted to tell Ju Soyul what had happened while she was at her part-time job. He spoke with a smile about Chan's dissatisfied face, because he looked as if the end of the world had happened. For Damdok, it was unforgettable. But the girl did not particularly share his joy. She felt someone's presence behind her, and she realized that the Reaper had finally come to them. The boy's intuition also noticed the mortal danger, and the stranger declared that he had come to his brother's aid. Taking out a sword from behind his back, the guy also swung it and attacked, with a satisfied smile on his face. Chon thought about White Cloud, an elite member of the Iris Guild and one of his father's favorites. He was born with SS-level swordsmanship talent, a genius who developed his abilities to master level by the age of 10. Due to his arrogant and ruthless nature, he beat his opponents to within an inch of their lives. For this, he received the nickname White Demon. So Chun was sure that this time, Damdok had come to an end. However, contrary to his thoughts, Damdok was able to block the surprise attack with his sword. This noticeably surprised White Cloud, as he didn't expect that he would be able to repel his sudden attack. Damdok immediately realized that Chun had sent him, after which they exchanged strong blows again. Wiping the scratch from his cheek, White Cloud chuckled, as he had planned to finish everything quickly. But now he was ready to fight seriously. And in that same second, he increased his speed several times, almost hitting his opponent. Damdok managed to dodge, but the opponent was not going to retreat. But you were swinging your sword in the air. The blonde guy suddenly became active and managed to inflict a deep cut on the guy's cheek. However, this was not the end, and while Damdok was trying to come to his senses, White Cloud closed the distance again. Looking into his eyes, full of bloodlust, the guy realized that it would be difficult to fulfill even the first condition. A little earlier, Ju said that the first condition is to instill awe in the enemy. The easiest way would be to show overwhelming superiority and strength. But now the situation was quite the opposite. Damdok didn't know how he could inspire fear in him and surpass him in strength if he wielded a sword better than the sword god. White Cloud clearly had no intention of stopping while the boy could still breathe, so he continued to attack him relentlessly. Obviously, he can't be defeated with just a sword, but they can fight with more than just swords. Then Damdok decided to change tactics, and Snow White transformed from her sword to her gloves. Having activated the skill, the guy firmly grabbed the blade of the opponent's sword and with his other hand struck him in the face. But Damdok was very surprised when he noticed that the enemy had not even moved from his place. White Cloud angrily asked him to shut up, calling the swordsman who used his fists a coward. There are things that cannot be achieved with just a sword, but he is still too young to understand this. The white demon tried to justify himself by saying that he had let his guard down, but Damdok, with an evil smile, suggested that he continue. The blonde boy's confidence immediately evaporated when he realized that he had lost this battle. In the evening, while at home, Damdok was waiting for the Reaper, for whom he left a note asking him to come to his home. However, he doubted that he would be able to do it because he had beaten him quite badly. Yu was confident that if this was White Cloud, he would definitely show up, since his ego had been seriously bruised. However, now the guy felt that this was even more tiring than a part-time job. In order to gain the support of the priests, 3 conditions must be met. First, you need to earn the respect of the priest whose support you wish to have. Secondly, the priest must make a clear-headed decision to become his patron. And thirdly, he must take an oath. It is impossible to use the power of the Call of the Gods even if it is unlocked, and Damdok asked why she did not use it. It turned out that due to circumstances, she cannot use this skill, but she did not reveal the details. The guy tried to ask directly, but didn't hear any answer, which made him nervous. Ju decided it was a long story, when suddenly, they both felt someone standing outside the door. Without getting up from his seat, Damdok asked him to come in, and White Cloud shuddered in surprise. Then he asked the guy to close his mouth, because he only wanted to ask him one question. Not daring to enter, he stood behind the door and asked who Damdok was, a fighter or a swordsman. The guy tried to calmly explain that he could be both a swordsman and a fighter. Cloud kicked the door open with displeasure, declaring that there can't be a genius who is good in 2 areas at once. He wanted to find out once and for all what Damdok was better at, fencing or martial arts. The guy offered to fight him again to make sure, but he didn't come to fight. In fact, he wanted to know and analyze the reasons for his defeat. Damdok was surprised that he did not know them. Rising slowly from his seat, he added that he would not tell him the reasons for his defeat. He didn't particularly want to reveal the secret of his weaknesses to a boor like him. But if he wants to know so much, he should ask Brother Damdok to take him as his student. White Cloud decided that it would be better to die than to say such things, and decided to leave quietly. He couldn't believe that Damdok wanted him to call him Big Brother. 10 years ago, he was that idiot Chan's older brother, and calling someone he sees for the first time, that is unthinkable. Damdok decided to cheat, saying that he wanted to teach him all the intricacies and he could level up decently. But because of his pride, after the defeat, he simply decided to give up. But perhaps he understands this himself. Swordsmanship and martial arts make an incredibly powerful combination, and this can help him become stronger. People like him need to be teased a little, so the guy asked him to forget it and pretend that nothing happened. Trembling with anger, White Cloud called him Big Brother in a barely audible voice, but Damdok asked him to repeat it louder. The boys were simultaneously filled with embarrassment and anger, but he decided to try to overcome himself. Having learned martial arts, he could easily defeat Damdok, and therefore loudly asked to be accepted as a student. The elder brother put a friendly hand on his shoulder and agreed to teach him the secrets of martial arts. After the apprentice was taken, all the conditions for acquiring a priesthood were fulfilled, since the first condition had been fulfilled earlier. Being like the gods, he could pass into their world through the gates, and then he developed the desire to devote himself to serving the gods. Damdok was afraid that this sounded absurd, but unexpectedly, White Cloud gave in quite easily. After that, he actually decided to start training the guy, and their training was already coming to an end. He was already doing quite well, but he doubted the truth of the teacher's words. Moreover, his learning ability was better than Damdok expected. He even learned from the blow he missed last time. At this rate, he would soon be sitting under the blow of the dwarf's hammer. At the end, Damdok asked him to repeat everything again, which visibly stunned the student. He was a rather stern teacher, but thanks to his training, the priest learned the skill of combination strikes. His fighting skills were enhanced. Although this system was quite complicated, Damdok liked it. When the sun set, White Cloud screamed in frustration because he couldn't go to the dungeon he wanted to go to. Although Damdok initially said that he would be able to try out his new skills there. Then the guy found out about the War of the Gods and realized that stopping it never hurts. This was another reason to send him there. Because why would they need dungeons that are essentially useless? It's impossible. This is an expected reaction, considering that Damdok tells him almost nothing. Recently, he himself felt the same way as Ju Soyul, and in such a situation, he needed motivation. In this dungeon, they will be able to find out when the War of the Gods will begin. And it would also be nice to find helpers in other worlds. However, Cloud didn't care if they went there. He didn't play like that. Damdok began to understand Ju Soyul, who was always too lazy to explain, and she simply asked him to trust her. Unable to bear it, the boy grabbed the student by the throat and demanded that he simply listen to him. Looking at this picture, Ju calmly noted that this always works. Sometime later, the Reaper was sitting on the console, but he got bored. He's still considered a priest, so maybe he should have gone with them. But suddenly, he threw away the prefix, deciding not to worry about such things, because he would have been paid well for that dungeon. The more he thinks about it, the more it irritates him. But suddenly, a portal opens above him. The guy didn't notice this and shouted that Damdok didn't even understand what he went through for this. Cloud was surprised when he started getting sucked into the portal and then found himself in the dungeon in front of Damdok and Ju. Ignoring the student, the boy noted with a smile that he really could be summoned from anywhere. The disgruntled Reaper tried to understand what was happening, and Damdok simply decided to summon him with divine power. He then asked him to calm down and look at the monster that was behind him. White Cloud reacted instantly, then pulled out his sword and cut the monster into pieces. Damdok was pleased with what he saw, after which he moved forward, offering to deal with the rest. The Reaper started to refuse. The guy didn't argue with him and decided to drag him from place to place. He had no choice but to move on, and after a while, everything went quite smoothly. As a result, the priest was able to practice the skills that Damdok taught him. Cloud didn't want to return quickly because he still had things to do in the game, but this was only the beginning. Their true goal lies elsewhere, but for now, Damdok has only destroyed the gate's core. After this, a movement to another dimension began to occur, which the Reaper was not very happy about. He began to insult his teacher, but he knew that he would not let him go so easily. When they moved to another world, they noticed some pretty beautiful architecture, but he didn't look like what Damdok expected, and Ju couldn't even imagine what he expected. He didn't know how to find the priest in such a vast territory because they didn't even know what he looked like. The girl explained that it wasn't that difficult, and then pointed to a banner with a photo of Adele Shalon. The guy couldn't believe his eyes because how could a famous person become his priest? Ju explained that the other priests would be even more difficult, and White Cloud suddenly changed his mood. The girl added that it wouldn't be as easy as with him, and Cloud got angry because he was called a simpleton. He wasn't going to let everyone walk all over him, so he suggested they sort things out. One blow from Ju Soyul was enough to knock down the Reaper, who decided not to argue anymore. Damdok told him that this girl was even stronger than him, and Ju asked him not to worry about meeting Adele. She specializes in divination and attends magic school every Friday, and now they need to go there. When they arrived, Damdok introduced himself first by saying that he wanted to begin training. He didn't understand what he was doing at his age in school. Perhaps this is what Ju meant when she said that she was going to work part-time on her own. Suddenly, he heard someone mocking him because he got here simply on recommendation. They heard that his mana level had hit rock bottom, and the guy realized that everything here was just as terrible. In this academy, there was a division in skill level, just like the division between rich and poor in his world. The teacher pointed out that there were enough free seats and then invited Damdok to come in. The place had already been chosen. Physical closeness promotes closeness in general, so he decided to sit next to Adele. Approaching the girl, he asked her permission, and she agreed without much enthusiasm. Having taken his seat, the guy decided to get to know her by asking about the location of the training room, and his next lesson is right there. But he is new to this academy, so he doesn't know much. He decided that this would be a good way to start a conversation, and that his part-time job as a consultant should bear fruit. But suddenly Adele couldn't stand it any longer and jumped up from her seat, putting her hands on the desk and lowering her head. She asked him not to suck up to her, because she thought he wanted to force himself on her friends because she was a celebrity. Adele asked him to leave because she was annoyed by you taking her studies so seriously. After the lesson, Damdok realized that he had problems because he couldn't find the training room. While he was trying to find it, he heard someone remind Adele of her promise. If she doesn't finish this year, she must focus on acting. She was asked not to be stubborn, because at this rate, the mana level would continue to fall. Having reached the training hall, the teacher asked to feel the flow of mana and draw a flame in the mind. Then they would get a fireball. Stretching his hand forward, the old man decided to demonstrate this. Damdok was inspired by the demonstration, and then decided to repeat the same thing. However, even after several attempts, he was unable to create a flame. He tried to use divine power. Hopefully something will work. And also tried different positions. The boy realized that magic only works with mana, while the other students began to openly mock him. They wondered what he was doing, and Damdok said he was training, but this only caused another fit of laughter. Adele, who was watching them from the side, became visibly angry when she noticed the skirmish. Approaching Damdok, she asked him to stay after class, as she had something to talk about. Later in the evening, standing by the window, the girl concluded that the guy also had no mana. It was hard to watch him struggle without tears, and she wondered why he didn't just leave it all behind. Damdok lowered his head and suggested that she stop projecting her problems onto others. Adele tried to wriggle out of it, but the guy guessed that she had mana deficiency syndrome. With it, she cannot use mana, no matter how much she has, making her a useless wizard. Her hands trembled unconsciously as she tried to ask how he knew. Mana deficiency syndrome is a rare, incurable condition that has shattered her dreams. But for some reason, the one who ended up in the same boat with her, instead of a feeling of community, only caused hatred in her. Even if she did this for an eternity, this guy only reinforced in her the idea that she would not become a great sorceress. But Adele still believes that she can do it, even though many have tried to convince her to do what she is good at. Squatting down, the girl couldn't believe that she was telling all this to a stranger. Suddenly, Damdok declared that he would help her start using magic, but she had to help him in return. Adele was stunned, because no matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain, and someone like him was unlikely to help her. The guy asked to give him a week, and he would show her that he could use magic. The girl considered this nonsense, because he was not even capable of using basic magic. After this conversation, Damdok met with Ju and told her about everything that had happened earlier. The girl just put her hand on her head in annoyance. I don't understand why the hell he blurted that out. It was really stupid, but he had no choice, because she would not communicate with him anymore. But it was definitely a good way to get her attention, since she is genuinely interested in magic. But Ju was sure that saying such a thing was stupid, and Damdok decided that this statement would pass for a prophecy. Magical abilities are not easy to find. It takes a long time to accumulate mana and learn how to use it. You can use a secret part-time job, and in 2 months, the forgotten god of magic, Kalos, should appear. When he tries to destroy the magical city, the god of magic, Vermouth, will post an ad for a part-time job. The price for preventing the destruction of the city will be the granting of magical abilities. This means that there is no other way to gain magical abilities so quickly. But if Damdok learned too much, it would slow down his development. So Ju reported about the gate that would explode in 2 months. When this happens, he will take a part-time job from Vermouth. But for now, he must tell Adele that he needs to wait 2 months. Suddenly, the guy smiled and suggested that they act now, since they didn't have time to wait. Ju tried to understand how he even thought of this, but he asked her not to worry. Damdok realized that when the city was in danger, Vermouth would post an ad for part-time work. In that case, they themselves will act as monsters, and he will post an ad for a part-time job right now. The magical world is very complex and confusing. Until its revival in 1869, everything went on as before. But now Damdok, for the first time in her memory, could offer something different. However, this plan is too complicated. If the guy is careless, he could die. Pointing his finger at Ju, the guy clarified that she would be the fighter, because Ju was the strongest of them. Sometime later, when they reached the Temple of Vermouth, Damdok noticed many more people than he expected. Then he decided to hide here, and Ju and Cloud were supposed to create a commotion. The priest was dissatisfied, because the guy said that he fought with a god, and now he decided to hide. Then Damdok smiled maliciously, offering his student a choice between death there and death at his hand. Frightened, White Cloud immediately agreed, and was also asked to be careful and not get caught. A few seconds later, the wizards noticed a stranger with a sword in his hand walking towards them. The guy looked sinister as he told them that they were not priests, but just slaves. They asked him to stay put because one more step and they would be ready to incinerate him. Cloud decided that the two were simply making fun of him, so he rushed forward. Reflecting the fire spell with his sword, the priest charged forward, promising Damdok and Ju that they would bow before him. Suddenly, the priest got the skill of Fire Destroyer, and if he could create a new skill by himself, then he is definitely a genius. Apparently, there were just some finishing touches left to add, after which Damdok used the summoning skill. Having released the solar wolves, the guy asked them not to kill anyone, and just to play a little. The frightened wizards immediately loudly announced that the temple was attacked by monsters. They quickly created barriers in front of them to prevent the wolves from getting through. They were ordered to call for help and not let the monsters into the temple. But at that very second, Ju snuck up on them. With a deft movement of her hand, she knocked out the wizards, thereby destroying the barrier. She was worried because Damdok said that this was a rather strong god. But everything turned out to be much simpler. There was rather little security here, but after what they had done, the god should appear. While the building in front of the guy was burning, he heard footsteps behind him and a question about what they were doing there. The man in glasses frowned because he did not hear the answer to his question, and then repeated it again. If he wanted to finish off Damdok, he would already be dead. Perhaps Vermouth had not yet realized the situation. The guy explained that someone had attacked the temple, and he wanted to check who these madmen were. It happens so rarely, they are both gods, and it is probably interesting to both of them. Suddenly, the man roughly grabbed him by the cheeks, deciding that the guy was underestimating him, since he decided that they were equal. Damdok continued to look friendly, and tried not to answer in a way that Vermouth would not like. Suddenly, the god's mood changed as he shook the boy's shoulders and asked him to stand up. The man noticed that it was a bit rude, which made Damdok scared, and he asked for forgiveness. He was just checking to see if he was telling the truth, but he didn't feel any threat from him. The guy explained that he had no reason to attack the temple in the middle of the day, and at that moment, Ju noticed them. As he approached the temple, Vermouth noticed that terrible monsters had emerged from the gates. White Cloud looked tense because he thought the man looked very dangerous. Ju grabbed him by the collar and told him to get ready, then pushed off the ground sharply. With one leap, they disappeared in an unknown direction and ran away. But at such a speed, it was impossible to keep up with them. Damdok doubted that the god would give chase, but in any case, he should not let his guard down. If he chases after them, the guy will press the button to move between dimensions. Ju agreed to this plan for several reasons, the first being Vermouth's personality, who doesn't like battles, but only magic and the study of spirits. At that very moment, the god became interested in where Damdok came from. He did not beat around the bush and told the truth. Vermouth had never heard of Korea, but there was another god who came from a place called America. The guy was surprised because someone from America went through the window between dimensions just like they did. But before he had time to think about it, Vermouth decided to ask a god from another dimension for a favor. Damdok assumed that it was about suppressing the gate, so he decided to help. In response to this, Vermouth laughed because the guy's words sounded reliable, but he meant something else. Starting with the monsters at the gate. Even the smallest insect has its own circumstances. The temple can be restored, but if he sees the trespassers again, you should simply intimidate them and send them back. Looking closely at the butterfly sitting on his finger, the man declared that they had a miserable life. And the guy realized why he was losing even with such powerful divine power. Based on Ju's prophecy, it seems that Kairos knew Vermouth's identity well and would ambush him. Vermouth's request was that Damdok merge with humans and teach them magic. The monsters crawling out of the gates are like the flapping of a butterfly's wings to him. But to people, they are like a destructive storm. People will need to learn a lot to be able to defend themselves against a sudden invasion. If the monsters are strong, people will never cope with them. He would go himself, but he needs to restore the temple. He would also send his priests, but unfortunately they are currently unconscious, so only Damdok can help him. Vermouth promised to thank him, since he would have to teach people magic, and he would make it easier to use magical power. Hearing these words, Damdok's eyes immediately lit up as he happily agreed to take on the job. Sometime later, in the backyard of the Magic Academy, the students noticed that Damdok had not been seen lately. Apparently he realized he had no talent and left. but they found it funny to see his sad face when he couldn't use magic. The teacher, noticing the conversations during the lesson, ordered everyone to remain silent and focus. Adele, who was also there, would have been in a foul mood, as she hadn't gone to the set for this. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her, complaining that this was not an academy, but a damn labyrinth. The other students didn't expect Damdok to appear again, especially with such a pompous air. They started laughing at him again, because they knew that this professor did not tolerate tardiness. But, contrary to their expectations, the professor greeted him with a smile, while the boy apologized for being late. The students' mouths dropped open in shock when they heard the professor's apology in return. Pointing his hand at the boy, the teacher announced that before them was the most valuable high priest of the Great Vermouth. From now on, he will teach them magic. After which the professor demanded applause. Looking at the surprised faces of the students, Damdok smiled contentedly, because he expected to see something like this. One of the students couldn't take it anymore and started making claims to the professor, because this guy couldn't teach them anything. Everyone knew that he had no mana, and that he got into this school through connections, and now, for some reason, he will teach them. The teacher tried to calm him down, but Damdok calmly stated that everything was fine. But at that very second, the student pulled off the glove from his hand, which he threw at Damdok. He wanted to prove that he had no right to teach them, so he demanded a magical duel. Damdok frowned when the guy called him a mediocrity that should come to its senses. Stepping aside, they prepared for a duel, and Damdok decided to let him attack first. Without wasting any time, the student used the new fire arrow, sending it towards the enemy. The boy stretched out his hand in front of him and created a small seal that completely absorbed the flames. Damdok, in turn, created a small sphere on the tip of his finger, asking the student to block it. Vermouth had previously explained to him that using high-level magic was difficult at the very beginning, regardless of talent, so he shared some of his power with him, and now the guy could use Hellfire. Those watching the duel from the sidelines were shocked, and his duelist immediately admitted defeat. Hearing these words, Damdok directed magic into the sky, after which a loud explosion was heard. Then he approached the frightened guy, who began to crawl back, unable to answer anything. He asked to tell all the sour-faced people that from now on, this mediocrity will teach them. The teacher couldn't believe that the high priest could use 8th circle magic, which no one can use in this era. However, the one who was most stunned was Adele, who could not believe that Damdok was actually able to master magic. Sometime later, the girl was beside herself with rage, because the guy asked her to comply with these conditions. He asked her to calm down, remembering how easily he had solved this problem with White Cloud. Waving his arms, the boy asked him to listen so that he could slowly explain everything. But before that, she could say what exactly she didn't like. And, as it turned out, she was dissatisfied with literally everything. There was no point in this because she should always come to him when he called, like a devoted dog. It was like a slave contract. Damdok called himself a god, but in fact, he turned out to be a fake. He promised that he would not call her in vain because they just needed her strength to stop the disaster. And for the upcoming battle, he will do everything possible to help her cure her mana deficiency so that she can master magic. Adele was surprised to hear about the treatment because it was impossible to fix, even with millions of gold. Damdok said with a nervous laugh that there was no way yet, but he would do everything possible. In response to this, the girl loudly slammed the table, declaring that this was a complete scam. Seeing no way out, the boy turned to Ju. Perhaps she could know of a way to fix the lack of mana right now. He mastered magic quickly and got this far. But Adele is something of a trickster when it comes to persuasion. The only weakness of a superstar in the magical world who doesn't envy anyone is a lack of mana. There was no cure at the moment, so Ju asked for time, as there was plenty of time before the gate was broken through. The girl wanted to add something else, but suddenly they felt some strong energy. A huge gate appeared outside, but Ju was sure that there was still a month left. But for some reason, Kairos had already begun to act. When various monsters began to emerge from the gate, the villagers began to run away in panic. Looking at this picture from afar, Adele could not believe her eyes that something like this was happening in front of her. Meanwhile, Damdok attacked Ju because she had already said that there was still a lot of time before Kairos arrived. Kairos never showed up so quickly before. Same with the solar wolves. Something is clearly wrong in this life. Then she noticed with surprise how the guy took out his sword, deciding that he had gone crazy. Kairos is on a completely different level than unstable Neptune. and it is not a fact that they will be able to win. At that very moment, the system sent an urgent request for personnel to delay Kairos in the gates. A little later, some of the gods were already on the battlefield, fighting monsters on the ground and in the sky. Damdok's team also participated in the battle, seeing the end and edge of the annoying monsters. It's lucky they can get a reward just for this, as Vermouth never sends requests. Damdok had already realized this long ago, when he had to teach the students of the academy. Since they don't know how the situation will turn out, they must continue to delay the monsters coming out of the gate. Even if the situation differs from the prophecy, Vermouth will not lose to Kairos. Ju wanted to tell her about her plan, but at that very second, a loud explosion was heard behind her. Damdok was very surprised, because Kairos and Vermouth should be far from here. Suddenly, Vermouth's loud voice was heard throughout the village, asking all the gods blocking the gates to listen to him. The situation is stalemate. Perhaps it is unconscionable, but he amends his request and asks to abandon everything they are defending right now. For now, they needed to focus on evacuating the citizens while he bought them time. White Cloud didn't understand where the voice was coming from, and Ju explained that it was a message from Vermouth. Adele looked in surprise at the gods, who began to walk in the opposite direction. Vermouth gave the order to retreat, but the girl did not entirely agree with this decision. After all, their city was now on the brink of destruction, and people who had not managed to evacuate were in danger. Ju couldn't say for sure, since it was different from the prophecy, but this dimension would be destroyed by Kairos. Hearing this, Adele's heart literally sank into her heels. She believed until the very end that it was a lie. Ju Soyul felt truly sorry, but they couldn't do anything. Immediately after her words, it started to rain. Then Adele rushed to Damdok, begging him to do something, because there had to be a way. But the guy only apologized, and the girl fell to her knees, not understanding why he was giving in so easily. Even people who know nothing about gods fight to protect themselves and their loved ones. She reminded Damdok that he was a god, and gods help people. And at that very second, the boy remembered himself before gaining his powers. Now he saw himself in the past, in the place of Adele, who fell to her knees in despair. He then opened the interface of the god shop, and to the worried Jew, he replied that he was not going to die. The guy didn't think he would use up the reward so quickly, but now he had no choice. He acquired the lion armor and Heracles club and received the set effect, increasing his attack defense by 500%. Ju called him an idiot, while Damdok asked her to take care of the others. Meanwhile, Vermouth was completely covered in wounds and his strength was waning. Kairos, standing before him, was jubilant, but he was disgusted by the thought that he was his disciple. However, Vermouth stood his ground and was sure that his student had lost his way and forgotten what he had been taught. However, his opponent was sure that he and the people of this world had lost their way. Kairos didn't understand why his teacher didn't crave more, since only one thing is natural for a magician. This is nothing more than an entry into the highest level, which is not accessible to many. His black flame exists for destruction. It is not the truth to be followed, and gods must use force to protect people. At that very second, the man created a spell in front of him that blocked the black flame. But Kairos didn't care about people, and he wanted them to feel the power of his dark flame. Suddenly, Vermouth felt himself becoming increasingly unable to hold back this attack. But at that very second, hellish flames flew towards Kairos, and Vermouth noticed Damdok nearby, who came to the rescue. God stated with displeasure that with his level, he had no business here, since he could not give him more divine power. However, the guy made it clear that he was not here for the reward. After all, there is nothing more valuable than human lives. Gripping Hercules' club tighter, Damdok said with a smile that he had a plan. Kairos laughed loudly when he saw the guy who had arrived, trying to understand what kind of pathetic creature this was. Assuming it was his new apprentice, Kairos once again created the dark flame, determined to burn them both. Vermouth created a huge barrier in front of him again to prevent the flames from surrounding them. While maintaining the barrier, he informed the god from South Korea that he would not be able to hold it back for long. Damdok only needed to hit him once. This would give him the opportunity to neutralize him. Vermouth looked at Hercules' club in surprise, recognizing this powerful weapon. Activating wind speed, Damdok quickly found himself behind Kairos, deciding to use his trump card. But when he tried to strike, he was surprised to notice that the fire acted as a shield. The guy realized that with his level of strength, he wouldn't be able to even touch him with his finger. Noticing Damdok surrounded by black flames, Vermouth fell to his knees in despair. But then he began to weave a spell, creating chains that began to bind Kairos. This and magic can only win him a few seconds, but that is enough for him. At that very second, Damdok emerged from the flames and again tried to attack the enemy. Neptune's blessing granted him water protection, which prevented the boy from burning. Hercules' club had the effect of stunning any life form when it hit the head, and the boy hit the target dead on. When Kairos was on the ground, Damdok slowly approached him, offering Vermouth the chance to finish him off. But the god suddenly remembered that it had rained then too, and that on the day he met Kairos, it was completely different. He was struck by a curse he would not wish on anyone, but no one would refuse his talent. When Verma's teacher himself took up his magic, he was thinking exactly about this. He had to change the fate of this child. Now he understands that it was a rash decision because he did not know how much dark desires were growing inside him. Vermouth helped him master the power of dark energy, but when Kairos revealed his essence, he decided to banish him. He did not dare to kill the student, even knowing that one day he would return to kill the teacher. If Vermouth had only guided him on the right path, instead of teaching him dark magic, everything would have been different. Until the very end, he couldn't bring himself to kill Kairos. Perhaps he still believed in him, or some regrets were holding him back. Damdok has become stronger, but for the first time, he feels no joy from it, even after absorbing the powers of the forgotten god Kairos. Just like he used Neptune's blessing, he can now use this power whenever needed. Watching Damdok test his new powers, White Cloud recognized the dark flame in his hands with delight. The guy immediately asked to be taught this, but immediately grimaced when he heard a temporary refusal. At that very second, he, like a child, fell on the grass and began to wave his limbs and scream that he wanted it now. Adele suddenly came up to him, hit him on the head, and asked him to shut up, because he should serve Damdok and not get on his nerves. Damdok was stunned by her words because she was already beginning to understand what a cool and brave god he was. The girl was also embarrassed because he showed her everything, and she simply realized that he was not some kind of liar. She thinks it sounds stupid, but if she has to become his priest, she's not against it. However, she had a request. Adele would like to be in her world a little longer. She realized that if she couldn't use magic, she was essentially useless, and she wanted to find something she could be useful at. Suddenly, Vermouth decided to offer her his help, which the girl could not have expected. It was a great honor for her, and it was time for him to return the god she believed in. Noticing the man, Damdok tried to quickly hide White Cloud and Ju behind his back. The girl tried to convince him that there was no need for this, since Vermouth had long since forgotten about this unpleasantness. Now everything is fine, and I will have to look for a cure for mana deficiency syndrome. And here, Adele will be more useful. Grabbing the priest's head tightly, Damdok decided to return before they were caught. He spent 2,300 divine power points to move between dimensions. But when they returned to their world, Damdok was stunned because the city was literally ablaze with fire. The guy immediately summoned solar wolves who began to attack the monsters. He tried to understand what was happening, deciding that there had been a breakout from the dungeon somewhere nearby. But he didn't see any hunters or soldiers anywhere. At that very second, a huge snake crawled out from behind the building and wanted to devour Damdok. Ju rushed to his aid, and with a deft blow of her dagger, ended the snake's life. Everything happened much faster than she expected, but Damdok did not understand her riddles. Then she explained directly that this was not just a breakthrough from the dungeons, but an explosion of the gates. Most likely, the breakthrough occurred from level C, judging by the damage caused to the city. If she is talking about the gates, then it turns out that the forgotten gods of this place have become stronger. It was very untimely, because the guy was only able to get it from 2 priests, but Ju did not sense any forgotten gods nearby. She wanted to add something else, but at that moment, a helicopter approached them, drowning out her words. The man who worked in the Gate Control and Support Bureau asked them to follow him. When they arrived at the scene, they were informed that 12 gates in the metro had exploded simultaneously. Danger was constantly hanging over them, but the hunters who were in the area did not react so quickly. Most of them arrived either too late or were not available at all. It was hard for ED Guild hunter Kim Gu-chol to hear these words from his boss. There had never been an explosion of such a scale before. But the Bureau was busy with something else at the time. They said the gates were not a threat and allowed this to happen. Suddenly, Gunok decided to stop their squabble by loudly hitting the table. Now is not the time to point fingers at each other. It would be worth thinking about what can be done to prevent something like this from happening again. Hunters should not turn a blind eye to the disaster. And out of 18 hunters, 12 were late to the meeting. Everyone immediately calmed down, after which Gunok stepped forward, addressing everyone again. All the hunters gathered here must join forces and launch a massive assault on the gates. The idea was good, because if Ira suggests action, then there is no point in refusing. Damn, Doc, I noticed that they didn't report anything to the head of the Bureau, and only Iris's fans had gathered here. But if they're only discussing monster hunting here, then he prefers to act alone. Gunok didn't share his point of view. But the boy was the only one who could pass through the gate. If one of the attacks he had seen in the magical world was used here, no one would be able to resist it. These are only temporary measures, so the best solution is to stop the cause of all this, the War of the Gods. Kim Gu-chul was also dissatisfied, so he asked his boss to ignore him. He probably thinks that being a 6th-rank hunter means he's so cool. But he's just a brat who thinks he's the smartest one here. At that very moment, a man ran into the office, announcing that there had been a gate explosion at Incheon Airport. The entrance was completely destroyed, and they still can't calculate all the damage. Damdok felt a chill run through his spine, as he realized that only a forgotten god was capable of such destruction. They have a powerful ally in the magical world, so they can cope. But they can't cope with such power. At that very moment, Ju Soyul grabbed him by the sleeve and asked him to calm down. The girl convinced him that there was nothing to worry about, because Incheon was not a forgotten god at all. Then he asked the chief if a 6th-rank hunter could take the plane, to which he received consent. Upon arriving at the scene, Damdok's first act was to summon Cerberus, whom he sent to fight the monsters. He used a little of his divine power to summon it, because he wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible. Without getting into a fight, he thought about how things were going with Adele. He thought that he had to be completely prepared before leaving. But suddenly, his intuition kicked in. He felt like there was someone strong nearby, but at that very second, Ju jumped out in front of him, protecting him from the attack. A certain baron, whose eyes were hidden by bandages, recognized the girl and asked her not to get in his way. They can't just steal a mystical creature from the afterlife and get away with it. However, Ju pressed a dagger to his throat. I doubt he could defeat both of them. She defended this worthless person who decided that he could take whatever he wanted from the afterlife. The Baron began to disappear, advising them to enjoy their freedom, but that Hades would personally punish the villains. Finally, he became curious about what punishment the god of death would choose for them. Once the problem was resolved, they returned to headquarters, after which Damdok conducted training with White Cloud. The guy decided that was enough for today. But he noticed that over the last couple of days, the priest had begun to slow down. The poor student stated that they had been training for 17 hours already, since 5 a.m. without a break. Damdok decided to leave and do his own thing, asking his student to clean up the mess and then take a rest. Cloud became curious about what happened at the airport. But even if he asked, Damdok would simply change the subject. He doesn't even see a priest in him. But that's for the best, because the game won't play itself. Suddenly, he remembered that he needed to clean up. Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't leave a single spot of him. He tried to convince himself that he wasn't cleaning out of fear, but that it was just part of his training. Suddenly, the boy heard someone's voice coming from behind him and immediately became angry, deciding that Damdok had returned. However, it was only Chon who was surprised to see Cloud cleaning. He was unhappy that he didn't show up in front and was just cleaning the training room. Cloud smiled because he thought he had serious business. But such trifles did not bother him. Why did he ask me to teach him about life, since he needs to stay here for some time? Chan ordered him to destroy Damdok and not become his henchman, in response to which the priest called him brother. This shocked Chan even more, because White Cloud hadn't called him that even in the last 10 years. Then he grabbed the boy by the hand and told him that, by his father's order, he must take part in the destruction of the gate. The priest tried to refuse, although he knew well what would happen if he didn't follow orders. He then pulled his hand away, glaring at Chon before pointing at the TV. There was a report about Damdok, who had just successfully destroyed the gate. The people standing next to them were discussing swordsmanship, martial arts skills, and now, dark flames. Cloud could learn so many things from him. but for some reason he needed to go with Chong. Damdok once again angered the guy, because he was in his way, again. At this time, Damdok himself only calmly scratched his ear, deciding that someone was remembering him. Ju Soyul called him frivolous, with a displeased look, because he was again lost in thought. They don't even know where Hades will appear, and Damdok destroys the gates so easily. If he becomes famous, he will be able to increase the level of his divine powers, which will give him the opportunity to protect people. But if he decided to increase the level of divine powers, then it is better to do this with the help of part-time jobs. And what he was doing now would only anger Hades even more. So Ju decided to move to another dimension. But if they ran away all the time, then Ragnarok would come even faster, which was not to their advantage. Suddenly, Damdok declared that if Hades wanted to find him so much, he would come to him himself. Hearing this, Ju choked on her coffee. She was categorically against it, because if he met him, he might not survive the meeting. They just need to find a place where Hades can't kill him so easily when they meet. The girl's whole appearance doubted that such a place even existed anywhere. Then they decided to take a part-time job with Zeus, where they had to serve guests and work in the kitchen. On Mount Olympus, the centaur urged the workers on, as there were less than 3 hours left until the banquet. White Cloud and Adele also participated in the work, and were tasked with preparing vegetables and fruits from Demeter. They tried to work together, but time was running out. Having given them his final instructions, Damdok wished them good luck and then decided to leave. But they immediately attacked him because he said that there was something important here. But in fact, the guy made them work in the kitchen. Damdok tried to convince them that this was part of the plan to prevent Ragnarok and save the world. They didn't believe it, but suddenly a centaur entered the kitchen, calling the waiters because the banquet was beginning. While White Cloud and Adele were scolding themselves for agreeing to this, Damdok headed into the hall with a satisfied look. He mentally thanked his priests, because if everything went according to plan, then all the problems would be solved. The gods who came to the celebration conversed amicably with each other, drank, and had fun. Some were surprised to see Damdok, who looked very much like Hercules, coming to the banquet in a lion's skin. Hades hasn't arrived yet, Ju is worried. But the guy understands that everything should go well. While he was serving drinks, Apollo suddenly put his arm around his shoulder and joyfully greeted his favorite student. Poseidon, standing behind, couldn't imagine that the guy would sign up as a regular waiter, which was quite funny. Seeing him off from the underwater palace, he did not think that their next meeting would go like this. Although he offered him to join the ranks of the knights, Apollo decided to remind him that he was the one who started the conversation with his favorite student. Poseidon asked him to leave them, because he had something to talk about with a lower-level god. Some of the guests looked with surprise at the lower-level god who was so close to the higher gods. When they noticed that Apollo and Poseidon were starting to pull Damdok over to their side, they first thought about intervening. Suddenly, a third familiar voice was heard. Noticing that the mountain god was still full of energy, Damdok turned his head and saw Thor, who was directing his side with a wide smile. At that very second, the guy fell to his knees in front of him, apologizing for what happened in the dungeons. Suddenly, Hades spoke up, thinking that the guy was changing in front of the wrong person. The man didn't know what Damdok was thinking about, how he got here. But it made the solution to his problem much easier. He was about to interrupt his useless life 3 times, and Damdok felt that he was starting to suffocate. Thor grabbed his hand sharply, deciding that it was unfair to use such force against someone weaker than him. Hades was surprised to see the Asgardian, but made it clear to him that he should not interfere in the affairs of Olympus. However, Thor understood everything correctly. Let us remember that the main one on Olympus and at this banquet is Zeus. Released into divine power, the room began to shake, and the others realized that the battle of the higher gods was about to begin. But while Thor and Hades were testing their strength, Poseidon's trident pierced the wall between them. The water god ordered them to stop, as there was no need to shed blood on such a beautiful day. However, the god of thunder was sure that there was nothing beautiful here, and Hades was trying to kill someone weaker than him. He also insulted him, a valiant warrior of Asgard, and in the name of Odin, he will not let it go. Apollo asked him to calm down, while Hades turned his head away from him, turning his gaze to Damdok. Poseidon also stood up for the boy, not wanting to let Hades shed blood. This enraged the god of death, who decided that the others wanted to die with him. He decided to give them this opportunity, after which he began to release his divine power. Even the highest gods found it difficult to resist the power of death, as Hades became enraged. The man watched closely the struggles of the boy who was supposed to die by his hand, but suddenly lightning began to flash throughout the hall, and another god stepped forward. The most worthy were gathered at this banquet, but one of them dared to start a fight here. Zeus didn't understand what the god of death was doing on Olympus, since this was a festive banquet, not a funeral. Hades apologized to him for the misunderstanding, and his power began to weaken due to the presence of the supreme god. Zeus wondered if his wife knew where Hades was, but then replied that something had been stolen from the underworld. The supreme god couldn't believe that someone could steal from him, and judging by what he had done here, it was something very valuable. The god of the underworld declared that Cerberus had been stolen from him, and in a very brazen manner. The guardian of the realm of the dead was stolen by that minor god, after which he pointed his finger at Damdok. The guy himself was shocked, because it wasn't theft, and he used her for the common good and sent her home. Suddenly, Zeus approached him and began to examine him carefully, finding the guy interesting. The supreme god became interested in what Damdok commanded, to which he heard the answer that he was the god of the sword. Zeus realized that the guy was quite smart, and it was immediately obvious from them that he was a low-level god. Then it's even stranger how he was able to steal a dog that could strike fear into even Zeus. Damdok described in great detail the entire story with Cerberus, how he found and subdued him using the collar. He felt it in one of the columns at the entrance to the kingdom of the dead, after which the dog began to obey him. Zeus found this story very funny, and he did not fully understand how a low-level god could pull off such a thing. His reaction was unexpectedly positive. Perhaps, with his help, it will be possible to relieve the tension in the relationship with Hades. However, the supreme god decided that the best way to solve the problem was to arrange a duel between them. Apollo was against it, because a duel between gods of a lower and higher level was too unfair. Then Zeus decided that they would fight without using divine powers. These two had ruined the banquet and should be punished. Poseidon was also in shock, and Thor tried to cheer up Damdok, who was speechless. Hades noticed that the guy's execution was postponed, and he could enjoy his life while he could. The guy hoped with all his heart that there was something in the store that would help him not to die. Ju, who approached him, noticed that the situation had gotten out of control, and although she said that it was dangerous, they headed for the exit, shifting blame onto each other, although they knew it wouldn't help solve their problem. Suddenly, they were stopped by Hercules, who offered to help Damdok with training and invited him to Ares Stadium. A few minutes later, they reached a place that resembled the Colosseum, and for a month, the guy was able to train here. Damdok thanked him sincerely, as he had not expected that he would be helped like this, and Hercules joyfully declared that they were brothers. It was surprising that the greatest hero of Greek mythology attached so much significance to his equipment. Turning his head, the boy noticed how two gods were sparring with each other. It was obvious to the naked eye that they were fighting very fiercely and at such a high level. But suddenly, the guy fell to the ground, although he weakened his defense for only a moment, but declared that he had not yet lost. The girl who defeated him, smiling, clarified that in a real fight, he could have died 10 times already. The vanquished man offered to agree to a draw and removed the sword from his face. Judging by their skills, they are not ordinary gods, but they were not at the banquet, and perhaps they are not very powerful. But when Hercules named Ares and Athena, he literally fell into a stupor. He couldn't believe that some of the 12 gods of Olympus, patrons of war, had just fought in front of him. It was good for them because they specialize in fighting and can help. Noticing Hercules, Ares immediately grabbed him, deciding to test which of them was stronger. Trying to break free from the tight grip, the man said that he wanted to introduce someone to him. They should have come to the banquet instead of wasting time fighting among themselves, because they missed one of the hottest news. They caused absolute chaos at the banquet, and one of them will have to fight Hades. Ares and Athena noticed that the girl's skills would be stronger, but they had never seen such energy as this guy's. Suddenly, the god of war smiled, because he just needed an interesting partner for sparring. The only way to determine the true level of power is through combat, and now they will see who is the strongest. When Ares pulled his sword from its sheath, Damdok visibly tensed up, as he hadn't expected everything to happen so quickly. Ju suddenly announced that she was going to return to Korea because they needed help with the gate. The guy realized that he had no choice, and Ares began to walk towards him. He was curious to test the guy's unusual energy, so he asked him if he was ready. Athena asked her comrade how he came to fight Uncle Hades, but it didn't matter. Aida, with his quarrelsome nature, is no stranger to conflict, so this is not surprising. In any case, to survive this fight, Damdok needs to give it his all. The god of war ran towards the guy, after which he struck the first blow, destroying literally everything in front of him. Athena looked displeased and couldn't tell if Ares was pretending or if he was truly stupid. However, the guy was lucky that the surface here was soft, so he definitely survived. The god of war rushed forward again, asking him to show him how the boy wielded a sword. Having jumped up, Damdok began to furiously parry every blow, going completely into defense. Athena was surprised to notice that the guy started to fight back, which is not bad for a low-level god. However, in terms of strength, speed, and energy levels, they are completely incomparable, which is expected in a battle between gods of different levels. Ares found this amusing and then rushed to the attack, suggesting that they continue. Damdok barely managed to dodge the incredibly powerful blow here, after which he decided to give up due to the large difference in skills. However, I got too into the god of war's taste and asked to come closer, because for him, the word surrender does not exist. Watching their battle, Athena was surprised that the guy was able to hold out for a whole hour, exceeding all her expectations. Hercules agreed with her, after which he suggested that they stop, since Ares was too carried away by the fight. However, the goddess suggested observing further, noticing that during this time, something had changed. Even though Ares was destroying it, not a single lower-level god could stop the sword of the god of war. However, the man who fought Damdok also noticed that the longer they fought, the better the boy became at blocking his attacks. He was getting stronger with every second of the fight, which seemed possible, and so Ares accused him of hiding his true level. But when he decided to deliver the decisive blow, Damdok swung his sword, breaking the blade of the god of war. The faces of everyone present immediately froze in surprise, because something like this had never happened before. Thanks to his talent as a swordsman, Damdok was able to quickly learn Ares' fighting style, and he could now block his attacks with greater confidence. This may be new to the gods, as they are used to buying all skills or legendary items from the god shop. But now that the guy had managed to break the sword of the god of war, the situation began to escalate even more. Ares was sure that the guy had been hiding his true talent all this time, and then decided to fight with his fists. But suddenly their fight was interrupted by Athena, who put her hand in front of her, blocking the man's blow. She asked her friend to calm down. Let me remind you that this was a normal sparring session. The goddess then turned to Damdok, noting that his skill was indeed above average. However, the guy had a different opinion, because Ares didn't even use his divine powers, and he was already pretty battered. He didn't fight him for very long, but his swordsmanship had already improved significantly. At this rate, he would be able to stand up to Hades, and he had to make sure they agreed to work with him. He then turned to Ares and Athena, deciding to politely ask them for a favor. With a confident air, he asked them to teach him how to use a sword, which surprised the goddess. It sounds unexpected, but he was ready to do anything if they agreed. Athena clarified that Ares did not fight him at full strength, but the difference in level did not bother him. On the contrary, it provoked her even more. And now she began to understand why Hades disliked him so much. She asked him not to reverse, because he would be trained by the gods of war themselves, so there was no point in expecting an easy ride. Sometime later, Damdok was fighting with all his might against the golems, of which there were a huge number. He has 1 minute left. If he can't defeat everyone in this time, then the fallen will also rise. There are too many of them, and the guy has long since used up all his supply of divine power. If there was even a little bit left, he could destroy them all with one blow. But in the end, he decided to use the wave slice skill, which noticeably stunned Ares. Damdok was surprised by the god's reaction, as he didn't see anything unusual in this attack. Suddenly, the man grabbed him by the chest, trying to find out who was using such primitive energy. The guy decided that there was a misunderstanding between them, and Athena asked her friend to calm down. There is no rule that would prohibit the gods from using magic, because the gods gave magic to people. However, Ares was sure that no god would use magic against divine power. Only Typhon would cheat like that. Then Damdok decided to prove to them that he was not Typhon, which he did not even know about. No matter how good the disguise, only a real god is capable of such a thing. After which, the guy called his priests. A portal appeared next to them, which brought White Cloud and Adele into their world. While the two were still unclear about the purpose for which they had been summoned, Damdok decided to find out whether the gods believed him. Athena rudely nudged Ares with her elbow and asked him to apologize to him, which is what the god of war did. Suddenly, Adele started screaming that Damdok had promised to heal her, but he was just dragging her God knows where. Hercules was surprised that a god could be so close to his priests, as if they were old friends. Athena also did not expect that the guy had priests, because their power largely depends on the power of the god. They could train them, and then their training would be much more productive. The three of them will have many more options for combat, so the number of monsters can be increased tenfold. These words did not please the priests, who did not even understand what was happening, and Damdok immediately apologized to them. With a snap of her fingers, Athena created iron golems that surrounded the stunned trio. At this rate, a month of hellish training from Ares, Athena, and Hercules passed. When the day of the duel with Hades arrived, Ju approached the training arena. Having found Damdok, she asked if he could defeat him, but the guy was confident that he would not lose this time. A couple of hours later, the stands were filled with spectators, and Damdok, Hades, and the judge were already in the arena. The god of death was surprised that the boy decided to fight rather than run away, because he was already going to pursue him across all the worlds. At that very second, Nika, whose eyes were hidden by a bandage, flew into the sky, wanting to start the duel of the gods. She clarified that the use of divine powers is prohibited in this duel. The wreaths she placed on their heads would block their divine powers for the duration of the duel. When the fight began, Damdok immediately rushed into the attack, activating a gust of wind, approaching his opponent. To the guy's surprise, Hades didn't even try to defend himself and was completely open to attack. But at that very second, the god of death decided to launch his attack, which hit the target right on target. Having cut his opponent's neck, the man decided that it was shameful for such skills to call himself a sword god. Hades invited him into the afterlife, after which he rushed forward, starting to attack him with his bare hands. The audience felt sorry for Damdok. After all, a low-level god doesn't stand a chance against one of the higher gods. Ares expected something like this, but believes that the guy will not lose, and the others were surprised by his appearance. They didn't expect him to decide to watch such a boring duel, but the god of war explained that he had personally trained him. It was hard to believe that Ares himself decided to take on an apprentice. But there is a first time for everything. The man was interested in seeing how the boy's strength would grow during the fight, and he was already able to study all of Hades' movements. However, he felt that something was wrong, and Hades declared that it was madness that overtakes one on the threshold of death. The movements Damdok saw during training and what he sees now are noticeably different. These may seem like completely different fighting styles, but they had something in common. The boy then activated his formless sword skill and managed to strike Hades. The god of death couldn't believe what was happening, but Damdok was able to get him to sit on his knees. The audience was immediately delighted by this unexpected turn of events and began to shout loudly, supporting the guy. Zeus, who was also watching the duel, laughed loudly because he had not had such fun for a long time. Entering the arena, he invited Damdok to the next banquet, hoping that it would be fun there too. Initially, he tried to get into the banquet as a worker, but now he is already being invited to the next questionnaire as a god. Hades was dissatisfied with Zeus's behavior, and not a single god of a lower level had ever been to a banquet. The supreme god advised him not to dwell on traditions, but the god of death reminded him of the oath on the river Styx. At that very second, the system congratulated Damdok on the fact that his name was known to all the gods of Olympus. In the end, he was still able to get into the banquet as a guest, but he overdid it a bit with the wine. Suddenly, Persephone, looking as if she was hiding from her husband, addressed him from behind the column. She saw their battle and noticed that the guy had become much stronger since their last meeting. Damdok decided that he was just lucky, and then apologized if he had caused any inconvenience. But the girl was glad, because she had told Hades many times that he should do something about his character. She then handed the box to the guy, explaining that it was a gift from her mother, and inside, there was another golden apple waiting for him. She asked me to convey that all her accumulated grievances had evaporated in an instant, and she thanked him for a very long time. After Persephone left, Ju Soyul approached the boy from behind, noticing how well Damdok was having a good time there. She arrived just in time, because the guy only noticed an ad for a part-time job that morning. He offered her to work a little, to which he was met with a surprised look, since he had been specially invited to this banquet. This is the perfect time to ask one of the higher gods to help solve Adele's problem. At first, Damdok didn't want to do this, but the situation changed, and when Ju saw the golden apple in his hands, she was speechless. He didn't answer where he got it from, but instead decided to call Adele over to him. The girl didn't hear him, so the guy decided to cheat by using the teleport. With this action, he scared her a lot because she was very close, And then he began to listen to her complaints. Without any explanation, the guy shoved a golden apple into her mouth, solving two problems at once. She immediately felt some kind of warm and pleasant energy begin to develop throughout her body. Damdok explained with a smile that it was her mana circulating, and now she was healed. Immediately after this, the girl tried to create a simple spell to find out what mana was. She lived her whole life to see this little light in her hands. And now, she has succeeded. Tears began to flow down her cheeks because her dream had become a reality, and she had nothing to repay him with. Ju, who approached them, was sure that it was not yet time to say such a thing. The golden apple only unlocked the mana flows. She is still very far from becoming a real mage. Adele is overwhelmed with joy now, but she still has a long way to go to improve her skills. Yet she was able to use mana as soon as she felt it inside her, which was great. Adele called Ju sister, which the girl didn't really like, although she had already become family for the priestess. Damdok noted with a smile that at such moments, it was simply impossible to be angry with her. However, Adele still seemed strange to him, and it was hard to believe that they were the same age. Now that they had finished all their business, they decided to go home. He advised Adele to return to her world and begin to seriously study magic, and they would all go to work part-time. White Cloud wondered where they would go this time, not even realizing that their path lay to hell. When they arrived at the place, Damdok was surprised because usually the system teleports directly to the place of work. There were no problems with all the other worlds, but here the system only gave them direction. At that very second, a crack began to appear on the ground from under the gates that were hanging in the air. One of the men reported to headquarters that the medium-sized gate had suddenly increased to a large size. When his comrade began to fall into that very crevice, Damdok ran to his aid, pulling him out. The guy made him understand that everything was fine, after which he advised him to leave. Approaching the gate, he immediately realized that this was the gate to hell through which he had to pass. Damdok, together with Ju and Oblak, decided to quickly pass before they were interrupted. On the other side, night and mountainous terrain awaited them, and the system announced that they had arrived at their destination. It turns out that these gates led to hell, which means that the Forgotten Buns are located right inside the gates and in hell. Suddenly, a huge worm appeared behind the guy, wanting to attack him from behind. But once again, Ju came to his aid, advising the guy not to get distracted and to clean everything up here. At that very moment, several more huge worms appeared in front of them, wanting to feast on them. Damdok decided not to waste time on nonsense and to do more important things. Sometime later, when they had finished with all the monsters, they had only one thing left to do. The guy was most interested in finding out what was on the other side of the barrier. Every gate he had been through had such a barrier, and not long ago he had not had enough strength to overcome it. But now the time had come to fix this, so he began to attack him with flames. The system announced that the abyss had begun to peer into him as the barrier cracked and then collapsed completely. Damdok turned to Ju, assuming that they were on the right track. However, the girl's face said otherwise. She had a bad feeling about this, and it seemed like they had better turn back. The guy was against it, because they had already come so far, and when else would they get a chance to gain power over demons? But hell is a place where demons and demonic creatures can roam freely. But there is no one here, which means that there is someone in this area who is at the top of the food chain. It was obvious that no one wanted to mess with him, when suddenly, they heard a strange sound nearby. It was too late, so Ju hurriedly asked the guy to destroy the gate core right now. But Damdok couldn't even move a finger, noticing the huge eye that appeared beneath him. They dared to disturb the peace of this monster, which began to emerge from underground, opening its mouth wide. Ju asked Damdok to move, but it was too late as the monster had already swallowed him. Once inside, the guy immediately found himself in a strange dimension where puzzles were flying everywhere. But he was trying to understand where he had ended up, because just a few minutes ago, he had been fighting some kind of monster in hell. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed two children who would surely know what this place was. He walked towards them and called them over, but there was no answer, and he himself stumbled and fell somewhere. At that very moment, he found himself in a completely different place, standing on solid ground. Suddenly, he tripped over someone and immediately apologized, but noticed with horror that he himself was lying next to him, covered in blood. Recognizing the familiar jacket, his eyes widened in fear, and behind him appeared Ju, also covered in blood. Ignoring the guy, she walked up to his lying body and began to apologize for not being able to protect him. Damdok tried to shout to her, but the girl did not hear him, while he wanted to find out what this place was. And as soon as he touched her, he was sent back to another deserted dimension. Puzzles began to fly around him, and inside of them he saw images of his own death. Unable to bear it, Damdok began to scream loudly and asked to stop this madness. Suddenly, the guy felt like he was being sucked somewhere. And then he opened his eyes and jumped up. White Cloud looked worriedly at the teacher, who needed a minute to come to his senses. Having risen to his feet, he told Ju later that in his obsession, he saw her. He began asking about their previous meetings, and the girl guessed that his memories were beginning to return. Most likely, this is due to their encounter with that demon, Asmodeus, one of the 72 great demons of hell. In Damdok's past lives, he died 1,000 times because of this demon. So he began to remember everything after encountering it. The guy asked her to answer at least something, but she had nothing to say. He literally demanded answers, but Ju only apologized since he couldn't tell him anything now. As long as the Eye of the Abyss watches them, it would be better if Damdok remained in ignorance. The guy thought that the truth doesn't always bring good, and the girl decided to choose the lesser evil. Then he decided not to pry, because he understood that she had important reasons for this. Seeing the expression on her face, Damdok realized that she was surprised that he had just left her alone. However, he would be lying if he said that he was not interested in this at all. But he was sure of one thing. These visions came to him for a reason, so he asked Ju if she would leave him. She was genuinely surprised, but she had no intention of leaving him, and the forbidden fruit confirmed her words. To defeat the third guardian, a high level of strength is required, but they cannot do so since Asmodeus is somewhere nearby. Damdok didn't expect that she knew him and had met him before, so she could have warned him. However, the girl did not expect him to appear here. They had met before when the guy had reached the highest level. It was obvious that they could no longer rely entirely on her gift of foresight, and they would have to find another way. When they returned to their world, Damdok was invited to star in a commercial, but not everything went smoothly. They asked him not to improvise, after which they handed him the script, although he did what they demanded. But the director thought otherwise, because the guy made a huge hole in the bulletproof vest they were advertising. He was asked not to show off, but Damdok thought that this was not entirely fair. However, there is no place for honesty here. They just want everything to be as natural as possible. The director agreed to his terms, but warned that the guy would regret it, offering to film a fight scene. He called in the 5-star hunters from Company M, warning them that these guys would shoot without warning. When filming began, the hunters immediately scattered in different directions, changing positions. Then they all simultaneously tried to attack Damdok, who was standing calmly in place. It was a scam created by the Midas Company and the Iris Guild to extract money from novice hunters. The guy knew this and mentally apologized to Ju for dragging her into this plan. When the girl appeared on the set, the director broke out in a cold sweat and immediately stopped filming. A little later, the guy gave an interview saying that the value of a hunter lies in his individual skills. It doesn't matter how good the teamwork is. If the team only has weak hunters, they don't stand a chance against a strong one. If you call yourself a hunter and decide to protect people, then you need to improve your individual skills. All this teamwork that companies are trying to push is complete nonsense. Only the hunter who develops himself will be able to protect his country and its inhabitants. A little later, going outside, Damdok was called over by a stranger in a suit. It was the head of the Korean division of Midas, and their president wanted to see him. The guy reluctantly agreed, after which they went to the Midas Company office. There he was met by a smiling director, who was honored to see Damdok in his office. The guy noticed that the man had good Korean, but decided to find out why he had been called. The man continued to smile, even as he got down to business, after which he asked the boy to formally apologize for what he had said. Damdok realized that there were a lot of people like him in America. Stupid hunters who didn't care about anyone. If he agreed, they would spare no resources to support him, and they had something to offer him. The guy pretended to be surprised by such an offer, after which he asked to give him the script for the advertisement, and he would do everything as needed. Recently, he set his sights on a weapon from Britain, a sword so famous that its name is passed down from generation to generation. The director was curious about the name of this sword because they have a lot of weapons with 5 stars and above, and he only asks for one. But when he heard that they were talking about Excalibur, he immediately choked on his coffee. Seeing his reaction, Damdok reminded him that they promised to give him whatever he asked for, but it seemed like it was too much. It is the most powerful sword on the planet. There are many rumors about it, but no one has ever been able to find it. The man suggested that Damdok had somehow managed to find out that they had managed to obtain Excalibur. It was classified information, so the director was sure he was just bluffing. So he pretended not to understand what he was talking about. However, the guy clarified that he already knows everything. His final condition is Excalibur. Moreover, it became not only about Excalibur, but also about the lengths they went to get it. The man stated that the guy was crossing the line and would achieve nothing by insisting on something he had no idea about. Damdok asked him to calm down, because he did not demand him into his possession. He just needed 5 minutes to look at him. If he agrees, the guy will take back everything he said and do everything to promote his training program. The director suggested they talk later, since while Damdok was talking nonsense, they wouldn't be able to have a productive conversation. He couldn't agree to his terms, so he offered to choose any other weapon except Excalibur. A little later, Damdok recounted the entire dialogue to Ju, concluding that he would not have so easily given him such a valuable artifact. The girl didn't expect to hear about this sword, but at the banquet, Thor told the guy something interesting. The Midas Company employees killed countless people to obtain a certain sword, and God was very glad that King Arthur did not see this. And then Damdok realized what was going on. While they wait for the director's answer, the guy is going to visit several dungeons. Clearing them out wouldn't give him enough experience to get promoted. But that was exactly why he was going to do it. A month later, Director Midas was furious when the news reported that the clearing of the dungeon on Jeju Island had been completed. Hunter Damduk was able to clear this dungeon in record time. Apart from this dungeon, within a month he was able to clear several more that were previously considered impregnable. The guy explained that sometimes he relied on his equipment, although when facing a strong boss, it can't help much. If all the hunters in the group have a good enough skill level, then there is no need for a large number of hunters. Realizing that because of him alone, the entire company was collapsing, the man ordered that they contact him and say that he accepted his conditions. When Damduk and Ju arrived, the director immediately led them to the lowest floors inside the base. They would have only 5 minutes, as they had agreed, after which the man let them into a separate room. Inside, they were surprised to notice a huge mountain of gold, with Excalibur at the top. Compatibly showed that this sword enhances the owner's fighting spirit, doubling all stats for 10 minutes. Some data was hidden, but it was enough. So Damdok asked Snow White for her opinion. Luna and the Fox created a second copy of the legendary sword, while the director searched the wall for the right brick. When he found it, he immediately pressed the button, deciding not to let them leave after what they saw. Dynamite was attached to the door, and the room was hermetically sealed, and they would never get out. At the end, the director, with a mad smile, declared that they would meet their slow and painful end here. Damdok was expecting something like this, so he decided to test their new prey now. At this time, the director thought that in 3 months it would be necessary to correct the people in order to remove the bodies. But before he could answer far, he suddenly noticed that a strange light began to come from the locked room. A little later, the news reported that the head of the Midas Company had been found and accused of committing a number of crimes. The identity of the person who discovered its location remains unknown. But Damdok didn't need that. He had already received the sword, still not believing that such a weapon could exist on Earth. The guy was sure that Hephaestus had made it, and no human could have done such a thing. At that very moment, the door swung open loudly, and White Cloud, who had not seen the teacher for a long time, entered. He was always on TV, but he never visited him, which caused him dissatisfaction. But suddenly his anger evaporated in an instant when he saw the unusual sword in Damdok's hands. The guy started pushing him away, asking him not to touch the weapon since he didn't need it. But the priest tearfully asked to take at least one look at the weapon, because it was unfair. Damdok agreed, offering to pet Snow White, who had transformed from a sword back into a fox. He wanted to look at the sword, and Snow White and the sword are one, so there is no need to upset her. Putting on a warm jacket, Ju suggested that they get down to business, as they needed to find the third priest. They went to a rather cold region, which did not please Damdok, who suggested looking for a priest elsewhere. The girl explained that Etten lived between the 4th and 5th rivers, and if they hurried, they would reach him before nightfall. Adele doubted that anyone could live in such a place, and White Cloud was sure that Ju was lying. Then the girl suggested going back. They could come back later, but if they gave up everything, the world would end. The others immediately calmed down, suggesting not to jump to conclusions since they had not refused to go. Besides, they were almost there, since Etten lives behind the mountain in front of which they stood. Cloud was sure that once they got there, all their misadventures would end. But suddenly, they all heard a strange crackling sound, after which ice spikes began to appear in front of them. The team immediately started running to avoid being frozen and drowning in an avalanche. Suddenly, they discovered a cave, but the passage seemed too narrow to hide there. Damcom suggested that he could expand it, after which Snow White quickly turned into a sword. When they took cover, they noticed that the passage was blocked by snow, and it would take them several days to melt it. Suddenly, Adele announced that it was her turn, since she hadn't wasted any time, and began to create a flame. She asked everyone to see the power of the future Archmage Shalon. But at that very second, her fire went out. This little flame won't be enough, because only Niflheim's mana can melt such snow. But now they shouldn't waste their energy on anger. At least, they don't know how long they'll be locked here. The Forgotten Gods were growing stronger with every second, and they needed to find a way to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, Snow White jumped off his shoulders and headed towards the wall, actively sniffing something. The guy was surprised to think that there was something in this wall, after which he heard someone's voice on the other side. He tried to rub the ice, but at that very second, it cracked and created a small passage. But the strangeness didn't end there. A small flying fairy suddenly appeared in front of Damdok's face. Then 2 more of the same kind appeared and began to scream in fear that Loki's servant had come to them. While the guy was amazed at the real fairies, they trembled with fear, thinking that he would eat them alive. Damdok tried to convince them with a smile that he was not an enemy, but they were not even going to listen to him. Upon seeing Snow White, they were horrified to find that a demonic creature had arrived with him, mistaking her for Cerberus. The fairies had no intention of calming down, and they ignored the guy's words. They only shouted loudly afterwards that Loki and Cerberus wanted to steal Mjolnir. When Damdok heard the name of a familiar weapon, he immediately thought about a familiar god. At that very moment, Thor, who had previously ordered the fairies to remain silent until he came to his senses, came out to them. When the Thunder God saw his guests and heard their story, he realized that Loki had fooled him again. White Cloud couldn't believe that the real Thor was standing in front of him, and he laughed at the rather impudent priest. Damdok suggested that the avalanche was the work of Loki, who was planning to keep Thor locked up. The Thunder God frowned, confirming his words, because this idiot dreams of creating an army in Niflheim. Ju noted that such collapses did not happen often, and it happened at such an inopportune time. Then the boy asked in surprise why Thor hadn't come out yet, which noticeably confused the god. The man explained that he couldn't get out because the snow of Niflheim was special and couldn't be broken even with a hammer. Damdok was surprised because if Mjolnir was useless, then they would have to sit in a trap and wait for the snow to melt. However, the Thunder God was in high spirits and asked the boy not to worry. He pointed to the fairies who could take care of food, so they could just wait it out. Then the little girls began to whisper among themselves that strangers had invaded and wanted to steal their food. Suddenly, Damdok interrupted their conversation, politely asking if there was a way to get out of here. The fairy didn't understand why she should tell them about it, since they had broken in without permission. In response to her question, Thor loudly ordered them to prepare so much food that even the table would not be able to withstand it. The worried fairies began to whisper again, deciding that they would die of hunger if they stayed here. Then they were ready to tell how to get out, but they had to promise that they would never return here again. Damdok gave his word, after which a smile appeared on the fairy's face and her pose became heroic. She asked the guy to move away from the wall, after which she flew into it at full speed, hitting it with her fist. With her head held high, the little girl explained that if you attack something like that with an ice thing, the snow will crack. But Damdok noticed that they would hardly ever get out of such a small gap that the fairy had made. He asked her to make the hole bigger, and Adele remarked that they could pound like this all night long. The fairy declared that their magic had all dried up. The gods had done nothing for them, and they had to sacrifice themselves. She then suggested that the boy try it himself by studying the ice attribute attack. White Cloud and Adele were also inspired, deciding to use wave cut and magic. However, Thor reminded that only their race of Niflheim could cope with the mother of the ice attribute. But that was only because they, the gods, thought mana was nonsense and had no intention of studying it. The fairy asked those who owned the ice attribute mother to raise their hand. But water would also do. But Adele hasn't learned the water attribute yet, and White Cloud has no idea how to use magic. The little girl couldn't believe her eyes, because the attribute of water is the basis of all things. Thor asked everyone to calm down, because the snow would melt anyway, and then reminded them about food. The fairy grabbed her head in fear, imagining what would remain of their nest after the Thunder God's feast. But suddenly, Damdok raised his hand, remembering that Neptune's protection was also an attribute of mana. Noticing the water mana, the fairy immediately rejoiced because she knew that this would be enough. The little girl began teaching the boy to use the water attribute as bait to lure out Niflheim's mana. It wasn't that difficult, and Damdok discovered the principle of the ice attribute, increasing his comprehension by 10%. The fairies were in utter shock that the boy was able to learn the truth so quickly. White Cloud looked at him with envy, while Adele could not hide her delight. Watching closely the spell that Damdok was casting, she dubbed him a talent. But that's not the end. He needs to practice using these attributes. However, the guy had a completely different opinion, and so he grabbed the sword and headed forward. He had a good feeling, so he swung his blade, wanting to destroy the wall. Once outside, Damdok was shocked to see a multitude of huge monsters whose bodies were covered in white fur. Thor, approaching him, immediately realized that Loki had brought these bastards. Ju also sensed the presence of the guard, causing Damdok to panic slightly. Looking at the wandering creatures, the girl concluded that the king of the Jotun frost giants was very close. Damdok guessed that the third priest was one of these huge creatures. As it turned out, the third priest was Eaton himself, the king of the ice giants. They have a very strong connection with each other, so Etten can simply watch them from hiding. Even though the third priest is not human, the guy is still curious about why he is opposing Thor. Under normal circumstances, Etten would never team up with someone like Loki, but he is most likely under Loki's control. Meanwhile, Thor was already in full swing fighting the giants, loudly addressing his brother Loki. He was ready to finish him off, and so he asked him to hide and come out for a fair fight. The god, who was sitting on the mountainside and watching what was happening, smiled as he looked at his foolish brother. He then turned to Etten and told him that they were killing his subjects and he should stop it. However, the bargaining urged Loki to resolve everything fairly, but the thunder god did not have time to finish. He didn't have time to react and then received a strong blow from the giant, which threw him quite far. As Thor crashed into the wall, he noticed that two giants were already near him, swinging their fists. Damdok looked up, noticing Loki and Eaton, deciding that he needed to get to work before Thor killed the frost giants. Adele couldn't believe the guy was going to fight him one-on-one. He noticed that his priests were frightened, but they tried to convince him otherwise. They were ready to destroy anyone who stood in his way, even Loki himself. Damdok didn't know how Loki controlled Eaton, but the skill he used required incredibly strong concentration. His control might weaken if he was distracted for even a second, and then the guy rushed straight at him. He decided to attack the god from behind, but he was sure that it would not be so easy. The problem was that Etten wouldn't let him get to Loki that easily. Damdok barely managed to dodge the giant's huge fist, completely losing his speed. Loki smiled smugly that the guy wouldn't achieve anything this way. He spent so much time trying to take control of Etten, and he is the most powerful being in Niflheim. Loki then suggested that Damdok was a god from another world, since attacking from behind was not Thor's style. The boy didn't answer him, which made the god assume that he was so confident in his abilities. Loki suddenly introduced himself, adding that gods could be so arrogant that it could be their undoing. It seemed that their meeting was written in the heavens, so he asked to be allowed to show him something. The gods often look down on the use of mana, but mana is as much a gift from above as divine powers. In these icy lands, where even Thor's powers are useless, Loki was able to fully utilize the benefits of using mana, and from now on, he decided to use them to the fullest. After which he began to create a sphere of dark flame. It is capable of melting even the snows of Niflheim, which noticeably surprised Damdok. Loki still hadn't had the chance to evaluate her in a real fight, and the guy was the perfect training subject. At that very moment, Damdok enveloped his sword in dark flame and smiled, which stunned Loki. Before the god could express his surprise, he noticed how the boy quickly turned towards him, swinging his blade. However, the sword missed its target, getting stuck quite deeply in Etten's hand, and Loki was very lucky that the blow did not hit him. Then Damdok asked to free the king of the giants, and he would let him go in all 4 directions. God immediately understood everything and asked to lower the sword. He needed to concentrate in order to release control. However, the boy still held the blade at the ready, ordering Loki not to do such stupid things again. Suddenly, the god smiled broadly, deciding to give his final order to Eaton and tear Damdok to shreds. The giant immediately obeyed, after which he swung both hands towards the boy. The blow broke off a piece of the mountain, and the boy began to fly down, expressing his dissatisfaction towards the god. Loki, who was flying next to him, smiled and ordered Etten to destroy everything he saw. Landing on a huge piece of rock, Damdok tried to verbally stop the giant king. However, it turned out to be useless. But suddenly, Ju came to the guy's aid, grabbed him, and pulled him up. Loki continued to fall down and laugh, loudly declaring that he was not to be underestimated. Looking into the abyss, Damdok decided that the god of deception had gone completely mad before parting with his life. White Cloud couldn't even see the bottom, so suppose the giant king died too. But then he noticed two huge yellow eyes, and suddenly a huge creature flew out of the gorge. Damdok's face twisted in horror as he noticed Loki standing on the neck of a huge ice dragon. The god of deception greeted everyone warmly, announcing that he had returned safe and sound. He then offered to continue their conversation, but at that very moment, Thor approached him, intending to attack. However, he was stopped by the dragon's tail, which threw him further away from his brother. Having stepped onto the magic plate, the god sent the dragon to play with Thor, and he himself decided to stay. He then called Poppy to him, who turned out to be a huge wolf who landed next to him. It was an ice wolf, Loki's favorite pet after Yun. That was the name of the dragon. He hadn't been so surprised for 1,000 years, because he didn't think he would meet a god capable of using mana. But a genius like him always has a plan B, and he hates those who spoil his plans. In response to this, Damdok asked Ju Soyul to take everyone away from here, and he himself decided to deal with Loki. God sent the wolf to attack, and it approached the guy at full speed, opening its mouth wide. When Loki noticed that Poppy had eaten Damdok, he immediately praised him, as it wasn't for nothing that he had spent so much time with him. He then ordered to catch up with his comrades, deal with them, and then help Yun. However, the wolf was in no hurry to carry out his order, looking attentively at the god, thereby surprising him. At this time, Damdok, smiling, ordered that he be torn apart, because now he was the wolf's master, having managed to subdue him. Poppy slammed his paw into his former owner with all his might, crushing him into the ground. Seeing the boy alive, Loki couldn't believe that his ability to control was stronger than his. Damdok also has an ace up his sleeve, so he asked to start working on Plan C. While the god of deception was trying to comprehend his words, Thor began to slowly approach him. Laughing, Loki tried to convince him to calm down, because he knew that his joke had gone too far. He tried to offer him any drinks he wanted, but the Thunder God was too angry. Once the situation was resolved, the Thunder God was indebted to Damdok, and was amazed every time he saw his progress. He will never forget what the guy did today. But first, it is worth dealing with who caused all this fuss. He then grabbed Loki by the collar and dragged him along, after which they set off together for Asgard. Perhaps the god of deception was lucky, because if the guy were in Thor's place, he might not have survived at all. Suddenly, Ju reminded them that they had one problem. Etten was still at the bottom of the abyss, but they might have to go down, which the others didn't like very much. White Cloud assumed that he was definitely dead, since he fell from such a height. But the girl asked him not to worry about it. At that very second, a huge paw grabbed the edge of the abyss, and a low voice confirmed her words. Etten, who was able to climb up on his own, carefully examined the little people. The frightened priest immediately hid behind Ju, telling the giant that they would fight back. Damdok also suggested that they would have to fight him, even if he was no longer under Loki's control. But suddenly, Etten thanked the guy for freeing him from Loki's control, and destroyed the ice dragon. He oppressed the inhabitants of these frozen wastelands for millennia, giving them no peace. In gratitude for this, he is ready to fulfill any of his wishes, which made Damdok very happy. However, before he did this, he had one very important condition. He can grant a wish that does not require leaving Niflheim, as he is obliged to protect the inhabitants. The boy wondered why he needed to defend his kingdom from the dragon if he was dead. As it turns out, no matter how many times he is killed, sooner or later, he always comes back. Etten and his subjects are in a state of endless war with him. It turns out that it cannot be destroyed, and there is no way to prevent its return. But in fact, there is one prophecy about one who possesses the power of shining ice and dark fire. When he appears, the ice dragon will meet his death, and the snowy world will find freedom. Damdok thought for a moment and remembered that Loki had managed to master the magic of the dark flame. He then showed the giant king his dark flame, stunning him. The giant assumed that this was what the prophecy was talking about, but that was not enough. The guy still doesn't have control over the circular aura, which was incredibly necessary and powerful. The prophecy says that their savior will not possess her when he gets here. Then he asked the boy to follow him to take him to someone who could solve this problem. As it turned out, Etten led them to the fairies they had seen earlier, and they were very unhappy with their appearance. The giant king was surprised that they already knew each other, after which he declared that this was the guy who saved them. Few in Niflheim are better at using mana than the snow fairies, and with their help, Damdok will be able to master the circular aura. The fairy didn't understand why she should help them, since she was busy looking for food. Ju decided to solve this problem by handing her a cookie and inviting her to try it. Grabbing the huge piece tightly, the pixie noticed that it smelled very delicious. But when she tried it, she started screaming that it was the very golden apple from the legends. Then the girl handed her a whole handful of cookies, offering to give them all to her if she would help them. Circular aura is a technique that involves very strong compression of mana. In this case, the fairy can create an ice aura, and this technique is much stronger than the usual mana fist. The main difficulty is to use the aura of different elements at the same time. To use the aura of two opposing elements requires a special talent. But Etten's words were immediately interrupted by the fairy, who guessed that the giant was not yet aware of this. This guy is a real monster, and she wouldn't explain anything to him if she knew he wouldn't succeed. This technique is quite complex due to the large number of negative effects, but Damdok understood its essence. When Etten noticed the boy's progress, he couldn't believe that his aura had already stabilized. When Damdok approached the dragon, the fairy asked him to look carefully because it was a real monster. The boy finally mastered the circular aura technique, after which he swung his sword, standing in front of the dragon. Thanks to his rich man title, he learned a new skill, a black sword strike, which he delivered to the dragon. The impact was so strong that it left a huge crack in the ground, and the rock split in two. What the giant tribe had been waiting for so many years was just one blow away, and Damdok offered him to become a priest. By killing the ice dragon, the guy received its energy, which gave him huge bonuses. When they made a contract with a third priest, Damdok's divine powers immediately increased in level, and the profiles of his priests are now displayed in more detail, which the guy immediately checked on Eaton. He was the ruler of the frost giants for 68 years, now 128, and he cared for his people more than anyone before him. White Cloud is not considered the best swordsman in the world, which is why his pride and quarrelsome nature make him unbearable. Damdok smiled openly as he read the detailed description of the first priest, which Cloud didn't like very much. Adele decided to count him out again. Let me remind you that Damdok is his god, so you need to be respectful. However, the Reaper was sure that once he defeated him, no one would remember how he spoke to him. Damdok didn't listen to them, as he was carefully studying the new information about Adele. Then he suggested that they go to another place, and they agreed to anything, as long as it was warm. However, the guy didn't say where exactly they were going. The main thing was that they ended up here. Before leaving, he only hinted that it was time for them to check how things were going in the other world. Meanwhile, in that same world, a huge living tree terrorized poor people. One of the men loudly announced over the radio that there had been a breakout from the dungeon, and the danger level had been raised from D to A. He wanted to ask for help, but at that very second, he received a strong blow to the cheek. Chan was unhappy with his actions, as he had completely different plans. But he must kill as many monsters as possible to get the maximum reward. And if they called for help, they would have to share it. But it was obvious that they couldn't cope on their own. The guy with glasses said with displeasure that it was his job to cope. So he took him along. At that very second, he turned his head, noticing a girl who was walking towards him with a fire sphere in her hand. This is why Adele loved fire magic, because Niflheim was too cold. After that, she sent the sphere into the living tree, which immediately began to writhe in pain. The hunter was displeased that she killed a Class A mutant on her own and ordered her to be thrown out of there. The rest knew that they could not protect civilians alone, but the orders remained the same. The poor subordinate took out his phone, but at that very second, it was cut in half by a swing of the sword. White Cloud knew that Adele could be quite nasty, but reporting her would cause them a lot of trouble. Chun was stunned when he saw his former brother in front of him, not understanding what he was doing there. But if he is here, then Damdok was also nearby, although he previously said that he no longer participates in raids on the gates. But then he should act faster, because due to his inability to fulfill his duties, there is a lot of destruction around. John guessed that this was another one of his nasty tricks that he actively uses. He noticed that Damdok was quite good at them, but the guy asked him to stop talking nonsense. Chan, I knew how he managed to level up so much, while still hiding his unnatural powers. Damdok doubted that Chon was using divine powers, so he asked him to move out of the way. However, the hunter was just waiting for this opportunity, and decided not to let his opponent pass so easily. Chon announced to the 44th Division that he had discovered a victim of monsterization, and the boy was immediately surrounded. Damdok became a suspect and was a level 1 threat, and his case will now be handled by the Hunter Investigation Bureau. In case of resistance, it will be immediately destroyed, and security procedures will be initiated immediately. They hoped that the guy would not resist, and Chon was already rejoicing in his victory. He had previously advised his father to send Damdok into eternal imprisonment so that he would not upset their plans. However, Gunak was always against it, not understanding how long his son was going to keep him away. But then Chan directly suggested that the boy had been monsterized. The guy reminded me how last year one of their 5-star hunters turned into a monster. There have been a remarkable 326 instances of monsterization of the Iris Guild, and they still haven't recovered from that blow. Chan had evidence, because before Damdok was absolutely untalented. But everything changed in an instant. No one can remember such a sudden increase in power level. Besides, his powers are very unpredictable. If he's right, and Damdok really has been monsterized, then they'll be able to defuse the time bomb. Gunak contacted the director and set up a meeting with the Hunter Correctional Bureau. And now that the guy was accused, they ordered him to obey their orders if he didn't want to die. Damdok decided that they needed to send Adele away from here, even if they would hardly guess that she was from another world. He immediately created a teleport, sending away the girl, who did not quite agree with this decision. The soldiers immediately rushed to stop her, but it was too late, and she managed to escape. One of the men wanted to go further, but White Cloud created a line on the ground that he advised them not to cross. At the same moment, another warrior headed towards him, holding a two-handed sword on his shoulder. Drawing his blade, the priest rushed into the attack, determined not to let the stranger get close to Damdok. However, the boy whose face was hidden by a mask decided that this arrogance was enough, and then swung his sword. If Chon is right, and Damdok really was monsterized, then the Hunter Correction Bureau should deal with him first. The guy will help the Hunter Investigation Bureau in capturing Damdok, but he was initially against it. Chon was afraid of monsterization, but Gunak reassured him that someone would soon arrive who would sort everything out. The boy became curious about who it was, but his father advised him to see it for himself. This guy is a real monster, the best hunter in the world, Leo Lux, who was just fighting White Cloud. The hunter decided that the priest had taken the side of the one who had been monsterized, and he shouldn't have done that. But at that very moment, Leo was attacked by Damdok, who ordered him to take his hands off the cloud. While the boy tried to detain the hunter, Ju grabbed the wounded priest and ran to a safe distance. Leo looked back, but the guy said that he shouldn't get distracted during the fight. White Cloud's wound was deeper than the girl thought, so she needed to concentrate. Damdok needed to buy time while she was undergoing treatment, which is what he was going to do. Leo Lux noticed that the guy decided to go on the offensive, calling him a monster friend. Damdok didn't understand what kind of monsterization they were talking about, and the hunter asked in response where he got such powers from. Monsterization is a process by which people gain extraordinary abilities. Now, he may only see advantages in this, but as time goes by, his personality will disintegrate. As the threat level from the brother increased, the number of monsterization cases increased, and this happened at the same time as he appeared. Damdok tried to convince him otherwise, but it was useless, as his strength was uneven. Everyone who fell under the influence of monsterization did not understand what was happening to them until the very end. It is obvious that when this process is completed, the guy will become the greatest threat in human history. Leo asked his guys not to interfere, otherwise he would not be responsible for their lives. The leader of them ordered the soldiers to leave, being confident that the hunter would sort everything out. When they were alone, Leo began to release his power, concentrating it around himself. He then charged forward, swinging his hand sword and creating a huge explosion. He knew that Damdok was not fighting at full strength, but now he wanted to see his true power. In response to this, the hunter was ready to show his strength to make the battle more interesting. The hunter lowered his sword in front of the boy, destroying absolutely everything in front of him. Damdok stated that if he defeated him, he would receive a reward, but if he lost, he would lose face and the fight would be meaningless. However, the hunter did not care about the reward at all if the fate of the world was at stake. At that very second, Leo pushed off the ground and soared into the air to close the distance with the guy. Damdok repeated again that today was the first time he had heard about this monsterization and that their fight was pointless. However, the hunter had heard this 1,000 times already, and each time he killed the one who said it. The guy realized that he needed to stay calm. They needed such strong hunters to prevent the end of the world. But while he was thinking about this, the enemy raised his sword over his head and declared that this was the end. Leo dropped to the ground and asked him not to resist because he would thank him for it later. But his eyes widened in surprise when the guy behind him apologized, repeating his own phrase. Damdok was protected by the Nemean lion's armor, after which he used a black sword strike, going on the attack. After this blow, the hunter could barely stand on his feet. But Damdok controlled his strength because he had no need to kill him. However, the boy couldn't even think that Leo would be able to withstand the blow that crushed the ice dragon. In doing so, he demonstrated an incredible level of mana control in a world where magic is not widely used. Perhaps this is one of his new ones, since Vermouth mentioned something about a mysterious American. God had not heard of Korea, but he had heard from another god that it was in the same dimension as America. Damdok then asked him directly if he had ever heard of the system, and if so, they had a lot to discuss. Leo replied that absolutely everyone had heard of the status window, and suggested that the guy had gone crazy. He had to stop him before he went mad. But his body wouldn't listen. Falling to the ground, he began to reproach himself for the fact that Elijah's tragedy had repeated itself again. He tried to hide the fact that he was using the divine system, so Damdok decided to talk to him when it started. In the meantime, he decided to deal with the one who dared to set the best hunter on him. Swinging his sword, he created a crack in the ground that reached straight to Chon. This time he has crossed all boundaries, although he is so useless that he is simply wasting the air he breathes. Sometime later, the doctor informed Gunaku that his son had multiple fractures, abrasions, and lacerations. There were no vital injuries, but he was hit so skillfully that he can only breathe. However, the man was only interested in whether his life was in danger, and the doctor reassured him. It will likely take at least 6 months of rehabilitation before the hunter can return to his activities. Gunak didn't expect that Damdok could be so cruel, thinking that he had raised a tiger cub. Meanwhile, Adele was bandaging the wounds of White Cloud, who thought he was going to die. But the girl asked him not to pretend. She slapped him on the back, telling him that he still fought well, and the guy began to groan in pain. Damdok decided to ask Ju Soyul if she had ever met people like them, those who also work part-time for the gods, because he thought that Leo Lux might be one of those people. The girl was surprised by such a statement, but decided to find out in more detail why he decided this. In the magical world, when Damduk visited at Laum, Vermouth said that his appearance here was a god. Any god, the controlling system, could go to Laum, but the problem was different. The god who arrived there was from the United States, which made Ju think seriously. Usually they call Asgard or Olympus, and anyway, what god would say that he comes from the USA? And Leo Lux unexpectedly appeared from there, and he also had free control over mana, an American who freely uses mana in the human world, where such a concept does not even exist. It was too perfect for simple cases, but it was hard to conclude that Leo Lux was like them. Damdok didn't understand why Ju had doubts, as there were enough suspicions. However, they, people, cannot explain how they manage the system of gods. But one thing was obvious. There are only 2 people in the world who control this system, Damdok and Ju. This power is not available to anyone else. But the guy still didn't understand how she could be sure of this, doubting that it was indisputable. But he will find out everything when the time comes, and now he must trust her, and they are the only ones who can use the system. Now he will have to believe it, because these are the words of Ju Soyul, who was always right. In the beginning, she taught them a way to prevent war between the gods. At that very moment, he received a contract for urgent assistance to bless children, and a notification about the gate arrived on his phone. The Hunters Association mentioned Hanok Village, which is where they fought Leo Lux. Damdok didn't expect the C-class gate to upgrade to S-class, so they had to hurry. As they approached the village, they immediately noticed how much the place had changed. The gate has grown to enormous proportions, meaning that the danger is only increasing. First, Damdok decided to take care of the undead that walked limply on the ground. Turning his head, the boy noticed a frightened hunter who fell right in front of his feet. Suddenly, like a madman, he grabbed Damdok by the hands, ordering him to run, because the old man would kill everyone. The guy didn't understand which old man they were talking about, or what was going on in this fog, but his premonition was alarming. He guessed that a forgotten god might have emerged from the gate, and at that very moment, his intuition was activated. Reacting instantly, Damdok managed to dodge the blow, simultaneously counterattacking. While carefully observing the undead, the boy noticed an extraordinary ability to regenerate. He wanted to save the mana for the gate, but it was better not to take any risks and settle everything once and for all. But suddenly, lightning appeared in front of him, and a perfectly healthy Leo Lux emerged from it. He immediately allowed himself to say that he still did not believe in Damdok's innocence. But now, their priority was stopping the gate for the sake of humanity, and they would have to work together. Other hunters who arrived at the scene were already in full swing fighting the undead. At that very moment, Leo arrived to their aid, ordering the area of the fighting to be closed off so that civilians would not be harmed. Hunters who cannot use mana must aim for lethal spots and avoid direct combat. Until recently, even the most dangerous gates were insignificant compared to the dungeons. Suddenly, wooden chutes began to appear from the darkness and grabbed the hunter. Ju asked Leo not to do anything stupid, because he knew that there was something unimaginable in this black fog. He agreed, because the fog creates a feeling of discomfort and is clearly unsafe. At that moment, Damdok was chopping up wooden branches to save the captured hunters. Seeing this, Ju Soyul called the guys an idiot who went where he shouldn't. He managed to free the huntress, but he himself flew towards the fog. Damdok found himself in an unknown territory, believing it to be a dimension connected to the fog. There was a dark and unpleasant energy all around, and a feeling as if life was draining away. Suddenly, some otherworldly voice that was nearby addressed him. A terrible-looking old man, resembling a dead man, asked where he had come from, and his intuition gave him a signal of death. At that very second, the tree on which the old man was sitting began to sharply attack the guy. This was definitely the same old man the hunter had seen. They weren't fighting yet. He already sensed danger. Suddenly, the old man laughed, noticing that Damdok hadn't even heard of basic etiquette. Then he again released tendrils in his direction, which the guy began to chop into pieces. The old man said with surprise that he was not like the children he had eaten before. Damdok moved at full speed, not letting a single appendage get close to him, swinging his sword with all his might. However, even this was not enough, as sprouts began to emerge from the ground, tightly binding him. His gaze simply screamed that he would never give up, which is what made him different from others. The old man was eager to see his true face, a brave warrior, a child looking for his mother, the hunter begging for his life. They all had delightful faces. But now what worried him most was what expression Damdok would have on his face. Because of fear, the boy's agility and physical strength began to decline, and he began to feel as if he was standing in front of Asmodeus again. The monster came close to him and assumed that the guy must be very tasty. Then he started to sprout tendrils that were a centimeter away from his eye. But Damdok didn't want to let that happen. Suddenly, the system announced that his application had been accepted, and he was glad that he had a reservation. But at that very second, the old man broke the system window, ordering the boy not to even dare think about escaping. From the moment he set foot on this earth, death became inseparable from him. He is death. The old woman of the underworld asked him to show his true face, but the guy didn't even think of giving up so easily. Even with the system damaged, he decided to activate the Hellfire skill, but the monster protected itself with a tree. This makes everything even more interesting, and the old woman became curious about how the guy would feel when he gave in. Damdok was battered after trying to blow himself up along with the monster, but he wasn't about to give up. If this monster gets out, Seoul will be destroyed, so he and I must use our lives to stop it. At that very second, he rushed into battle. But for the old woman, this turned out to be just a little fun. She wanted to see him struggle in despair with that beautiful expression on his face. Her sprouts pierced the guy's body, but she ordered the guy to look at her. But suddenly, a girl appeared not far from them, creating a blooming dream of pink spring. Having picked up the guy, she noticed that today's youth are not at all punctual. They don't even show up to their part-time jobs on time. The old woman immediately recognized this girl and became visibly angry because she had ruined everything for her again. She sent sprouts towards her, demanding that Damdok be returned, since this sacrifice belonged to her. By destroying the sprouts with her petals, the girl could not sit here and watch the old woman disrupt the normal flow of things. So she ordered her to return to the world of the dead, surrounding her with petals along the way. The old woman immediately began to disappear, angrily cursing the one who was able to drive her back. When it was all over, the girl said, dissatisfied, that was why she shouldn't try to get out. Then she noticed the wounded guy who was lying unconscious on the ground. His wounds were quite serious, and he was badly battered during this battle. However, the girl managed to cure him, and when she heard the voices of other people, she hurried to disappear. Ju, Adele, and Cloud ran as fast as they could towards Damdok, hoping that he was still alive. A few hours later, the boy woke up in his room, and Ju was next to him. The girl answered where he was, after which she began to scold him for doing something stupid again. He was found alone in the fog, unconscious. But Damdok immediately began asking about the old woman. She was very strong, and he couldn't do anything with her, no matter how hard he tried. She was a dark reaper, a forgotten goddess, comparable in power to Asmodeus, and in her danger, she surpasses many of the gods of Korea. It's a miracle the guy survived. But now he realizes he overestimated his strength a little. She even managed to break the window of the part-time job. And when Ju heard about it, she was shocked. Not believing what she heard, the girl decided to ask again. But the answer was the same. Damdok was embarrassed that Ju was now very close to him, but she was interested in the story of the broken system. The guy decided to show her in person, and the girl noticed that the system was giving an error, not understanding what it meant. The system is a protocol that spans all dimensions and was created by the mother goddess to ensure harmonious existence. Ju Soyul had never heard of such a system failing, especially in this way. They urgently needed to fix it, but it was unknown how. The girl began to go through the options, but nothing was suitable. Suddenly, she remembered Hephaestus, the god privy to all secrets, who could help them. However, at the moment Hephaestus was unavailable, as he had gone on an urgent trip. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard in the room, which noticed that the guy had come to his senses. It was the girl who had healed him, and now she spoke through the flower in the vase, asking him to listen to her. If he helped her with her flower garden, then she would help with fixing the system window. It was a fair deal. Damdok remembered feeling this aura before he lost consciousness after being attacked by the dark priest. The girl suggested discussing the details in person, but asked him to be careful as he might still feel weak. At that very second, all four of them were transported from the house to a beautiful flower meadow. While they were trying to figure out where they were, a girl came up to them from behind, pointing out this beautiful place. She then politely welcomed them into her garden. Looking at the guests carefully, a warm feeling enveloped Damdok, and he remembered that it was she who was in that fog, and the girl introduced herself as Samsina Halmoni. The boy thanked her with a smile, but his gratitude was interrupted by White Cloud, who was interested in what kind of small fry they were. And Damdok suddenly wondered which grandmother they were talking about, because Halmoni literally translated as grandmother. The priest asked the little girl to go play, but the girl declared that she was a goddess, and the baby she saved this morning is really growing very quickly. Realizing what was happening, Damdok immediately bowed his student's head while apologizing to Mrs. Samson. Adele was surprised that the little girl turned out to be a goddess, and Damdok hastened to introduce one of his priests. Samson was surprised to notice that she was from the New World, but it seemed to her that the girl had also grown up. After that, she decided to finish with the greetings, as they needed to get to work. There are children in this garden who are yet to be born, so they need to water all the flowers. Adele was delighted, not understanding why their work didn't always look like this. However, White Cloud was not very happy about this. I began to brazenly ask where they would get water. Samson held a huge jug in her hands, and we explained that each of them needed to bring water from the top of the mountain. There is her house. A little further they will find Zelkova. Next to it they will be able to get water. Cloud and Damdok were stunned by the distance they would have to travel to get water. When they returned to the field with jugs full of water, they were completely exhausted. At first they thought that watering the flowers would be an easy walk, But then this happened. Samson, sitting on a tree, remarked with a smile that nothing in this world is simple, especially if they want to fix something as complex as a system window. It's worth the effort. Watering the Garden of Souls is a very important task, not to cleanse the souls of the children who are soon to be born. This was crucial for the balance of the cycle of rebirth. Although Damdok didn't even understand what she was saying, he point-blank didn't see any connection between fixing the system and carrying a jug of water. This is called karma, the sum of all the actions that people have committed in life. When they reached the source of the water, the boy was surprised to notice what a beautiful color it emitted. This meant that he had done a good job. So Samson advised him to move forward. He guessed what she wanted, but he doubted that it was entirely safe. The girl noticed that he was talking too much, so she pushed him straight into the water. Opening his eyes, Damdok noticed that he was in the same place where he had fought Asmodeus. Rising to his feet, the boy realized that the pond led straight here. However, this time, flower petals from Samson's garden were flying around him, which was different from last time. Suddenly, he saw himself from the outside, but this time, he was a child, and Samson was standing in front of him. She gave him enough blessings that he is now connected with every creature in this world. This flower contains the energy of beings from 3,000 worlds, so she was ready to give it to the boy. The naive child wondered if he could accept such a beautiful flower. The goddess stroked his head and smiled. Let me give an affirmative answer. After this, Damdok woke up and noticed that he was on the shore, surrounded by flowers, and Samson was sitting next to him. She asked him to get up quickly, while the guy started asking what he had just seen. The goddess pretended not to know what he was talking about, and advised him to check the system window. The guy also hurried to do this, and noticed that everything was working properly. And in addition, a new ability was discovered. He remembered his past lives, so he got access to viewing old memories. 11,868 past lives have been found and are available for viewing and editing. However, there was only one memory available for viewing, which he decided to watch later. Damdok thanked Samson for saving his life and for fixing the system window. The goddess noticed how much the boy had grown, after which she declared that she had only done her job, but she still needed to give him something else. A little later, Samson handed him a cup of tea, which surprised the guy very much. It was a tea made from herbs that only grow in the afterlife, and it would help him overcome his fear. The nature of the dark priest is very mysterious, but one thing is known: she will never let her victim escape. When he faced her again, he would need more courage, and Damdok could already feel the strength awakening within him. But it seems that it is not enough. Even at the thought that he will have to face the Dark Reaper, his soul sinks into his heels. The goddess was distributing tea to everyone, but Damdok decided to politely ask for more. He was worried that this might not be enough, but the girl understood him perfectly. Unfortunately, drinking more tea does not enhance its effects. She asked for forgiveness since she could not help in any way. But that was enough. Suddenly, a new job posting appeared on Gorgon Island, requiring the beheading of a jellyfish. If this part-time job can increase his courage level, then it's exactly what Damdok needs. He decided to leave immediately, but Ju roughly grabbed him by the ear and demanded that he not rush. The girl began to scold him again, deciding that he wanted to do something stupid again. She reminded him that he was not immortal, and the battle with the Dark Reaper had taught him nothing. Let's say he didn't care about himself, but it's worth thinking about those who care about him. The guy immediately began to apologize, but this seemed insufficient to Ju, and she wanted specifics. At that very moment, Damdok fell on his knees before her, declaring that he was terribly guilty and asking for forgiveness. This is not a bad job at all, but only if you have sufficient training. And to fight a jellyfish, you need to have 3 things. The first is the Sandals of Hermes for traveling to the island. The second is the Helmet of Invisibility to approach the jellyfish unnoticed. And thirdly, a mirror shield so you don't have to look the Medusa in the eye during the battle. They can get a mirror shield for part-time work, and an invisibility helmet can easily be obtained by Adele. As for the Sandals of Hermes, where they are located, there is always a shortage of people, so you can send someone there. Ju hinted that Damdok and White Cloud should go there together. Meanwhile, work was in full swing in the Divine Post Office, and no one was getting anything done. The guys who arrived at the scene couldn't believe how much mail was in front of them. At that very moment, Hermes greeted them and invited them to his postal service. They should have definitely heard of him, and if not, he will remind them that he is their boss for today. God hastened to warn them that their work was quite difficult, so he must be sure that they could cope. Damdok agreed, politely asking for his sandals as payment, to which Hermes happily agreed. After that, he suggested that they get to work, while simultaneously bombarding the guys with letters. As a huge mountain gathered behind them, the god declared that this was their plan for the day, and they would have to work hard to make it. After this, they went to Ares, who was immediately delighted to see Damdok, and suggested a small duel. The guy was quite busy, but he offered to fight White Cloud and also asked to sign for the letter. After that, they went to the underworld, where they had to deliver a letter to Hades. The god of death couldn't believe that the boy dared to come to him after what had happened. Hades began to burn the letter out of anger, but the boy clarified that it was intended for Lady Persephone. When the girl saw that her husband was burning the letter, she smiled reservedly and offered to talk to him. After some time, they delivered the letter to Hestia, Achelous, Artemisia, the god of leaves, stones, and many others. They only had to deliver one to one of the Caucasus Mountains and hand it over to Prometheus. Upon reaching the location and seeing Prometheus, Damdok suddenly unlocked a new fragment of memory. Seeing the man chained up, the replay of Damdok's 1,000-second life began. He killed Asmodeus, using his opportunity to defeat the one he could not defeat for a long time. It was the greatest success in his life, but he still lost, even though he tried very hard. In this life, he again failed to kill it. But the god of prophecy told him something important. After his body was destroyed, all his memories would be erased, but he had to remember the name Pandora. When Damdok woke up, he realized that he could kill Asmodeus, whom he had failed to defeat in his 1,000-second life. Thinking about Prometheus's prophecy, the boy wanted to know who Pandora was and why it was necessary to remember her. However, first he had to do his job and deliver the letter to the man. In a languid voice, Prometheus asked him to read what was written, since his hands were tied. It said that he had committed a sin and must be kept there forever until he realized what he had done. The man cut him off abruptly because there was no need to read further. He had heard this 1,000 times already. Prometheus decided that this was all, so he asked the guy to leave, since he was just an object of ridicule. But instead, Damdok reached out and used regeneration on him, which was slightly weaker if used on someone else. The man couldn't understand what the boy was trying to achieve, but he was simply trying to cure him. Prometheus was genuinely surprised, because he was doomed to spend eternity here. But this did not stop the guy. The god of prophecy did everything for the good of humanity. If no one appreciates this noble sacrifice, then people should do it. Damdok felt sorry that this was all he could do for him, but he really deserved it. Prometheus tried to understand what kind of crazy god was in front of him, but the guy replied that he simply loved people. The man realized that the guy in front of him was quite unusual and decided to find out his name. White Cloud, who was tired of being here, suddenly entered the conversation and suggested that Damdok move on from here. Prometheus noticed that he had no divine powers, and the boy explained that he was his priest, who was still continuing his training. But even in a world where the coexistence of gods and people is possible, it is dangerous for a weak person to be here. This statement angered Cloud because he did not like being called weak, so he dared to insult Prometheus. The man was surprised to be called an old goat, while Damdok hit the student hard and asked him to shut his mouth. Now he was acting like an idiot, not even knowing who he was talking to. The god of prophecy watched in amazement as the gods in their day could communicate so easily with their priests. The world has really changed. If she were born now, she might be treated the same way. Hearing these words, Damdok realized that the man meant Pandora. Prometheus became curious about how he knew about her, because she lived a very long time ago. But her story is quite well known. They know almost everything, and even White Cloud has heard something about Pandora's box. However, Prometheus did not know about this story, and could not imagine what else had happened while he was chained to the rock. Then he asked the guy to tell him something about her, and Damdok agreed to tell him everything he knew. Pandora was human, but she possessed divine beauty, so the gods bestowed upon her all sorts of talents. She was the wife of Epimetheus, but her curiosity caused a terrible catastrophe, and Prometheus was deeply in love with her. Hearing this, the man realized that Pandora had ignored his prophecy after all. The boy realized that this was what he meant by Pandora's prophecy, and then asked to tell him about it. Suddenly, Prometheus felt sad when he realized that Damdok was only helping him because of the prophecy. The guy would be lying if he said he wasn't interested, but he didn't help him out of selfish motives. Damdok spoke well. Prometheus's flesh had been torn 1,000 times already, and 1,000 times it had grown back. But there is something even more painful than this. A horror that lies ahead that no one can prevent. He is so tired of this that he is thinking about sharing this prophecy with Damdok, Sometime later, Damdok and White Cloud were returning to the Hermes post office. The priest was too tired and regretted that it was impossible to teleport here because thieves often used it. It was quite a tedious job, but now Damdok was able to get hold of Hermes' sandals. In addition, he was able to unlock some memories and hear the prophecy of Prometheus, which he did not really understand. Pandora is not just a mythological character. The true Pandora's box that will bring chaos to the world is yet to be opened. Suddenly, Damdok announced that he needed to own some small things, and he hoped that the priest would not create problems. Cloud discontentedly assumed that his teacher was guarding him so that he wouldn't get into trouble. Hearing this, Damdok advised him not to anger him, although he himself was already quite far away. Suddenly, the guy noticed a girl who was surrounded by two creatures, and they began to claim that she was stealing mail. However, she stated that she needed these letters now, and she had no need to return what was already hers. The green-skinned elf decided that there would be no peaceful solution, and hoped that she would not be offended by him in the future. Then the voice decided to give the White Cloud, mocking the fact that exactly the same thing was happening in the human world. The elf was dissatisfied with this comment, after which he turned his attention to the guy. The god began to warn the little ones that he would soon jump to their death, but this only angered the priest even more. He began to slowly draw his sword, but at that very second, an inner voice in Damdok's face advised him not to do so. White Cloud put the sword back in displeasure, then turned around and was about to leave. He was immediately met with ridicule, and then his patience could not stand it any longer. The guy dealt with them in an instant, although these creatures call themselves gods. Moreover, he even spared them. But the elf decided to show what happens to a man who goes against the gods, and blew his whistle. In less than 2 seconds, White Cloud was surrounded by various gods. While he was trying to understand why there were so many of them, the elf asked who allowed him to behave like this in the abode of the gods. The priest became noticeably nervous, realizing that he was now really in trouble. He didn't know what to do, and had no idea what would happen if Damdok found out about it. But at that very second, the teacher grabbed him painfully by the head, because he had already told him not to get into trouble. The priest tried to explain that they started arguing, and then took the girl's things away. He was confident of his innocence, but Damdok was ready to challenge his position. At that very moment, their dialogue was interrupted by an elf who rushed at the White Cloud. Damdok easily repelled his attack, declaring that there were too many eyes around, so he would raise his priest himself. However, the elf only laughed, because here, no one cares about anything except the fast delivery of mail. At that very second, several gods attacked the guy, wanting to end the conflict that had begun. Damdok only needed one swing of his sword to push all the attackers away. The frightened gods immediately recognized the swordsman in lion armor, calling Damdok a hooligan. Others remembered that this daring god had fought with Hades last time. Damdok was shocked, because he didn't know who dared to humiliate him like that, and the girl behind him asked him to stop. The guy wanted to see who had spread this idiotic nickname, but at that very second, he was covered in sand. He wanted to attack her for this act, but her packaging was torn because of his sword. Damdok was shocked that she hit him because of the torn package, although he helped her, but she did not ask for help. He didn't understand if little ones always behaved like this, to which Elia responded by telling him her name. The disgruntled guy stated that no one had asked her about this, while trying to shake off the sand. Suddenly, he remembered that she was his employer, who just wanted to meet him. For some reason, she was sure in advance that he would accept her part-time job, which was very strange. Damdok asked her directly how she knew, since he hadn't even applied for the job yet. Having come with him to another place, Elia briefly explained that she was a fortune teller, so she found out about it. The guy was amazed at the huge number of prophets in the world, and no longer knew who to believe and who not to. However, she was telling the truth, and it was up to him to decide whether to believe it or not. And now she suggested getting down to business. The plan is to catch and kill the jellyfish, and he must accept her part-time job. First of all, he needs to be able to fly reliably in the sky, because he just got the Hermes boots at his part-time job. It's not some kind of power or magic. Everything requires skill. Even chicks learn to fly from birth. Without natural talent, it will take at least a year to master a high skill. Otherwise, you can become a thing for sirens. For stable flight, he needs Icarus's wings, and Damdok also wondered how much they cost. If you translate it into the divine power of Hermes, then it would be about 2,000 Hermes, which was quite expensive. Suddenly, something came to the guy's mind while he was trying to find another, cheaper way. He decided to pay in the name of Elia, since he had found a way to fly without Icarus's wings. She is not a very famous god, so her name is not very valuable. You can't buy even a lower power for that. The girl agreed, but advised him not to screw up because then she would rip off his head, not the jellyfishes. Sometime later, Damdok activated his flight talent to test it out. He didn't understand why the gods insisted on strength when talent was so good. Watching him, Elia was surprised, as he managed to do everything in just a few minutes. The girl noticed that he was indeed cool and decided to tell Ju Soyul about it, who held a dagger to her throat. The girl immediately asked the goddess who she was, to which she only told the regressor her name. Ju's eyes widened in surprise when the unfamiliar goddess recognized her as a regressor. She remembers absolutely all of her past lives, all 1,869 of them, thanks to which she has not forgotten most of the gods she has met. Although there are still many in the world whose names are unknown to her, these are only those who have no connection with Damdok. But now she saw danger in Elia's face, and therefore decided to attack her without warning. The old woman from the underworld broke the system. Because of this, Ju ended up in Samsin's flower garden. All this was a first for her. Now the order was completely different, but in the end she met them, which cannot be said about Elia. Despite having the power to repel her attacks, she has never heard her name, let alone even rumors about her. Elia deftly dodged each swing of the dagger, as if she knew where it would strike the next second. She took no action to counterattack, continuing to watch Ju's actions closely. The most unexpected twist was that the goddess knew she was a regressor, and that was what was most unnerving. But when Ju decided to make the decisive attack, their fight was suddenly interrupted. Damdok swung his sword and cut the ground between them, landing on the ground and offering to talk. He noticed that the atmosphere was incredibly heavy, unable to imagine what had happened. It was the first time he saw Ju Soyul so agitated, and he decided that something had happened between her and Elia. The goddess told him when to kill the jellyfish, and then disappeared to prepare for the next day. The boy suggested out loud that she was an evil god, but the answer surprised him. Ju sadly stated that she didn't know her, which raised the question of why she beat her like that. This behavior is not like her. But the girl also could not answer this question. It wasn't Ju's style, and it was the first time Damdok had seen that expression on her face. He agreed that Elia was suspicious, but if he didn't increase his fear resistance immediately, it would become more difficult in the future. Ju confirmed that she couldn't refuse the part-time job just for that reason, since Ragnarok would begin in 6 months. When the girl apologized to him, Damdok was surprised. But why did she send him to do his own thing? Ju handed him the invisibility helmet and mirror shield, and was ready to wait for him to return from his part-time job. While at home, the girl tried to find out about Elia from Persephone, but she had never heard of her. Moreover, the goddess assumed that Ju was jealous of Damdok, since she always pushed her towards a relationship. Even the last time Damdok recognized the friendship bracelet, Persephone was sure it was love. She pounced so suddenly that Ju was really nervous, even though a year hadn't even passed yet. It feels like it's going on forever. Maybe it's because of the endless repetition of past lives. Not tired of losing her comrades again and again while the world perishes? Loneliness in this world increasingly overwhelms her, and she is tormented by remorse for not being able to save everyone. Ju wanted to run away and just live without knowing anything, because her burden was too heavy. But at that very second, the dragon's power of soullessness was activated, suppressing all emotions in her. Damdok is the only one who can get rid of the Eye of the Abyss and kill it. If she helps him with it this time, he will be able to die forever. Meanwhile, the guy, together with Elia, had already arrived on the island of Gornan, walking on foot through the forested area. The guy didn't understand why they landed if they could have flown straight to the jellyfish's lair. The goddess explained that she needed to hide her presence as much as possible, and Damdok asked for a short break. When he heard the refusal, he said with displeasure that there was nothing cute about her at all. Suddenly, they heard some rustling and immediately hid in the bushes, and suddenly noticed a jellyfish in the clearing. Elia gave him a hand signal, and the boy immediately equipped a mirror shield and an invisibility helmet. At that very second, he jumped up with lightning speed and rushed to attack, intending to cut off the jellyfish's head. When the guy finished his business, he felt a little sorry because he had no grudge against her. However, there were important circumstances due to which he had to finish her off. Elia, who was still hiding in the bushes, began to scold Damdok with displeasure about his haste. She then ordered him to run, explaining that it was not a jellyfish, which left the guy frozen in a stupor. She did show him the throat-cutting gesture, but it turned out that his jellyfish had 2 sisters. For the first time, Damdok observed immortal monsters that devoured fear, snake deities. They were called the Gorgon sisters, and one of them returned her head to its place, smelling Damdok's delicious scent. However, when she looked at the place where she was attacked, the guy suddenly disappeared. At that very moment, Stheno, whom her sister had awakened with her screams, approached her. She tried to calm her sister down, explaining that someone was trying to get to them, but it seemed to her that Euryale had gotten something wrong, because no one would want to come here in person. Stheno checked everything, after which she found the stranger thanks to her special vision. When his presence was confirmed, Damdok was forcibly pulled out of stealth mode. He decided that he needed to get out quickly, using the speed of the wind. It was too late. Stheno only smiled sarcastically, watching the guy try to run away from them. She thought it was mean that Damdok decided to sneak up on the house, so she ordered her snakes to take him. The boy dodged the snakes very deftly, but at that very second, Euryale appeared in front of his face. She noticed how delicious the Damdok looked, and wanted to cut it up to make it easier to eat. However, he resisted, roughly kicking her tail with unusual force. But at the same time, the snakes of Stheno, which were still behind him, continued to attack him. Gripping his sword tighter, the boy used a wave cut to cut off the heads of the snakes. But besides this, he also managed to cut Stheno in half, who was still conscious. To his surprise, the girl continued to joke, while the snakes' heads began to grow back. Medusa laughed, for she had not felt such pleasure since she became immortal. She asked him to let her taste the sensation of carnage and murder again. Damdok deftly returned from a huge number of snakes that rushed straight at him. Suddenly, Euryale, who was behind him, swung her fist, deciding that he had been caught. While the guy was trying to dodge the attacks of two opponents, he tried to figure out where Aaliyah was. He wanted to use his most powerful magic. But then he noticed the goddess who was in the air, holding a huge mountain above her. She was a little late in adding that this was real black soil, fertilized with manure to the brim. Damdok couldn't believe that she would bring this mountain down on him too, and therefore he became worried. In the end, the mountain actually collapsed right on top of them, creating an incredibly powerful explosion. However, the guy managed to survive, but this moment was so unpleasant that he will not soon forget it. Aaliyah was a little tired, and Damdok began to complain that she had not warned him about this. If you want to deceive an enemy, first deceive an ally, and he should thank her for having gotten the least amount of dirt on him. But the goddess advised him to hurry because it would only help for a while, and then they would emerge unharmed. The guy was surprised that they would survive after this, although he himself lived, and they were generally immortal. Aaliyah urged him to go and cut off the Medusa's head. She is much weaker than her sisters, so there shouldn't be any problems, and she will hold them back as long as possible. So each of them will be busy with their own business. The most important thing is to bring the head of Medusa to the goddess, because that is Damdok's job. Sometime later, he managed to find a jellyfish that was communicating with a bird that had landed on its hand. He was surprised that this girl was really a jellyfish, because she was very different from her sisters. The guy didn't notice the snake hair, and she didn't even have a tail. But the mirror shield visualized what was reflected in the mirror. His feelings and intuition were silent, so he began to doubt even while standing next to her. He feels uncomfortable only because she looks human, but one way or another, she is a monster. He wanted to settle the matter with one swing, but the ground suddenly began to shake, and his blade went to the side. Damdok missed because of the shaking ground, which is why he began to curse the snakes that decided to crawl out at that very moment. His presence was confirmed, and his invisibility was removed, causing the jellyfish to notice him and cry. The guy decided to deal with her while she didn't understand anything, but when he heard her scream, he couldn't finish what he started. Medusa began to loudly apologize and beg him not to kill her, which caused Damdok's conscience to kick in. He felt uncomfortable with the fact that she was asking for mercy without even intending to resist. He didn't understand the difference between him and the forgotten gods trying to bring about Ragnarok. It was comparable to those scumbags who didn't care whether it was good or evil, and he felt the same way. Meanwhile, Euryale noticed that Aaliyah was using cursed necromancy, which was not helping her much. Having broken the skull in her hand, the Gorgon would have decided to return her neck, since the goddess had no talents left. She then charged with her bare hands, a wicked smile on her face. But suddenly Euryale was engulfed in a scorching flame that did not reach Aaliyah. Damdok, who had come to help, approached her, but the girl began to scold him for being late. Even in the fire, Euryale was still alive when she asked if they had killed her sister. She didn't understand why no one left her innocent little one alone, who couldn't even crush a bug. After that, she emerged from the flames, wanting to attack, while simultaneously destroying all the obstacles in front of her. However, Damdok was faster and used Hercules' club to stun her. Euryale assumed that the guy was already giving up, since he decided to go out with a club against an immortal being. But suddenly, she felt herself begin to lose her balance, slowly sinking towards the ground. She relies only on the immortality effect and does not dodge all attacks, so the club is a trifle for her. Noticing something was wrong, Stheno tried to shout to her sister while simultaneously launching her snakes towards the boy. As Damdok chopped them apart, he tried to understand whether the snakes were unaffected because they were being treated like hair. They instantly regenerate even if they are cut, which could cause his stamina to run out. At that very second, the guy decided that he needed to find another way. After which he created a magic arrow. Having created several of these things, he let them fly around him so that they would continuously cut off the heads of snakes. Since they have regeneration, he will have an advantage in numbers, so he created a lot of magic arrows. Then he rushed straight at Stheno, who had lost her former confidence, and asked the guy not to come closer. However, he was able to get close to her, after which he delivered a crushing attack, causing one of the sisters to fall. Seeing this picture, the jellyfish began to cry loudly and beg him to stop. She didn't understand why everyone was doing this to them, since they hadn't done anything wrong. Seeing the jellyfish, Elia immediately covered her eyes, asking the guy why she was still alive. Damdok first thought that she had escaped alone, but suddenly came to save her sisters. Medusa noticed that Damdok was not a cruel man. He could have killed her, but he spared her, and she no longer wanted anyone to suffer because of her. Then the boy turned to Elia, who knew what the jellyfish really was, but still wanted to kill it. But the goddess said that it didn't matter now, and he just had to do what he signed up for. She wasn't going to let Damdok take the advance and then back out without fulfilling the main part of the deal. Then the guy decided to ask the jellyfish something. It was important, so he asked her to answer honestly. While the ability to turn anyone she looks at into stone only works on humans, it turns out it works on any creature. However, the bird on her shoulder does not turn into stone, although it played with her on the lake, looking straight into her eyes. Medusa was hesitant, as she had only been caring for the bird after seeing it fall from a tree as a baby. He was so scared that he bit her finger, which even left a scar on the jellyfish. Aaliyah chuckled at such a banal story, after which she reminded them that they had not come here to chat. She then reminded Damdok that he needed to develop resistance to fear, ordering him to get rid of the jellyfish. Unexpectedly, the guy agreed, after which he apologized to the girl, hitting her with a baton. Once upon a time, a jellyfish was shackled in the middle of a hall where everyone was discussing it. Last night she was making out with Poseidon in the temple of Athena, having fooled everyone. Although she initially pretended to be cute, now there were wounds all over her body, and her eyes were empty. Athena, sitting on the throne, asked when she dared to commit such an indecent act in her temple. Medusa tried to convince her that she would never do such a thing, and was just communicating with Poseidon. The goddesses were disgusted by her excuses, but she decided to find out what they were whispering about. The prisoner was unable to answer this question, which angered Athena even more. Then, the goddess decided that she would make Medusa answer for her vile act. From this moment on, she must forget about her cute face, and everyone who looks at her will turn to stone. She was forbidden to cover her eyes with anything, and if she tore them out, the curse would be transferred to her voice. Medusa begged for mercy, but she was ordered to live forever, regretting her stupidity. She also felt injustice, not understanding why she had to go through this. Sometime later, Poseidon found her, because Medusa heard him talking about Athena behind her back. Of course, it was an accident, and she might say it was unfair. He, the Sea King, cannot allow rumors to spread about how he insults his niece in her own temple. But he never thought that the jellyfish would receive a punishment worse than death, not being able to close its eyes with anything. Then he advised her to go to an island that no one visits, and if she hid there, she would not encounter anyone. In exchange for keeping his secret, he would be able to minimize the burden of her punishment. And now, when Damdok was about to deliver the final blow, he suddenly moved the club to the side. In fact, he had no intention of killing her, although he felt genuinely sorry. However, he was not going to give Elia the head of Medusa. At that very second, the goddess's body began to melt. She immediately stated that the guy stabbed her in the back, although he needed resistance to fear. Damdok was sure that it was impossible to kill someone out of need. It was comparable to a devilish act. Elia was disappointed because she had put so much time and effort into this matter, and in the end, she would disappoint him. The guy realized that she was indeed hiding something, and there was someone who was obsessed with the Medusa's head. The goddess asked him to shut up because she shouldn't report everything to him, although she thought he was a useful guy. Without saying another word, she used the teleporters to quickly escape. A little later, the guy leaned over the jellyfish, asking it to close its eyes temporarily. The scratch on her cheek was healing. He tried to understand how the sisters in the bird managed to avoid petrification. The answer may lie in the jellyfish's blood, although simply touching the blood doesn't change anything. Suddenly, the system announced to him that he could gain special abilities by drinking the blood of the Gorgon. It seemed crazy to him, while the girl asked permission to open her eyes. Damdok quickly licked his finger with the girl's blood, gaining resistance to fear and the unique power of the Gorgons. Smiling, he asked her to open her eyes, but the jellyfish doubted it, hoping that the guy had turned away. She was surprised that Damdok was able to look her straight in the eyes, appreciating their beauty. The boy learned how to avoid the curse, so he decided to try to teach her how to do it, as an apology. He apologized for knocking out her sisters, but explained that it was his desire to survive. But the jellyfish was worried about something else. It wasn't fair. She felt terribly sad because it had been so long since someone had looked into her eyes. Sometime later, when Damdok returned to his world, he was surprised why Ju asked to meet here. At that very moment, an employee of the establishment approached him and invited him to go to spa room number 32. It was a renovated section of the dungeon, created by the Hunters Association specifically for high-class hunters. They said that one could restore mana and heal wounds here, which sounded very appealing. But when the guy decided to go inside, he was surprised to notice Leo Lux, who for some reason was still there. It was unclear why he needed a mask in the sauna, but Damdok guessed that it would start to irritate him again. Suddenly, the hunter reported that 3 days ago, there was a breach in the gates and dozens of people died. And he, a 7-star hunter, didn't even bat an eye and is now enjoying the sauna. Damdok, looking tired, asked him not to interfere because a lot was happening in the world. But suddenly, Mrs. Aaliyah, who also did not suspect anything, was also invited to spa room number 32. Noticing the girl, in addition to Damdok, Leo was also very surprised, calling Elia his sister. The world's best hunter almost cried as he looked at the girl frozen in the doorway and couldn't contain his emotions. He sincerely could not believe that she was alive, and Damdok was completely speechless, not understanding what was happening here. Leo tried to find out from her why she didn't say anything, but the girl remained silent. At that very moment, Ju came to them, noticing that everything looked rather gloomy for the reunion of brother and sister. Aliyah seemed suspicious, so she did her own investigation. It turns out that none of the gods had ever heard of Aliyah, and there are no records of her. She began to be tormented by doubts. Since there was nothing about her, it meant that she was a forgotten god, and an unfamiliar energy emanated from her. Damdok was surprised by what he heard, realizing why she said that her name was not worth a penny. Ju had the idea to search in another world. She collected information from different dimensions, but the answer was right under her nose. Leo Lux had lost his younger sister with the same name. And a few days ago, Ju found out something. Elia does not sink to the level of a forgotten god, although her name is unknown to the gods, and she does not even have a part-time job. She could not imagine that there would be another person who would be able to manage the system of gods. Coming close to Elia, Ju decided to ask her directly who she really was. However, Leo stood up for her, not understanding what she was talking about all these forgotten gods and other nonsense. Thanks to her, Elia was found, and he is truly grateful, but he doesn't even know how to repay her. But suddenly, the goddess waved her hand, creating a teleport around her brother. Leo Lux didn't understand what was happening, while Elia asked him to go back and not look for her anymore. When he disappeared, the girl decided to confess everything, praising Ju Soil along the way. She didn't expect her to value her so highly, but it sounded like some kind of stupidity. Ju looks worried. She really thought that no one but her could control the system. Then Aaliyah decided to make fun of her a little, saying that the planet does not revolve around her alone. She then advised me to continue pretending to be a good fortune teller, because right now she was interested in someone else. Stopping in front of Damdok, Elia asked him to pay for not living up to his name. However, the guy also had questions for her, but for some reason, Ju wanted to stop him. But suddenly, Elia sensed something, explaining that things would work out for her, since they had an uninvited guest. They noticed a gate outside, but the goddess suggested changing the location to one more suitable for conversation. After that, she created a huge pillar of mud, which transported her and the guy to the gate. Once inside, Damdok couldn't understand how she managed to pass through so neatly. as if she knew the gate would appear. With this action, she destroyed the building they were in, but was able to fulfill her original plan. At first, Ilya thought the guy was a god pretending to be a human, but it turned out to be much more interesting. He is not just a stone floating on the river, but a useful guy who can be called precious. Up until this point, everything was fine, but no matter how special the stone was, it would never change the course of the river. What could never happen actually happened, contrary to fate. The girl became curious about how he managed to deviate from the prophecy and who he really was. Damdok explained that he was a simple man who accidentally became a god, and the only thing he could do was use the system. However, it was precisely this answer that surprised the goddess, because there cannot be a person who knows how to control the system. There was nothing like this in the prophecy, but it is never wrong. After these words, the girl raised a huge block in the air, which she intended to throw at the guy. However, as always, Ju Soyul came to his aid, cutting the block into two. Damdok was very happy to see her, and she told Ilya that her brute attack would not work. But the goddess merely repeated her earlier words about Ju being too arrogant. It wasn't originally aimed at this guy, but instead, I was going to create a crack in the barrier. As the barrier began to crumble, Ju realized her mistake, and Ilya decided she had had enough of the uncertainty. However, she was firmly convinced that Damdok and Ju would die here, pointing out the huge number of monsters. They looked in horror at the monsters that were quickly heading towards them. Ju couldn't believe that Ilya would willingly do something like that. All the monsters from the demon world could pour onto the earth, and it was unclear why she needed it. When the goddess noticed that the girl was rushing towards her, she immediately released wooden shoots from the ground. However, Ju still managed to catch up with her, causing a scratch on her cheek, and she was surprised that the girl had become stronger in just a couple of days. The fortune teller asked him to be silent and answer only her questions. Otherwise, she would cut her throat. However, the goddess did not see any purpose in this, because she was sure that Soyul did not understand anything. In this situation, even life is a mere bet. The world will not be safe if she kills her. She should have been familiar with this situation. With open gates and broken barriers, she had already experienced enough of what would happen. Suddenly, the Heartless Dragon's power began to waver as Ju tried to figure out who she was. She wanted to know why Ilya was doing this, because she was also a human being, and she had a family. However, she looked at her with crazy eyes and bowed her head, not seeing any reason for this. She's already risked everything for the world he represents, so she's sure it's over. Alone, Ju couldn't change anything, no matter how hard she tried. But Soyul didn't want to believe it. It was too difficult to accept that she had failed this time too. Perhaps this is her destiny, forever and ever. At that very second, Ilya decided to finish her off completely. But suddenly, Damdok came to her aid, protected her, and told Ilya that she was the only one here. He then advised her to look around so that the goddess could see what they had built. It's not so fragile that it will collapse due to her single attempts to do something. At that moment, all the priests that Damdok had managed to gather were already engaged in a desperate battle with the monsters. Ju watched them with tears in her eyes, having completely forgotten that many things were different this time. Then the guy extended his hand to her, asking for her help, which he needed most now. She is the only one who can deal with Ilya while he is busy searching for the gate core. Having risen to her feet with his help, the girl regained control of herself, after which she asked him to trust her. Meanwhile, Ilya couldn't believe her eyes and tried to find out from Damdok where the priests were from. However, he ignored his question, hearing only Ju's request to go and destroy the core before it was too late. The goddess rudely asked him not to ignore him, after which she sent tree shoots to attack. But suddenly, Ju appeared next to her at incredible speed, and she noticed that this was all she could do. It only took one blow for her to bring the goddess to her knees, causing her to bleed. Ju decided to give her one last chance at life by ordering her to reveal her identity and purpose. However, Ilya called her a fool because she had already said that life is just a bet. The goddess was sure that she would not be able to kill her, because in this place, everything was under his supervision. Ilya asked to take a risk, but the system declared that fear of the abyss stops all actions. Ju learned the power of chaos, after which he began to guess who was hiding under the guise of Ilya. She is the 100th child of the beginning, chosen by the goddess of the earth, and also a prophet chosen by Chaos. Yes, who will destroy the world and bring salvation to Chaos, the evil she so desperately wanted to kill. At that very second, a completely different girl appeared in front of Ju, who had previously been hiding behind Ilia's face. Soil was stunned that she knew who Blockhouse was, but still served him. This is the god of destruction, absorbing entire dimensions, and it is unclear how one can serve such a crazy god. However, the demoness didn't care about this, because he was the only one who approved of her. Suddenly, she decided to leave, adding that the brighter the light, the blacker the shadow, and the darkness of the abyss will lead to the happy land of Tartarus. From now on, things will not be easy for them, because she found out the trick that Ju was hiding. After that, she disappeared, leaving them inside the gate, surrounded by various monsters. As a result, they had to abandon their original plan and hastily return to their world. Ju ordered everyone to quickly leave here, because this time it was too difficult, and they couldn't even destroy the gate. At that very moment, White Cloud swung a stone towards his brother, threateningly declaring that he had a raid in the game. Adele didn't understand what kind of army of monsters this was, because a terrible catastrophe would have occurred if the barrier hadn't been restored. Damdok decided to praise them, noting that Shalon's magic had improved significantly, and now she could be called an archmage. The guy himself thought that the fire was almost extinguished, but nothing ended. The failure to detect the core may be related to Ilia, but it is hardly a coincidence that the gate opened at such a strange time. He wanted to ask Ju about everything, but she had already guessed everything and asked him to follow her. She herself was ready to tell him everything that interested him, even the secrets she kept silent about. However, they needed to change location urgently because it was too noisy here. While in the helicopter, Gunaku was informed that Damdok had passed through the gate and was offered to meet him. But the man decided to finish exploring the gate for today and see the guy when everything was ready. When Damdok and Ju found themselves in a forested area, the guy asked her not to hide anything anymore, as Elia did. He was interested to know what the relationship was between her and Ilia, and what the child of the beginning was that she spoke of. The beginning is the lives that were created by the goddess of the earth. Besides people, there are giants, demons, and elves. They have different appearances, but they are all the seeds of the family, the purest souls. And the children of the beginning are called 100 creatures with such a soul. The first child born went through 1,869 lives, being reborn again and again to prevent Ragnarok. Then Damdok guessed that the first child of the beginning, who regressed 1869 times, was Ju Soyul. He had his suspicions about it, but he didn't think he was that close. The girl was surprised that he noticed that she was a regressor, although they had been going together for 2 years. She always missed the mark with her prophecies, but she quickly adapted to another dimension as if it were not the first time. That's when he thought that she might be a regressor, because she had a reason to deliberately hide it. The reason she tried to hide it from him was precisely because of the Eye of the Abyss. She was referring to the warning that always pops up when you enter the gate. It is the Eye of the Abyss that will create the gate, and later summon Ragnarok. He is a minion of Chaos, and a part of it. If the truth is revealed that she is a regressor, Chaos could stop her transformation that she has been hiding. So far, Elia hasn't revealed her secret, but Ju has no idea how she knows about it. It is very likely that Chaos has already found out about everything, and this is their last chance. Then Damdok decided to ask about the next plan, because they still have to protect people, and that is unchanged. The girl smiled, after which she took out a vial of the potion, realizing that with it, her worries turned into trifles. Having caught the bottle, the guy began to examine it carefully, trying to understand what was inside. As it turns out, he drank this when he fought Neptune as a lesser god. However, he was still interested in this potion. The information about it is still limited. Ju explained that this was an important thing, namely, a secret weapon to fight Chaos. She prepared it for him in the first place, and now they are unable to choose between means and methods. The barrier they put up is a temporary measure, because the forgotten gods cannot be stopped. Ragnarok could begin in just a month. Scratching the back of his head, Damdok tensed up a little, because he didn't think that everything would happen so quickly. Therefore, he needs to gather the remaining priests as quickly as possible and go to work part-time. Damdok was transported to an endless desert where the sun literally scorched, and breathing was a little difficult. Finding himself in a deserted world, the guy realized how long it had been since he had done any delivery work. Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of him who said with displeasure that he was dead busy, and all he came across were newbies. He then advised Damdok to leave if he was going to work reluctantly for money. The boy was surprised that he addressed him like that. But then the god froze, looking at him closely. He began to wonder why a mid-level god had come to work part-time. The guy was genuinely surprised because only lower-level gods come here, and here was something new. Here they are treated like slaves and given discarded parcels as a reward. And the lower-level gods are grateful for this too. Sometimes among these parcels there are expensive weapons or rare abilities. And everyone, including him, is waiting for such a jackpot. The salary here is paid on a distribution system, so the more you deliver, the higher the chance of winning. God asked to name him Pappy, and Damdok agreed, because they must survive by helping each other. But before that, he placed his hand on the god's shoulder, deciding to immediately ask him for a favor. Damdok asked permission to take care of deliveries inside the pyramid, which initially surprised Pappy. After all, usually experienced guys handled the delivery, and the guy knew about this. However, the guy doubted that they would cope, because if an accident occurred, all responsibility would fall on them. The other workers began to urge them on, while Damdok still wanted to hear an answer. As soon as he heard the agreement, he immediately headed forward to get to work. First, they had to unload the huge mountain of parcels that stood in front of them. It was hard to believe that this was all from Hermes' mail. Everything inside was very confusing, and everything came here. Here they sort everything and then deliver it. But if you lift the package incorrectly, everything can fall apart. And at that very second, they didn't notice how White Cloud fell to the ground, being buried under the boxes. He was asked to be more careful, but the priest began to complain that Damdok was always shifting everything onto him. The rest of the priests are busy. Etten is guarding the gates in case they get out of control. Adele and Ju have high magic resistance, so they set out to find the fifth priest, the Elf Queen. So only he was left, a strong boar. And now he had to pick up what he had dropped. Otherwise, he will work until he has repaired the damaged parcel and compensated for the damage. When evening came, they had finished sorting the parcels and were visibly tired. Poppy smiled and praised Damdok, then handed him the Eye of Horus, the god of the sky and the sun. It is a subspace artifact that can store packages and is required to enter the pyramid. However, the guy was still worried, but Damdok tried to calm him down because everyone needs to rest. He then used the Eye of Horus to collect all the packages they had spent the day sorting. While the Greek gods live on Olympus, the Egyptians dwell in a huge pyramid. From a distance, it seems huge, but up close, the size seemed several dozen times larger. Together with White Cloud, they stopped in front of a huge wall on which there were drawings and hieroglyphs. The priest had no idea how they would open the door, but Damdok solved the problem with one magic phrase about delivery. When the door opened in front of them, the guys noticed an entire city, which was quite densely populated. But when they wanted to enter, a guard suddenly appeared before them and forbade them to go further. Damdok tried to find out what the problem was, because they came to deliver parcels. The pyramids are the sanctuary of the gods and pharaohs, so that's fine for him. But the person next to him will have to sacrifice an arm to walk. Even the fact that Cloud was a priest did not give him the right to go further, since there were no exceptions. But suddenly the guard realized that they were already inside the pyramid. Extending his paw, he noticed that he had not eaten human flesh for a long time. And now he was being treated by the hand of a priest. Damdok heard about this for the first time, but the guard repeated that there are no exceptions. White Cloud was frightened when he saw a huge paw approaching above him. When it went too far, Damdok couldn't take it anymore and flew into the air, hitting the guard in the face. The Reaper immediately praised him, but the boy asked him to shut up and stay away. He realized that his blow had not worked, and suggested that this guardian might be a high god. The huge dog bared his teeth, angrily declaring that it was in vain that an ordinary courier dared to contact the pyramid guard. Unable to bear such impudence, the guard grabbed his staff, intending to attack the intruder. But a moment later, he was already lying prostrate on the ground, not understanding why his body was moving on its own. Damdok asked him in response where it had ever been seen that a dog would bite its owner. He activated the Dog Master skill, and then he was able to tame even this guardian. The dog tried to order him to stop, while wagging its tail devotedly. Then the guy asked to either answer his question, or he would experience all the methods of humiliation, including various commands. Sometime later, Damdok and White Cloud were descending the dark stairs leading to the lower floors. A guard showed them the way, although at first they were surprised that the passage to the top of the pyramid was underground. But he corrected them, pointing out that this road leads to the abode of the Sphinx. He didn't know why they needed to go to the top, but the structure of this labyrinth changes every day. The Sphinx knows everything about the pyramids, so she will be useful. and now they were in the right place. At that very moment, the statue spoke up, noticing that no one had come here for a long time. Damdok was looking for the pharaoh, so he decided to ask the Sphinx for advice, as she was quite wise. However, to gain his wisdom, one must first endure the contradiction that proves wisdom. The guy expected that on their way they would encounter riddles that would be difficult for even the gods to solve. But suddenly, a cat called out from around the corner, noticing that the boy was full of confidence. Two more cats appeared next to him, and they were called SF, IN, and KS in turn. If you add them together, you get a sphinx. Damdok did not expect such a turn of events, and the cat suggested starting to solve the first problem. Looking at them, the guy decided that such cuties couldn't cause trouble. The first problem was easy, so the cat suggested starting with math by scratching something on the floor. Having written some equations on a column, the animal decided that 1 minute would be more than enough for him. The guy tried to buy at least 5 minutes for himself, but was refused. Time had already passed, so the cat advised him to hurry while stroking his head with his paw. But why did he say that if they fail to resolve this, it is scary to even imagine what will happen to them? Damdok immediately had a feeling that was ringing in his head. A level similar to Hephaestus. He would have run away if things hadn't gone according to plan. But now, he had to decide. But he has no time to think, and this riddle seems too complicated. At that very moment, messages started arriving from dissatisfied customers who still hadn't received their parcels. The guy was unhappy because he didn't see the task because of this message. After which he noticed Papyrus's name. Smelling his ear, the cat didn't understand why Damdok was hesitating, since he only had 5 seconds left. After this, all the cats began to count down, deciding that now they would get a treat. But at that very second, the boy gave the correct answer, which he learned from Poppy, who turned out to be Papyrus, the god of mathematics. Then he turned to the cats, asking them to answer his question, since he was able to solve their riddle. However, the Sphinx was not going to back down, deciding to pose him the next problem. They didn't say there would be one problem, there were 3. So he had to answer 3 questions correctly. When Damdok gave his consent, the cat even jumped for joy, sensing the approaching fun. At that very moment, he created a sword above himself, announcing the start of the second task. But then he said that now they would definitely savor them. I was already thinking about how to divide them so that everyone would eat equally. Throwing the sword at Damdok's feet, the cat suggested trying to solve this problem with the sword. They had no intention of telling him anything from the start, turning out to be nothing but damned insatiable cats. The sword can only be used once, assuming the two have the same mass. Damdok resigned himself to the task, as he already knew that most gods were like this. Suddenly, the boy put his sword to the throat of one of the cats, replying that it was enough to remove one hungry mouth. Enraged by this answer, the Sphinx immediately released an incredibly overwhelming energy around itself. White Cloud was already lying on the floor, but Damdok remained standing, thanks to his resistance to fear. He gave the right answer, but will the incomparable Sphinxes not accept him just because they don't like him? At that very second, the cat asked him to take a risk, if it wasn't scary, and then extended his paw, swinging at the guy. But suddenly, another cat told him to stop, as this was indeed the correct answer. They ask questions, and the one who gives the correct answer passes the test. This is their main principle. Even if Damdok acted arrogantly, it doesn't matter. Everything starts with a riddle and ends with one. For the first time, a provocateur arrived who was not afraid of intimidation, which was really amazing. The calmer cat was impressed by his incredible wit and provocation, for which the boy thanked him. In ancient times, there were many like him. All of them fearlessly staked their fate on their own answer. It made the cat feel sad. But now there was one last question. On the one hand, an angel who will listen to him unconditionally in any situation. And on the other hand, there is the devil who will twist everything he says. The question was, what a guy would say if he wanted to go to heaven in one sentence. He only had one try. But Damdok suddenly remembered that he had heard about this before. When he was in despair, a man approached him, but Damdok asked him to leave. He doesn't like those who pretend to care about a talentless person like him. When he first heard the phrase, that chance comes to those who are ready, but then the guy did not attach any importance to it. He was asked not to give up, no matter what. There were definitely things in the world that he was capable of. This man asked for an answer to the question of who angels and demons are, and in return, he told him about his amazing experience. Damdok couldn't guess the correct answer until the man left, and he always wanted to find the clue. But when I found out the answer, I understood the reason why he, the untalented one, was needed. So the guy replied that whether it was an angel or a devil, he had to take him to where he was. The cat was silent for a few seconds, after which he smiled noticeably and praised Damdok. He was looking for the pharaoh, so the Sphinx decided to personally open the door leading to the royal palace for him. The boy was pleased with his success, while the priest was doubtful because they could have fooled them again. However, the Sphinx explained that it was an absolute mystery to them, and they could be sure of it. The pharaoh's space is behind the top of the pyramid, so they need to be careful. However, the most boisterous cat was sure that there wouldn't be a single bone left of them if they went in there. Even with this warning, Damdok and White Cloud confidently moved forward. Arriving at the top floor, they found themselves in a fairly modern corridor. But suddenly someone stopped them, because they had been warned that some impudent person would show up here. Damdok froze in bewilderment, asking the man to stop and explain that this was a misunderstanding. However, he was too angry and was no longer going to listen to the gods' persuasions. He could not believe that the gods were not ashamed to exploit them with their shameless deceptions. Damdok was surprised to notice that the pharaoh was a man, but he could somehow control divine power. The man was ready to lose his life because he was tired of sitting idly by, and he wanted to stop this arrogance. The guy tried again to explain to him that there had been a misunderstanding, but suddenly froze. His intuition detected extreme danger, and there was someone behind him at the door. The guy was overcome by an incredibly eerie feeling, which was reminiscent of the presence of Hades. Perhaps a high-level god was there. Without wasting any time, Damdok extended his hand in front of White Cloud, deciding to quickly send him to the ground. Then he decided that he also needed to leave quickly. But the system declared a lack of divine power. He must have expended too much energy during the last battle for the gate, which was not surprising. At that very moment, the door slid open, and Seth, who sensed the commotion, came out to them. Before this, he had felt a strange presence, but now he did not observe anyone strange. At the very last moment, Damdok managed to activate his invisibility helmet, almost getting caught. Now he was trying to understand what had happened, that even his intuition had warned him. Meanwhile, the pharaoh shouted loudly that he would never give in to force or betray his people. Why did he ask Seth to get away, but he suddenly grabbed the man by the throat, asking him not to make noise? Suddenly, he began to suck out the divine power collected by the pharaoh, enjoying the delicacy. Damdok was dumbfounded as he watched this, and all these people were just cattle that gave him divine power. As he left the room, Seth reminded them that it was a great honor to sacrifice themselves to him. In addition, he asked the pharaoh not to waste his energy until the next offering, and to prepare in time. The man decided that this was the end, although he only wanted to protect those who inherited the blood of the pharaohs so that there would be no more like him. Sometime later, he opened his eyes and sat up, hearing someone's voice nearby. Turning his head, the pharaoh noticed with displeasure that the damned god was still there. The children smiled and confirmed that he was indeed good, and then showed them the candy he had given them. The man immediately became worried and asked the child to spit out the candy because he didn't even know what it was. But at that very moment, a woman's hands fell on his shoulders and a familiar voice asked him to calm down. He was on the verge of death, so now he needs to calm down and take a deep breath. The pharaoh almost died after absorbing divine power, and the girl didn't believe it at first either. But it was this god who saved him while they were powerless and tried very hard to pull him out of the next world. The man smiled sadly, knowing that even people are not so kind-hearted. And here was some kind of god. He clearly didn't do it for free, and saved him because he needed something, since it couldn't be otherwise. When he rose from his seat, the girl immediately asked Phao not to move. Damdok was surprised when he heard his name, as he was the fourth Reaper that Ju had mentioned. She said he was in a mummy state, but perhaps he hadn't been mummified yet because he arrived early. The boy repeated his name, but the pharaoh asked him not to be too familiar and did not intend to communicate with his people. After all, they extend a helping hand to people who are in despair, but in reality, they send them to hell. He could not forget the horror when an unprecedented famine broke out and parents ate their children. The plague broke out. Corpses scattered like sand in the streets, but in endless despair, God extended a hand of salvation. He promised that if Phao became pharaoh, he would be able to save people and enjoy eternal life in the divine world. Thus, he became a representative of God, and, using the skills given to him, saved and led people. Phao understood everything only after living this way his whole life and entering the promised divine kingdom. He was simply a vessel that accumulated faith and stored divine power. and hell was the work of the gods. In the end, he turned out to be a clown in a terrible play. And for the gods, people are just cattle. Damdok couldn't even imagine that something like this could happen. But now the boy had to understand why the man hated his people so much, and therefore asked Damdok to leave. But he decided to return next month, and then he would do everything possible to earn his trust. A month later, Seth again appeared before the pharaoh to absorb the accumulated divine power. He hoped that this time there would be no senseless resistance. But suddenly, Damdok attacked him sharply. All Seth had to do was swing his hand to grab the guy's face and pin him to the ground. God knew his premonition had not failed him that time. I was expecting something like this. Why did he pick up the guy and roughly lean him against the wall, asking why he came here? To this, he received the answer that Damdok had come to save the pharaohs, and Seth had thrown him in their direction. God did not understand how one could be so confident with such divine power. He ordered Damdok to know his limits, looking at how he could barely get to his feet. Pappy, who was watching this from the sidelines, did not expect that the guy's words would turn out to be true. A month ago, he attacks Damdok because he was not paid a penny due to undelivered parcels. The guy quickly apologized because too much had fallen on them. Then he asked with a smile how much he would get if he moved all the parcels. At that very moment, the system began to calculate wages, and Seth's divine power began to drain away. Damdok noticed how much power he had appropriated for himself, and decided to check who now had more divine power. Then the boy rushed into the attack, again ordering the god to release the pharaohs. With a deft movement, he delivered a crossblow to his stomach, which Seth was unable to dodge. But instead of counterattacking, the god smiled and extended his hand towards the old man, pulling him towards himself. Having completely sucked out his divine power, Seth threw the limp body straight into Damdok's arms, but at that very second, the man's body began to turn into sand and crumble in the guy's hands. He had just missed his chance to strike him, and it was funny because he had challenged Seth with pitiful sympathy. By creating the chains, God declared that the pharaohs were cattle and that no one would dare change the structure of the pyramid. But now he became a victim, after which he directed the chains towards innocent people. This time, Damdok managed to beat off the chains with his blade, which barely reached the child. Seth was literally enjoying the spectacle, unable to overcome the fact that the guy was protecting some people. However, this is wrong. Give hope to livestock, and his insignificant sympathy makes life difficult for everyone. The pharaohs here are merely the guardians of divine power. This is the immutable law of the pyramid. So Seth saw nothing wrong with simply obeying the rules. However, Damdok continued to fight to protect everyone. He didn't care whether he was a man or a god, talented or not. He does this for the sake of a happy world, and he doesn't need more, because this is his duty. These speeches only amused the god, whose principles were fundamentally different from the boy's nobility. Seth rushed into the attack, pointing out that if he defended fools, he would never achieve greatness. After exchanging a few blows, the god again sent the chain towards the pharaoh. Damdok turned his gaze to the girl, but immediately received a strong blow to the face. Seth was amused by the fact that the boy was so easily distracted by these nobodies, although he couldn't even take care of himself. Then he began to strike, forcing the guy to go on the defensive, which was very difficult for him. At the same time, the girl asked Phao how long he was going to watch this chaos. She then touched his back, offering to take her divine power. The man pushed her hand away, but it was too late, and the girl only smiled, looking at him. The others assured him that everything was fine, and they had lived long enough, and thanks to him, they could still stand here. People immediately began to support him, thanking him for not abandoning them in difficult times. The man began to tremble and then began to cry, apologizing to his comrades. He is so weak that he cannot protect them. But the girl asked him not to cry. She created a new kingdom, savoring its glory and wealth, and, having endured thousands of years of suffering, she attained true love. She has seen all the joys of life and is now ready to leave, wishing that all their past regrets would dissipate in laughter. Before she completely fell apart, she wished for their happiness to return to Phao after his bitter tears. Seth noted that it was not bad, and it had been a long time since he had been visited by memories of the past. But now the end had come, in which Damdok had to die and disappear from his sight. But suddenly, Phao rushed towards him, angrily declaring that the one who would die would be he, Seth. The god fell several stories down from the pharaoh's blow, but remained unharmed. Phao wondered what it would be like to fall from the top of the pyramid he was so proud of. However, such impudence only angered Seth even more, who decided that the pharaoh had crossed the line. Looking at what was happening, Damdok could not believe that the man was hiding such strength. Then Phao declared with authority that it was all over, and that this place would become the grave of Seth. But God was sure that it was his fault alone that the pyramid would be warmed by blood today, and he would grind them all into sand. But just as he was about to climb back up, sphinxes appeared behind him and stopped him. Once he came here, he had to solve all the problems. This is the absolute law of the pyramid. He ordered them to be silent, not understanding how they dared to communicate in such a way with the supreme god Seth. Pressing him to the ground, the Sphinx repeated that, having set foot here, only those who solve the problems will be able to leave. These are the rules of this place, which have been in effect for thousands of years. And it doesn't matter which god he is. He had spent too much divine power shouting at the top of his lungs. And with this level, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. He had to tell them all of his misdeeds in 30 seconds. However, they decided not to limit him in time, but if he fails, he will not get out of here until the pyramid turns to sand. The gods outside watched as the pyramid began to collapse, while others worried about the money Seth owed them. But the gods who entered the pyramid had to receive guarantees, and Seth was imprisoned by the pharaohs on the lower level of the pyramid. Everyone looked sad because the good days were over, and everyone was wondering where they would work now. When Damdok wanted to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Pappy, who, literally swimming in money, declared that he was very upset. The guy didn't give him divine power so that he wouldn't grab it all by himself. Therefore, in the future, he asked that it be distributed fairly among the Egyptian gods who work well. Hearing the agreement, Damdok turned his head and noticed Phao, who was scattering his comrades to the wind. Approaching him, the guy suggested making a separate tomb for the pharaohs. However, they are no longer bound by this land. If they are sent to the wind, they will gain boundless freedom. Phao sought liberation, but suffered irreparable losses. But he cannot hang his head in defeat. It continues, despite the difficulties, if they ever meet again, he will give him all the feelings that he has cultivated in his heart. Despite his foolish mistrust, the sword god Damdok provided him with invaluable assistance. Therefore, Phao would like to stay close to them to repay him with his loyalty. The boy happily allowed him to do this, after which the pharaoh became his fourth priest. Returning to his world, Damdok was pleased to notice that he had not been on Earth for a very long time. Looking at his phone, where he could see the conversation with Ju, he guessed that she hadn't arrived yet. Then he decided to come home, eat some chicken, and rest a little. But something didn't go according to plan. His path was blocked by Gun-ak, who decided that the guy did not know what was going on in the world. Damdok didn't expect to see him here, so he asked why he was there, although everything seemed obvious to the man. He took several sheets of paper from his bosom and threw them at the guy, asking him to explain. The community says that the hunter Damdok created the gate on purpose to sow fear and gain profit. It sounded too plausible, so Gun-ak immediately warned him not to even think about escaping. All their hunters in the area are disguised as civilians. There are at least 300 hunters of level A and above waiting for him. When the man noticed that the boy remained standing, he ordered him to follow him. He was taken into custody, and then, for a long time, they demanded that he confess to the crime with the gates. Damdok tried to explain that they were doing nothing illegal, and that it would have been better if they had called a lawyer rather than arrested an innocent man. Noticing his arrogance, Gun-ak expected this, so he prepared in advance. He invited a hunter to assist with the interrogation, then ordered Leo Lux to come in. The man promised that he would not be present during the interrogation, for which he received gratitude from the hunter. Upon entering the cell, Leo immediately declared that he was not interested in what the guy was doing now. As he released his lightning, he was only curious about one thing. Where was his sister Elia now? However, Damdok couldn't answer this question, asking Ju Soyul to ask about her, not him. Then the hunter decided to rephrase the question, asking about the location of Ju, whom he had not been able to find for a month. The guy couldn't believe what he heard, because the girl had gone in search of the fifth priest, and he decided that something had happened to her. Meanwhile, in another world, they apologized to the queen for disturbing them, as they again requested an audience. The maid offered to refuse them again, but the queen could not answer, as she was already dead. Instead, it was Elia who responded, taking on the form of the late queen, giving her consent. Ju thought it was strange. Fairies certainly rejected strangers, especially people, but something was bothering her. For some reason, there was an ominous atmosphere all around. Although outwardly, everything turned out to be quite ordinary. Looking at the wall, she first decided to simply penetrate it. Meanwhile, the guards told Adele that she could not enter without permission. But at that very moment, a servant came out to them, announcing that the fairy queen had given them permission to enter. The maid led them into the Hall of Fairies, while Adele turned her head, feeling like she was in another world. The queen, who met them, decided to inquire why the strangers from the Iron World were looking for her. Ju decided to speak directly and asked permission to borrow the power of the fairy queen. She's probably surprised, but they would be grateful if she went with them. The queen stopped the guard, who wanted to express his dissatisfaction because she wanted to hear the details. However, she understood that nothing would change anyway, since the real queen was not here. She was killed by the hands of Aaliyah, but this is only the beginning. For the sake of chaos, she will find and kill all 12 priests they are looking for. Ju began to explain that many gates were currently being created in all dimensions. But when she continued speaking, Adele's stomach suddenly began to rumble because she had not eaten anything. Aaliyah noticed that they were hungry, so she suggested they eat and start talking. When they arrived at the dining room, Adele was fascinated by the variety of food. She compared it to heaven, looking at all the delicious things they were brought. Ju, surprisingly, agreed, because even in the divine world there are stories about fairy food. The girl thanked the queen for her warm hospitality, and she offered the guests some refreshments. Soil doesn't know how to recite the fairy prayer, so she politely asked the queen to teach her. Aaliyah noticed that the girl was well versed in their culture and suggested that she pray to the ancestors of the fairies. At that very moment, the queen began to read a prayer, which Ju listened to attentively. Frowning, she became curious about something, namely, what had happened to the queen. But Elia continued to play the role. However, it was already useless, as Soil jumped up and put a dagger to Elia's face. Fairy language is a complex language in which social differences are expressed through different linguistic forms. But she used colloquialisms. Stopping the dagger with her palm, Elia chuckled that she had changed her appearance in vain. She then grabbed Ju's blade, beginning to change her form back to her original form. At the same time, she released quite a strong energy that destroyed the entire room. The demoness was surprised, as she had hoped that she could at least slightly touch Soyuz. However, this was not enough, as the girl in front of her looked completely unharmed. When asked what she was planning, Elia replied that the fairy queen was one of the children of the beginning, and she had already killed her. Now that she knows that Soyul is gathering the children around Damdok, she doesn't need to wait any longer. Aaliyah tried to attack her opponent again, but she gathered all her strength and then delivered one serious blow. But this was not enough, since the demoness knew that it would not be easy with her and would already be dead if not for this body. At that very moment, she smiled, explaining that enough time had passed. They couldn't close the gates in Korea, so it's not hard to guess why she's kept Soyul here for so long. The seal they had set had long since been torn like a sheet of paper, and through that gap, a great evil had passed. Elijah was curious how long Damdok could resist the old woman, who had fully regained her strength. Until the very end, Ju could not believe that the old woman from the underworld had broken through the gate. Aliyah is clearly lying to avoid danger, but the girl was already about to move to the ground, but she failed. Now her world is under the direct influence of the forces of chaos, and because of the old woman, she will be beyond the control of the system. Soil must feel powerless when she sees something precious being torn apart, and she is powerless to change anything. The demoness suggested that she feel this vile sediment slowly and thoroughly. Meanwhile, an alarm began to sound in the building where Damdok was being held, and free hunters were immediately asked to gather in the square. An unidentified old tree and an old woman appeared at the gate. They lost contact with all branches within a 5-kilometer radius of the gate. If all this commotion is the work of an old woman from the underworld, then all the hunters will become nothing more than useless victims. Having broken the handcuffs, the guy asked Leo to leave, as he urgently needed to go to the gate and stop this. However, the hunter asked him to return to the place, as they were not finished yet. Damdok was no longer going to dance to their tune, because they didn't even know what came out of the gate. He started to run, adding that there was no time to waste. But Leo immediately caught up with him. The hunter agreed with Damdok, but the whole world could wait until he got the information about Elia. A monster appeared from the gate, and the guy panicked when he heard about it, which meant that something was happening that was not comparable to last time. But the hunter decided not to let him go until they found out Ilia's whereabouts, because his sister was much more important to him. Meanwhile, a huge tree grew in the middle of the city, which was taller than all the high-rise buildings. People ran in panic from the flying branches that chased them relentlessly. When one of these branches almost caught up with the woman, White Cloud suddenly came to her aid. From his appearance, it was clear that the guy was very irritated, so he rudely ordered her to leave there. He didn't understand why this happened now, when Damdok and Soyul weren't around. The priest stood opposite the old woman, who had not yet taken any action. She noticed that the guy was just a pathetic piece of flesh, but he smelled like that impudent boy. She smelled the same scent on Etten, which is why she spared him. But then she realized that they were both somehow connected to him. The Giant King asked Cloud to run away because they could not handle her. Trying to break free, he also asked to find their god. But at that very second, the trees tightly bound him. Then the shoots began to surround the Cloud, and the old woman promised to tear them into pieces in front of that boy. But suddenly, lightning flashed in front of him, which destroyed all the shoots that surrounded the guy. Leo Lux arrived just in time, and noticed that the priests had excellent self-control. Then Damdok came out to them, praised his comrades, and offered to leave the rest to him. White Cloud was the happiest to see him, but wondered why he was with Leo. But Damdok suggested discussing this later, since the story was long. Because first of all, they needed to deal with the old woman. All four immediately surrounded the monster, who stood in place, doing nothing. The old woman praised the guy for coming to her himself, and they finally met. As a reward, she will skin him and his priests, and then send them to Samson as a gift. In response, Damdok asked her not to be so self-confident. Otherwise, it would be worse for her. He chopped down all the branches that flew in his direction, and Leo helped him with his lightning. The old woman noticed that he was different now, and did not think that the guy would so easily break off the branches of hatred. Damdok was impressed by the abilities of the world's best hunter, because the world championship is no small matter. Leo Lux asked him not to flatter him, after which he reminded the guy about the deal. He agreed with a smile, promising that he would definitely find Elia. A little earlier, Damdok demanded that the hunter move away, trying to explain that the city was being destroyed there. However, Leo stood his ground and was ready to do everything to find his sister. The guy had no choice but to find a way to find Elia in exchange for his help. And now they have joined forces to deal with the old woman once and for all. Having created a soul-sucking flower, the monster began to cast spells to plant it in the ground. Poisonous smoke began to emerge from the pores of the flower. And at this time, Damdok was next to it. However, his intuition was silent, meaning it wasn't poison, and he decided to get rid of it with a wave cut. But when the system gave an error, the guy realized that it was an effect that prevented him from using skills. Damdok decided to immediately warn Leo, who was also in this cloud, about this. However, the hunter was not of this world, and he never relied on any skills to control mana. If Damdok became stronger by relying only on his skills, the hunter advised him to give up and leave. But the guy did not retreat. Instead, they rushed into the attack together. The old woman was surprised that he still managed mana despite the sealed skills. She then decided to change tactics by creating a hell sword to fight in close combat. Damdok urged Leo to clear the way using white ice and black flame as the branches grew thicker. The hunter had felt this mana before, but it still frightened him with its alienness and destructive power. But now it comes from an ally, like a flame of vengeance devouring enemies. She couldn't believe that the guy wandered through the branches of her soul so easily. He shouldn't have used skills. However, Damdok, who had risen high into the air, loudly declared that it was too early to be surprised. At that moment, the boy felt how thick mana swallowed the air and enveloped him. She never left him during his magical training, nor during his sword training. She is his strength and his part. As he created a huge sphere behind him, he explained that he did not need any skills to control himself. After that, he sent the sphere towards the old woman, creating an explosion of incredible power. Leo Lux couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a huge crater in the ground in front of him. Meanwhile, Damdok landed safely on the ground, stating only that it was hard. White Cloud immediately began to praise him, but the guy decided to ignore the warm words. It was funny for Leo to say he was the #1 hunter when such a guy existed. After which, he asked Damdok to teach him this technique, and he, surprisingly, agreed. But suddenly, the guy asked everyone to move away, and a huge column of dark energy burst out of the funnel. The next moment, an incredible scream rang through their ears, causing everyone to fall to the ground. It was a cry from the soul, woven with compassion, because old women do not dare to resist those who do not possess divine power. As expected of a man who enjoyed Samson's favor, he managed to hurt her. Life is such a painful time. It can corrupt even people with pure hearts, and all she can do is grieve. Finding a name is not that important. You need to tear it apart, cut it, experience and absorb all the people without a trace. Only in this way can they return to their purest essence. So the monster has already extended its paw to Damdok. He couldn't run, and if he called the system window, the old woman would break it again. But he couldn't abandon the guys and run away alone. Then he decided that he had to fight to the end, and fight with her until he won. The old woman also wanted to kill him and keep him with her, and Damdok wondered if he could win. But suddenly, Ju landed right on top of the monster, and she wasn't going to let the guy get killed while she was nearby. The old woman was surprised to see the girl asking her to remove her nasty claws. Meanwhile, Elia, who was in another world, lay defeated and upset that she had not been able to buy time. She also didn't understand how Ju had even crossed dimensions through the gate, since she thought she was the only one who could do it. Although Soil will still need temporary recovery, it doesn't matter to her anymore, because Ragnarok has already begun. Meanwhile, Damdok froze in shock when he saw Ju safe and sound in front of him. Soil ignored him, calling Adele over to her, who began blocking the screen with magic. The guy immediately started asking where they were, because he couldn't even contact them, but their time was taken up by Ely. Hearing this, Leo Lux stepped forward, as he guessed that she had been with her all this time. But at that very second, the monster decided to remind her of himself, asking what they had done in front of her. Raising her huge paw, the old woman tried to slap their minds, but Ju only had to raise his hand up to block the blow. The girl suggested that Damdok talk later, after which she threw him a golden apple to replenish his energy. She also reminded them that the old woman had excellent regeneration, and they would need a lot of firepower to cause damage. The monster was furious that they dared to behave like that in front of her, and then attacked again. If it comes down to a war of attrition, they will fail. So I decided to keep Ju busy while the others come up with something. But it wasn't that easy, because Damdok used white ice and black flame, and she didn't give a damn. He then wondered how the old woman remained unharmed after Ju cut off her finger with one swing. This means that the monster's body is not that strong, and most likely a defense mechanism was triggered earlier. It's strange that it's not there, since she couldn't resist Soyul's surprise attack. It means it's not a passive ability. Then Damdok asked Adele to prepare the most severe and powerful magic. The girl had something on her mind, and Leo Lux was supposed to help her. The boy then asked Cloud and Etten to help Ju so they could stop the old woman from using powerful techniques. They immediately understood the task, and the king of the giants swore on his honor that he would carry out his order. After he explained everything to them, he decided to replenish his energy with a golden apple. The old woman became visibly angry when she noticed that they had launched a joint attack. Looking at Adele, Leo noticed a huge flow of mana, which was difficult to direct without the monster below noticing. The girl began to cast a spell that required a lot of strength, causing her mouth to bleed. She knew that without preparation, there would be problems with this magic, but the preparation was complete. The next second, Leo signaled to the fighters to retreat to a safe distance. Soil immediately ordered Oblak and Eaton to move as far away as possible while Adel approached the monster. The sorceress lost a lot of strength, but was ready to deal the decisive blow to the monster. While the stunned old woman was trying to understand what was happening, a destructive column of fire fell upon her. In the end, only a small offshoot remained, which did not understand how a person could possess such power. She can still regenerate since her body is fine, but she just needs to get away from here. However, Damdok prevented her from doing this, stepping lightly on her, hindering her movement. Now he looked at her with pity, when suddenly he noticed that he could use his skills again. Having declared that it was all over, the boy pierced her with a sword, listening to insults directed at him. But suddenly, the shoot released energy, deciding that if it died today, it would take him with it. There was a huge explosion that engulfed several streets, but Damdok remained alive. He didn't understand why this happened, but when he raised his head, he noticed a bloody Jew in front of him. Before losing consciousness, she said she was glad the boy was safe. Damdok immediately grabbed her and tried to bring her to consciousness, asking her not to remain silent. But then he raised his head, and noticed with horror that Ragnarok had already begun. His healing skills weren't working on the girl until he realized they could heal her on Olympus. He started moving, but the system rejected his request, which made the guy very angry. Damdok was scolding himself for not being able to do anything. But suddenly, Ju grabbed him and asked him to leave. On Olympus, they are probably only thinking about how to seal the gates to the world of the gods, leaving the human world to its fate. The guy couldn't believe his ears, deciding that she was talking nonsense, and asked her not to dare die. She no longer had any divine power left to support her body, so he needed to escape as quickly as possible. If he continued like this, he might ruin everything. And after these words, her body went limp, and Damdok screamed loudly. At the same time, forgotten gods began to land on the earth, who liked this place. Suddenly, he noticed the guy, surprised that there were still people left here. The monster waved his hand and thought that he would never get anything, but he worried in vain. But before he could lower his hand, it was immediately cut off by a sword, and Damdok loudly asked why they continued to climb towards them. The god did not listen to him, writhing in pain. But at that very moment, he returned his hand to its place, declaring that he was the god of regeneration. However, the guy did not listen any further and then cut off his head with one movement. The monster was still alive, so Damdok decided to unleash all his anger on it. When he defeated him, the system notified that the guy had acquired a new power, super regeneration. Damdok asked him not to brag about what he could, because they were just a bunch of disgusting cockroaches that should be trampled. The other gods, watching him, were pleasantly surprised, after which they themselves rushed to attack. The guy had no intention of retreating, so he pulled his sword out in front of him, wanting to destroy the invaders. However, it was useless. The monster's body was so strong that he wouldn't even leave a scratch on it. But even this problem was solved in an instant when Damdok used fire and ice. Then one of the goddesses entered the battle, declaring that this flame would not even touch her. She successfully approached the guy, after which she cut off his arm, but he didn't even cry out in pain. The goddess decided that there would be no problems with the one-armed man. But Damdok grabbed her tightly and threw her aside. Noticing that his arm had recovered, it concluded that this guy was absorbing their power. The super regeneration worked perfectly, because Damdok was already beating the goddess with his restored hand. One of the gods tried to run away, trying to understand what kind of madman had decided to challenge him. He suddenly assumed that this guy was the supreme god, but it was unclear what he was doing on Earth. He wanted to order everyone to retreat in order to gather reinforcements, but he did not have time to finish. Damdok cut off his leg with one swing of his sword, causing the god to fall to the ground. After this, the boy created magic arrows that now hovered around him. The monster asked him for mercy, but Damdok did not even listen to him, piercing him with all the arrows he had. He didn't want to die until the very end, but they decided to appear on Earth at the most inopportune moment. Suddenly, Leo's hand landed on the guy's shoulder, asking him to stop and come to his senses. He then stated that it might not be too late, which surprised Damdok. In the past, his world was also destroyed by monsters that escaped from his brother, and there was exactly the same situation, but he managed to escape. In the gates, all dimensions are intertwined, and there he saw passages connecting countless dimensions. Right now, there was no complete certainty whether they would be able to save Ju, but there was still a chance. They can risk their lives and jump between dimensions, but it is unknown how it will end. Damdok suggested, with hope in his voice, that they could get to Olympus. At that very second, he raised his head, hearing someone land on the roof of the building. One of the goat-like gods was surprised at where the guys in charge of this area had gone. Looking down, he discovered living people who, according to the plan, should not be there. Looking at them, the god began to doubt that they had suffered from some people. If Damdok left now, this place would be razed to the ground, and he didn't know what to do. But suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, and then the piece of the building where the god was located was cut by a sword. The boy looked in surprise at Cloud, who was preparing this move to surprise him during the fight. The priest asked him to stop wasting time. They had dealt with even that decrepit hag, but these degenerates were nothing. But the god, even cut in half, was still alive and was already preparing a spell against them. Suddenly, Adele, who turned out to be faster, interfered with him, and in the end, the building was blown up. Even after losing a huge amount of strength, she had no time to hesitate. She asked them to trust them so that Damdok would have a chance to save Ju by moving to Olympus. He saved her world when the gates of the magical world went out of control. Adele already then realized that she would save his world no matter what. The giant king agreed with her and was equally obliged to repay him for his kindness. They asked him to go, promising that they would protect the land no matter what. Damdok then turned to Leo Lux, asking him to lead him through the dimensions. They had no time to lose, so they moved forward at full speed. Once on the roof, the hunter raised his two-handed sword up and began to release lightning. In this way, he was able to open the gate, after which he ordered Damdok to jump into it until the crack closed. The guy didn't ask any unnecessary questions, and then pushed off from the roof, diving inside. As he moved, he was overcome by strange feelings, and then he felt solid ground beneath him. He didn't think he would find himself back here, where everything was still murky. Suddenly, the elf standing behind them smiled and looked surprised at the presence of people. But before the elf could finish speaking, Damdok cut off his head with a sharp swing of his sword. He didn't have time to waste, so he solved the problem quickly. When they reached the next gate, the guy felt that the energy of Olympus was felt most strongly here. Without wasting any time, they stepped forward while Damdok mentally promised Ju that he would definitely save her. Suddenly, the boy felt the presence of Asmodeus and, raising his head, saw him in front of him. Reacting incredibly quickly, he swung his sword, trying to attack the terrifying monster. However, this did not produce any result, and instead, it began to attack him with its tentacles. Damdok desperately knew he didn't have time, so he told him to get lost and started chopping at the tentacles. Asmodeus found these antics amusing, but he was not going to back down. He noticed how much the boy had grown, suggesting that they be sincere. But Damdok didn't want to let that happen again. But when he swung his sword, he noticed a man in front of him who declared that not everyone was given the chance to cross swords with him. Damdok did not continue the dialogue, but instead swung his blade again, intending to kill his opponent. He asked them not to bother him and to leave. But Asmodeus was pleased, seeing the true fusion of spirit and sword. At that very moment, the god decided to show him his skills by launching a furious counterattack. The monster grew faster with each blow. If the guy couldn't keep up, he would die immediately. But suddenly, Leo came to his aid, swinging his two-handed sword, engulfed in lightning. It was a rather noisy surprise attack, which was unsuccessful as Asmodeus created another sword behind him. Their attacks were useless because there was no place his sword could not reach. Suddenly, the monsters began to create 1,000 swords in the sky, which hovered above them. By lowering several of them, he managed to pierce Leo Lux's body in several places. The hunter could not bear it any longer and collapsed to the ground, showing no signs of life. Asmodeus was surprised that Damdok was distracted, deciding that he was too eager for death. But even after his devastating attack, the guy remained on his feet, managing to block his blow. Anger began to overwhelm Damdok again, and he demanded that the monster leave if he valued his life. However, Asmodeus could not retreat because he had not faced such opponents in a long time. However, before they started fighting, the monster decided to politely introduce himself to the guy. He is the guardian of the demon world, appointed by Chaos, and he was once known as the God of Swords. This information surprised Damdok, but it was in ancient times, when Asmodeus was a god. The boy realized that it was for this very reason that the title of Sword God was vacant. He then decided to ask why Asmodeus was on the side of Chaos, since he had such enormous power. But the monster decided that the guy had expressed himself incorrectly, clarifying that he was here precisely because of his strength. He strove for this power all his life, but the supreme gods feared the strong warrior. They did everything they could to crush him and protect their position, and in the end, he was unable to preserve his self. But if it weren't for the help of Chaos, Asmodeus would have continued to live as a pathetic and ugly monster. With this story, he made it clear that gods can also be vile and selfish. Life is an endless struggle, and every moment requires confirmation of strength. He was on the side of Chaos, only for the sake of such sincere peace. But he noticed that they were chatting too much. Then he proposed to start the battle, holding his hand out in front of him, pointing 1,000 swords at the guy. At that very second, the blades began to descend rapidly, creating a huge explosion. Damdok fought back diligently, trying not to let a single blade hurt him. He realized that he couldn't block them all, and that he needed to focus on the vital organs. Suddenly, the boy noticed that Asmodeus had stopped attacking, and he decided that this was his chance to counterattack. But before he could think about it, the monsters raised all their swords into the sky again. The monster smiled when he noticed the satisfied face of the guy who blocked only one wave of swords. He expected a lot from him, but that was all he was capable of. when suddenly Asmodeus noticed lightning above him. These were Leo's tricks, and somehow he miraculously remained alive and even stood on his feet. Even with many wounds, the hunter believed that he could fight, so he asked not to worry. Besides this, they are in a dangerous position, and it is unknown whether they have a chance of winning. Even if Damdok had been in perfect condition, it was not a fact that they would have succeeded. But now they were in a poor position. After hearing his verdict, Leo decided to give him a little advice, after which he offered to use his power. This is his secret art to restore his wounds and depleted mana. This will usually only work if the user is capable of using lightning and is close to them. But if everything goes well, there is a good chance that the guy will gain a new power that goes beyond understanding. However, this will only happen if he succeeds. But if Damdok cannot accept it, he will die. The hunter had already begun to create a sphere in his hand, leaving the final choice to the guy. But his resolve hasn't changed since he stepped into that gate. So he must destroy Asmodeus and save Ju. So the guy will risk his life as many times as necessary. Leo knew he would say that, and then he put the lightning elixir in front of him, reminding him that he only had one chance. Finally, the hunter asked him to return alive, after which he completely immersed him in the sphere. Asmodeus, who was watching this from the side, commented on the rather interesting art. He didn't know what the hunter was really planning, but he was only sure that this was the end. He had high expectations from the guy in the lion armor, and hoped his patience was worth it. Leo promised that soon his anticipation would be covered in tears. But before that, he would play with him a little. Asmodeus was delighted to have such a reliable brother, and therefore agreed to have a little fun. Meanwhile, Damdok once again found himself in a familiar dimension where he had already been twice. When he asked why he was here, he was told that the reason was that this place resembled a kaleidoscope. Raising his head, the boy was surprised to notice a flying, glowing ball with small ears. This creature called itself Pandora, or rather, a part of it, which stunned Damdok. She didn't have time, so she decided to cut to the chase by explaining that if this continued, he would soon die. The guy started asking her a lot of questions, but she didn't have time to answer them. However, she asked him not to worry, as he was important to her, and she could help him. His body is in severe shock because it refuses to adapt to the new mana. He has never experienced the need to adapt to this kind of mana before, and he has no skills to control it, at least not in this life. And that means she intends to use Pandora's power. This is necessary to create an imaginary world for him, using memories from previous lives. During this process, he will become confused because his current and past memories will become unclear. But there is no dream from which he cannot wake up, even if he wants to stay in the dream. The next second, he was blinded by a bright light, and then he opened his eyes and found himself waking up lying on the grass. But what surprised him even more was that he noticed Ju right above him, asking how long he was going to sleep. Jumping up from his seat, Damdok was surprised to find that she was safe and sound, and, as before, continued to scold him. But suddenly the girl noticed that the guy started crying, deciding to find out if everything was okay with him. Damdok didn't even notice how tears began to flow from his eyes. He was so happy to see her. He tried to explain that he had just had a nightmare, but Ju decided that he looked tired. She suggested that he take a rest while she took care of the part-time job herself. Damdok immediately stood up and decided to go with her, suddenly feeling relieved when he saw her. Hearing this, the girl was embarrassed, but she was sure that everything was fine with him since he was talking such nonsense. At that very second, the guy felt that something was wrong, as if he was leaving out something important. But when Soyul asked him to hurry, Damdok dismissed those thoughts, deciding that it wasn't that important.